All right, and welcome. Got ourselves some Chinese Dota. It's a fun one. It's a fun little weekend starter here for you. Well, middle of the weekend, I guess if you count Friday as a weekend, but Saturday, the main weekend, first day, it's Chinese Dota time, and it's going to be fun. We had some fun days prior to this. It's been a good, smooth sailing Chinese Dota season so far, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. I don't know about you, Kazu, but so far, so good, right? With the Chinese region?
Seems to be A-okay. I think they're doing better than last time. I'm very sad that you didn't mention yet that you upgraded your casting partner from Lacoste to me. Obviously, the greatest caster.
I was gonna get there. I'm not trying to stir any drama or make anybody upset or make it the worst day of anybody's job or something like that. So I just I don't know. He's gonna wake up because we have to work together tomorrow. So I don't know.
You got to keep it chill. Okay.
I'll tell him tomorrow that today is so much better than yesterday was so much better today. Tomorrow.
Today is gonna be better than today, and yesterday is gonna be tomorrow. So
my days are the same. They're never moving. They're never changing. It's just constantly me, always in Dota. So let's take a look at what happened recently, right? Last play day. I'm a big fan of saying play day because it sounds like play date. And, it's when you go hang out with your friends, you watch some cool Dota. We had ourselves this first series right here, the little Aster Derby? I don't know, I'm not British. But
Aster Derby? Yeah, I think it's Derby. Well,
Derby?
You're good.
Okay,
I think so.
There was an Aster Derby, and to anybody's surprise, no, Aster beat their sibling team 2-0 in pretty dominating fashion. I think also to the point where they were like, hey, you're so my little bro that we don't... Was that the day that... maybe they did it against Bright. I'm trying to remember when was what. That they put Bobica mid, which was hilarious. But it may have not been that day. Either way, it's their little bro. They know that they're going to beat him, and then they slammed it down on him. Like when when your older brother is messing around, and he's punching you, and you're like, oh, that doesn't hurt. And he punches you really hard, and you're like, all right, enough, dude. Okay, chill, dude.
I mean, don't worry.
This is that.
I was the little brother as well when I grew up, so I think we all know what it's like. I'm pretty sure that Aster against Aster Ares has been it's played out the same way every single DPC, I think, where Aster just beat them into the ground every single time.
They shove their face in mud. It's kind of rude. But these games don't... I mean, it's 22 minutes and it's an 18K lead. The games don't exactly look close. And I think giving Sumail Storm Spirit both games is, that's a bold move.
Yeah, especially when it looks like they had mana batteries in both games. They have Pugna this time around. They had the Io in the first game with another support that can also play through it with the SB and the techies in the other games. So yeah, if your mid player ain't up to the task, or they're already gonna have a hard time, and then Sumail gets furthermore empowered. Yeah, you're in for a hard game.
Yeah, it's not gonna look good. And then we have the second series, PSG LGD up against Piggy Killer. I like that little logo. It reminds me of LBZS, but it's just how quickly it was probably sketched on Microsoft Paint or something like that. Little brush stroke, and then you make it, and boom. I love that this highlight is already 10,000 net worth.
At 15.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm just saying, this might have been a quick one. And as I look at the recap on my notes, it was a 23.5-minute game. So this is about the most important part of the game, I would say. And, maybe we're getting a little slideshowy, but it looks, Fly doing his thing as Terrorblade, dying, Shiro being a Medusa. No surprise. I mean, we've seen Medusa first phase picks, and usually it's anti-mage that comes out right after. But if you get into that fourth pick, then I think you can protect it pretty well. So that's exactly what I think they did here. And look at this. It's just 23 minutes in. The game's ending in 20 seconds because I just told you. So we know how this fight is going. It's all LGD in this first one. And not a lot of kills for Piggy Killer. A team that I kind of expected to be better than they are right now.
Mm-hmm.
They only have one win over Team Bright, and that was 2 semi-quick games. But they did take this game over LGD, which is a little bit of surprise.
Yeah, that's not too bad, I think, taking a game off of LGD. Because you're right, they definitely have a couple names in their team, right? Like, this is not some thrown together noob team. Like, these are names that we've definitely seen before. And, you know, LGD are pretty good. I think from the first draft, just what I saw real quick, looked like they had some pretty good matchups. But this time around, I didn't actually see this game. But if you can take LGD to a third game, I think that's a good start, I think.
I'm going to lie, I saw that they picked Shiro Alk, and I could have predicted that they were going to lose this game. I don't know what it is. I feel like every time I watch him play Alchemist, he loses. Granted, he had a win over LGD in this tour already, but I don't know. I've seen him play Alk, and it's just like not his better hero when it comes to the pool of heroes that he plays. So yeah.
What's his like better hero, you think? Like some range carries, or if he doesn't have to go in first?
Yeah, he's a big Ursa guy, big PL guy.
Okay,
So,
okay.
You know, he can get it done with those 2 heroes. Plays a lot of Morphling, but the Alk, I don't know, 11 games, 45% win rate. Maybe not as bad as I'm making it out to be, but I don't know. Every time I've watched it, it's been a loss for him.
Yeah, this hero though, I like when this guy plays anti-mage. Even in like the first season of DPC, maybe the second one, they would play it with like Io, and he would play it very aggressively. I don't quite know the build he went for in this game. I assume it's maybe just a cookie cutter Battle Fury, because Magnus itself nowadays is just like you want to carry yourself, but looks like he went for a Vanguard into Radiance into Manta into Hard. He ended up with 0 deaths, and I just like how he plays AM, because I feel like he's more in your face rather than this, you know, I farm 26 minutes, I have my Abyssal Blade, and then it's go time.
Yeah. There used to be times where you'd see like Ame go Battle Fury, Ags on like a Monkey King, and he wouldn't be fighting for 25 minets, but like Anti-Mage Shiro gets involved. I think he does with Monkey King too when he plays it. He's very in your face, and he's pogging off in this game as Anti-Mage. Quite similar to the picture you took for Twitter. You were pogging off there.
I definitely was pogging off. I guess I knew I was gonna watch him Shiro Anti-Mage, which is exactly what I want to see.
Standings, LGD, they haven't lost yet. Aster, they haven't lost yet. They haven't played each other yet. That's the literal last game of the tour, so that should be a fun one once we get there. And it looks all right for Aster and LGD in terms of qualifying. I think when we have 4 slots for a major, you really only need to go 4 and 3 to at least get some sort of tiebreaker. So Aster, I would say, are pretty much there.
Yeah, I think so.
And LGD, I mean, they're. I'm gonna say they're gonna beat Bright today. I know, hot take. I'm sorry.
You. Just disrespecting my boys Bright like that.
Name one player.
Imitate.
all right.
I did look that one up. So
it's actually imitator.
Wait, what did I say?
Imitate. You said imitate. You didn't get it completely right.
Imitator, potato, tomato. It's the same.
Potato, tomato. Those are 2 different things.
Nah, man, it's the same. They have a guy called Phoenix. Now, this is something I respect, because that hero I love. That's that's a respectable name for me. It's already a +1 in terms of style points for me. Let's go Team Bright.
He plays mid, and it's so confusing.
No, he's gonna go mid Phoenix, baby.
If he ever plays Phoenix, that would be pretty hype, because then I could just say whatever I want. But there's so many times where I'm just like, Phoenix on the Void Spirit, jumping in. It's very tough. Let's take a look. Hey, look at these intros. These intros, I don't know what it is about Perfect World. They're pretty hot. This is super hot fire right here. Look at that. Phoenix, your boy with the hand behind his head, doing that little move. There's the typical esports arms crossed move.
Yeah, it is.
Who thought of that? Who was the first person to be like, all right, every esports professional, or as Lacoste calls them, e-gamers.
E-gamers? Yeah.
Is gonna, go to the arms crossed and then do the...
Oh, yeah, the slow
yeah.
look up. Yeah, it's the... I don't really know. I think it's like at this point it might just be tradition and memes to just like keep it going. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm big fan of the hand triangle, the punching, the wrist hold. I feel like that's a good one because everybody's wrist is gonna hurt when they retire from Dota because they'll have some sort of overworking wrist.
Yeah.
He's holding his wrist. Everybody's holding their wrist. Everybody's wrist hurts right now. They're playing too much Dota, man.
They're all getting ready. I like Nudo. He's smiling on the overall team picture. Yeah. I did say this in like the first or second DPC. I feel like this guy, when the camera goes at him, he just looks like a happy little panda. I don't know. He's just always smiling or smirking. Like whenever I got to look at him, I was like, yeah, this guy is having a good time. Hopefully he can perform. Because LGD, if you're not performing as an offlaner, you're done, bro. Like, you're out before you can blink.
Yeah, they've done it twice already. Don't think you're safe. Nobody's safe. You know, Faith Beyond could all of a sudden be like, hey, I'm unretired. So...
I'm back.
I'm back,
I'm
baby.
Here, guys.
You know, the Chinese retirement's a real thing. You retire, you could be back 3 days later. Everybody comes back. CTY's back.
Yeah, maybe was supposed to be retired too, right? Or was he officially retired or no? I don't know.
I don't know. He said he was done, and I don't know.
Then he's back, and then there's Chalice, and he's back, and everyone's back.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on with him.
You're gonna do the same, B-Cup. I can feel it. You're gonna be like,
what, Chinese retirement from casting?
I'm done with Shoutcast. I'm gonna pursue my bowling career, and then you're like, God, screw bowling. This shit sucks. And then suddenly, you and Lacoste, you show up again.
I'd be down with that. How do I like? As long as it gets me on like an LGD roster somehow, I'm super down with that. Because I remember Fade did that. It was the end of Epicenter. He was upset, rightfully so. Like, I'm done. And he's like, I'm done. And then I swear to God, not 3 days later, Vici picked him up or something like that, or Aster picked him up. He's like, listen, I'm back. It's cool.
Maybe it's the strat. Like you let people know that like you're on the way out. So if they want you, they have to like try really hard. They need like some $8 million contract because you're like, guys, I feel like quitting. Like you need to make me stay. And it's like, all right, bro, I'm hitting up the bank account. We're gonna pull up the loan. What do you want? A Bugatti, a Ferrari, your own villa? Like I got you, Fade. And then he's back.
Wait, is that how that works? You just have to like make them convinced that they want you and like. Maybe retire?
I mean, you can try it if you want.
Hold up. Valve, you know, it's just been, I'm trying to, I don't know, I might have to retire here, but like, if you come at me with the Bugattis and a trip to Seattle, I might be back. Who knows? It could be fun.
Who knows, guys? And maybe I need to do it too. I haven't fully retired yet. Maybe I should try it. I'm sure it will work.
It might work. Just a heads up to you guys, we are figuring out the lobby situation. We're in here.
Wait, what are we doing here, Pickup? It's just our little podcast.
Wow. Dude,
actually, I'm live on YouTube right now.
I'm holding on to the game. Actually, I'm holding it hostage. Okay. I like to hear myself talk. I don't want to start the game.
Yeah, I tabbed in for a moment and heard us talk, and I tabbed out.
Yeah, I hate hearing myself talk. I don't know. It's pretty bad.
Horrible. It's actually disgusting.
It's hard. Although if I ever get a voice line, I'd spam the crap out of that. And I'd be like, this is the only time I want to hear myself speak. What was I saying? LGD against Team Bright. I feel like this game's going to be interesting. I don't want to dump on any team. Also,
but
yeah. However, it is LGD. I'm not biased. I swear I'm not a biased caster.
I like LGD a lot. I might be a little bit biased.
Jerseys in my closet right now.
Only?
Yeah, there's kind of a lot of them in there.
I have zero, actually. I should be ashamed. I don't have a single one. All right,
if we're similar size, yeah. I've got.
Does it say B-Cup on the back?
No. I don't like to personalize it with my own name.
I think that's bad.
It's kind of something that I've grown up to realize that like if you're personalizing jerseys, what's the point of like putting your own name? You're not the player that you're supporting. Like, I feel like it's not, gotta be putting a person you're rooting for. Like, I have an Extreme Gaming jersey that has Paparazzi's old in-game name on it. I put Uno on the back. No, his original, Not
okay,
before
original.
Yeah, the original, the OG. And I like that one. But yeah, so taking a look at these team comparisons, enough about my jerseys in my closet right now that are collecting some dust.
They're coming out soon.
They might come out soon. If you need somebody to wear like 8 jerseys and like be a super biased caster, I'll take the jersey off and root for whatever team's out there. I'm super down. Just send me a jersey. Average hero damage, a lot more for LGD here.
Building damage as well.
Yeah, way more building damage. I don't know if I've ever seen a stat.
Wait,
that
the average
one-sided.
building damage 22,000?
That's a lot of building damage. What's like the max building damage you could have?
I mean, I don't know. Nowadays, you have like what? You have like 24 random buildings in every base that do nothing but give you gold. So I guess you can get a lot of building damage there if that counts instead of just towers and racks. So
yeah, do the old shrines count? Like those little buildings? Does the
probably.
And the what are they called? What's the name of the thing that you make? You take the hero. They were given out at TI, like TI 5 and 6. And then they're in the base.
You're taking out, they're giving out the heroes.
You make a hero and it's in a pose
effigies?
And it's in the effigy. Thank you.
Effigies, yeah.
Wow, that
the
word
one where we had
hard.
an incident that we shall not talk about in the most recent.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it was Patrick. Actually, this guy, he was looking around. He was like, "Oh, found it."
Looking at effigies. Yeah, well, now we're in a draft. Luckily, field time accomplished. We did it. We got here, and we're in a draft. And look at that. I love this. I'm such a big advocate.
This is so much better.
This.
Like, my God, this is so nice just to look at. I wish we would be doing this for like every region. I know it's maybe hard, or there's a lot of factors that go into it, but seeing this, it already makes, first of all, it makes me a lot more excited for the game. I'm sure it's the same for the fans. It's the same for the players. And yeah, it's just amazing. It's like a little mini LAN, which I feel like is what is missing a little bit from DPC.
Yeah,
because it's getting a little repetitive, I would say.
I think it's good for the teams that are middle of the pack, bottom of the pack, that don't get that LAN experience, especially in regions where it's like 2 or 3 slots. Yeah. Having that LAN experience could be big.
No, this is it's just really good to like get used to it and like get this type of experience. And in terms of the draft, I think LGD have got their hands on some pretty good picks with Duo Medusa. They both create a lot of money. Big fan on this big map. You're just kind of chilling. Whereas Team Bright, it's not an opening that is giving me too much confidence. I do understand the purpose, right? You see Doom, you're like, okay, I want Undying against it in the lane because I'm going to chill. I have Tombstone later. And like we have some Rubik where we can maybe lift or steal the Doom. But I would say overall, Rubik seems to be a hard hero to make work right now. Right. And it's a support duo that, they still need their other heroes to do a lot of stuff that they lack.
Yeah, this Doom, how did Nat put it earlier today? Makes money out of invisible air.
Something like that. She's not wrong.
Yeah, she's not wrong. She wasn't confident in how she said it, which I thought was amazing. And then she was like, no, definitely. This is what I mean. And I was like, I get it, but yeah. I'll support you. I got you. No matter what. I'll support any of you guys. I'll be like, hey, you're right.
Yeah, man. That's definitely how you say that. I got you.
Oh, man. Team Bright doing their thing. Staying bright. Staying happy.
Love it.
Dark Willow ban. Interesting. That's not like one of those heroes that you see banned a lot. And now, is this offlane Undying, or are they going to throw the Spirit Breaker in the offlane?
Yeah, probably a SP offlane, which in return makes me kind of like the Dark Willow ban. I think it's somewhat annoying for Undying in the lane, but most importantly, it's nearly impossible to play Breaker in the game against Dark Willow. There's too many like random things that are going to be on the ground, especially the Bramble Mazes that are going to stop your charge. If you get Curse Crowned later with the Shard as well, you can't ever really charge out. But overall, these first 3 picks don't really deal with Medusa at all.
Yeah.
Sure, like maybe you get some SP, you go Vanguard, and you can like be cool, but you don't threaten anyone yet. So your next picks, they're definitely gonna have to do that. Hey guys, what up?
What up? You could hear
What up, bros?
is the English broadcast out there?
Yeah, they heard you right now.
Oh, dude,
Give
I
us a thumbs up.
I wanna be there so bad.
You can go right now.
Like, I just want to see. Ooh, Ogre. I do want to see Ogre, but also I want one of those OGD signs. I want to be in the crowd. I also would make a fool of myself. I just know it. I'd be like, OGD, I love you. And then they'd kick me out or something like that. Or Warden. Spice. Yeah,
Spice Warden, baby. Okay. This used to be one of the... Like, even if they lose this game, I like the idea of Arc Warden here, just in terms of the concept. You have two supports that don't really push out the waves with Ogre Sky. It's always been good against Doom, because you get to just push out the waves as well, right? With your Ghost, if you get doomed. I mean, you don't really get doomed on Arc Warden, because you're never there. You've always been the type of out-carry hero against Medusa as well. So, yeah, honestly, I kind of respect this Arc Warden pick quite a bit. I think this is pretty cool.
I really love this. Do they all have signs? Like, this is so cool.
I have signs too right now.
Oh,
It says, I love B-Cob.
Holy freaking pog, dude. I think that's the first time anybody's ever written that. Oh my God.
Sure. Dude, you need to get into bowling. Trust me, you'll get 8 signs in like one day.
8 signs. I was bowling the other day. It was great. It was a good time. I got lanes right next door. They're like old 1990s lanes. They're fun.
I don't know what the difference is between a 1990s lane and a 2023 lane.
It's just older wood and like the system, the computer is old and like it's very cool. When you guys come to New York, I'll show you.
Yeah, come in tomorrow. Don't worry. It's an easy trip.
Yeah, I figured. The visa's super easy. Of course, like everybody's been saying, the visa's real easy.
Yeah, don't worry. As they will continue to be. As a Team Bright, let's see. What do you need to ban out? They definitely have some understanding in terms of the heroes, like what they need or what they don't want to face. Before they picked SB, they banned the Willow. That's good. Now when you play Arc Warden, like what's the worst things that can happen to you if you're Arc? Is that you get ran over early or that people get on top of you, which is why generally carries that jump you like Slark and Spectre, they're the strongest. Now they take out Storm, makes sense. I think there's like Embers, there's Pangos. No, Pangos not in the pool anymore. But for LGD, anything that has some semi-catch is, always going to be good. So this just fits the bill. It allows Skyref to play with their voice for it as well. I'm also a little hyped about Ogre with Medusa. Not that Ogre is a very hype hero overall, but he lanes well into Rubik because you just run at him. You can take your hands off the keyboard. I don't think you care too much about SB, but most importantly, the Bloodlust with Medusa, baby. Amplified at speed. This is like some 2016... I want a Bloodlust someone. Who do I want? I want ODTA or Medusa. Like,
we're back in time, baby.
We're back.
How does Void Spirit get to the last pick of a draft? I don't understand. This hero feels like... Honestly, this hero feels... stupid.
Busted? Yeah, say it.
Yeah.
Say it.
Like, I wanted to kind of be funny, so I was trying to think of the funny way to say it, but it feels fucking stupid, dude. Like, I don't understand.
This hero is pretty baller. I would say also that from what I've seen, Storm Spirit is rising up a little bit, or at least from what I've seen from Quinn. Ember has always been good, but yeah, any of these spirits were gonna be a good pick for LGD. If you're Team Bright, I don't know exactly what's in their mid players pool, but ideally when you play against this Voice Spirit, you want to slow him down a little bit in the game. I also think your mid hero does not have to be the win condition because you already have an Arc Warden. I feel like there's other teams that, like some Team Liquid, they would maybe bust out a Lone Druid here. Whoa. So they go for the Winter Wyvern.
That's a mid-winter Wyvern?
Okay.
Hey, yo. Oh my God. When was the last... Have we seen a mid-winter Wyvern recently?
There was maybe one in Europe. I think someone played it. It may have been like Quest Esports, like Noob, or maybe... I don't think Nine played it this season. He played Dark Willow mid, not Winter Wyvern.
Damn.
I see the idea behind it, but I think there's a lot of volatility behind this Winter, because Arc Ward and Winter are kind of the same. Like when you get on top of them, they struggle, and they're both like range, so they're very similar in terms of heroes in that aspect. And I like LGD's early game for the fact that, you know, this Ogre can walk mid, this guy can walk mid with the Void Spirit very easily, whereas Team Bright have like some Rubik Undying that are gonna, they have to like waddle over. So I think early game, I have my eyes on nothing to say, but no, Team Bright, I didn't expect such a cool and interesting draft. I'm down for this Arc Warden to pop off.
Well, if they get there, it'll be certainly interesting. I don't know. Like you
don't seem
kind of
you
made some great supports go mid points that I am a very big advocate of. That 6-minute party mid. I used to love the 4-minute party mid. I don't know when I was covering SCA a long time ago when it was like 5v5 mid for no reason. And that stuff is amazing. But I don't know. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried here.
Yeah.
Winter Wyvern, I don't know. Aether Remnant into like Ignite, a Fire Blast, and some Skywrath spells. I think you're dead. I think anybody's dead right now.
It's very annoying because there's a lot of like long range chip damage that you really don't like as Winter Wyvern. You play against a hero that gets on top of you. If they do well early on, I think their lineup is totally fine at standing its ground. But if this Winter falls flat, which he might,
right,
I feel like their entire draft kind of flips upside down.
So if the beginning doesn't go well, could we see this be like a 20-something minute game?
Maybe not, because they have Arc Warden, who will probably get to delay, right, for like 25, 30, 35, 40 minutes. But if they're behind early on, they don't have a real nice comeback into the game, I think. So fingers crossed for them that they get to kind of hold this minute 5 to 15, I think, is really important. Like the stage where Arc Warden needs to farm and Winter Wyvern is hoping to just continue to be a hero in the game.
Well, we'll see. As it doesn't look like we'll have a clash at the beginning, but there's still 40 seconds for people to set up. I'm, again, big fan of the early fights. I remember Skem on a support Coddle got an ultra kill to start the game. That was pretty hype. That was like 2 years ago. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago at this point. It was pretty cool.
Okay, so how was it? When Arc Warden is on Radiant and Dire, your spells work differently, right? Like you have... and your Tempest double have like different set of spells or something?
Oh my god, that's right. Oh no. Yeah.
So damage per second. You have a lot of slow. So you have less damage on your Q but more slow on Radiant on your normal hero. But your Tempest double has a stronger one. No. Yeah, either way, I'm sure it will show in the game. It's definitely some weird stuff. I've not seen Arc Warden yet. I've seen some people pub it, like Thompson. I think Yatoro has played it a bit in a few pubs here and there. But yeah, there's some switcheroo going on with all the spells. So good luck, everyone. Go read.
Yeah, it's like... Open a book.
It's like the Earth Spirit stuff, right? Every time you guys cast Earth Spirit, it's like people just hover over the spells. It's like a book. It's like a novel you have to read.
I love the Earth Spirit spells. First of all, my favorite spell to say is Geomagnetic Grip.
Agreed. I
have tried my hardest to perfect that. Where is nothing to say standing right now? He is so forward and aggressive.
Yeah.
No respect.
He was really annoying there. So he did it just now again. He was denying creeps in the tower. I mean, Winter Wyvern's damage level 1 isn't as bad as it used to be.
Did he deny the whole wave?
He denied so he has 5 out of 8 denies right now, which is pretty pog. So this is just when you see the top tier players really know how to play as Imitator. Should be okay. Why you smile? Oh, they actually got Y really low on this Ogre. Okay. Yeah, I thought they wouldn't be able to deal that much pressure, but he has boots. Okay.
Yeah, but once you get him low once, I don't know if it happens again for an Ogre. Although he has no intelligence, so it may happen again.
It might happen again.
Dude, this is unfair.
Yeah, this is... So when I played with Quinn, he put a lot of emphasis on, I mean, obviously last hitting is important, but last hitting isn't only about getting the last hit, it's about how you posture yourself and how you position. Like when you're about to go for the last hit, you want to be like as close as possible. If you can play behind the wave because you are very strong, then you want to do that. And I feel like I'm seeing that from Nothing to Say. Like level 1, he's just abusing the damage difference. He's going to use his Remnant to get that done as Y. Gets charged again, lift.
Oh, a little stun action while you smile. Very tanky person on this Ogre. At early 6 armor, 700 health compared to the Medusa's 208.
Yeah, I can love Medusa. 258, all right. He can't get axe chopped in this game, obviously, because axe isn't
he's
here.
got a blood grenade. I have rarely seen non-supports get blood grenade.
Yeah, I'm a fan, honestly. Like, there's a couple people who like to do this too. I've seen Darachu actually do this quite a bit on like, you know, sometimes like your supports don't have it, or they're the ones that are gonna take the initial like pressure of the fight as well, so they don't really want to lose the HP or they can't spend the gold. So yeah, this is pretty chill, and it can throw people off guard sometimes, right? Like suddenly it's like, oh, you know, the support doesn't have it, so definitely Medusa won't have it. Well, joke's on you, nerd. Shiro, he's got it.
Yeah, I might be able to get a kill there. Nothing to say. Ooh, getting a little bit low with that Splinter Blast. Needs to make sure that he's not just sitting under the tower as he sips on that bottle a little bit. 2 and 2, no surprise with the Winter Wyvern build.
Okay.
Just make sure you get harassment with the right click, so the Arctic Burn, Splinter Blast if he's going to step up that close. Do your thing, and Planet.
Oh. 10
might
sticks.
die here. Definitely gonna die here. He had 11 wand charges and
could have lived
maybe
if he really wanted to. Yeah, he had the Lotus, he had the wand. Maybe so he used the blood grenade, then he lost all the HP, and then he got insta clapped by a zombie. Is what I think. But this is very good for Team Bright in the safe lane, right? You have this Undying Arc Warden. Anything range with Arc Warden has always been a very strong lane. As Planet is gonna use this opportunity to try and refill the bottle.
Here it is, the 4-minute party.
Oh, he got the rune, baby.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Get that water rune, lose your life, who cares? It's fine. As long as Phoenix doesn't get it, you're happy. His bottle's staying empty.
You mean Winter Wyvern? Sorry, I had to do it.
I thought about it. I was like, wait, what? What did I say?
Yeah, I love when people have like hero names or like something very close to it. It's always very funny.
I'm a big fan of when people have normal guy names or normal person names.
Like John? What do you mean by normal guy?
There's a guy in Div 2, NA. His name is just Mark.
Oh, I can love Mark.
Super down for when it's just like, you know, just the name.
Yeah.
Like Quinn is one of them. Just Quinn.
That's true, actually. Yeah, it's just Quinn Callahan, my man.
I have a feeling that so many people struggle to just say Quinn. They always have to say Quinn Callahan.
Yeah, honestly, Quinn Callahan is that's a base name. Like you're just meant to be a star, I think. But like you're meant to be famous in some capacity.
Yeah, it's a tough task when your parents are naming you. They can give you a very basic name like Ben.
Or Maurice. Honestly, I don't really like my name, but yeah, I'm hijacking this cast for some stupid shit. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. I'm here for it. I live for it. Tombstone down, you in trouble. He2T, he cannot really pressure too far forward. This Tombstone, with Planet being a Skywrath mage, well, he might just get run down. It's unfortunate that you're a Skywrath with 1 armor, but as is life of being a Skywrath mage, Smile's going to come bottom. If they can maybe get a kill here, the Healing Lotus not available, and Why You Smile not going to be spotted. Now it's available, and they'll grab it. Look at that. They scared him away.
Okay, well, they got another kill as well on Planet, as Arc Warden is getting closer to... And he's getting close to his Midas. You know, people are kind of happy on Radiant. Maybe Phoenix on the Winter Wyvern, he's struggling a little bit. I mean, I would assume that you should struggle in this matchup. Maybe not quite this hard, but you know, first few levels definitely can be hard as a Winter Wyvern. Uh-oh, here we go mid.
Yeah, there's that level 6 Astral Step. Phoenix, though, he's got his Winter's Curse, and he just hit that 6, and that's exactly when they start to retreat on this fight.
It's I like its itemization on the Winter Wyvern. I mean, it's nothing too crazy right now on the Universal Heroes, right? Going some Bracer and as many branches as you can, but also like a Raindrop, just to make sure that you're survivable through this combo where you know Voidsphere is going to step on you, you know the planet is going to come in on the Skyref as they're trying to steal some XP runes, which is like the go-to play. I feel like if you're not trying to do this, then you haven't played Dota recently, where you're trying to steal the Wisdom rune, because if you get both, you're basically griefing the enemy team.
Yeah, their 6 just comes so slowly. Planet gets low, but they kill the Tombstone. Now they go to Undying. Oh, and he dies to a neutral.
What a monster. He's smiling, as he should be.
No, might as well. If you die to a neutral, it's so much better, especially when they put the aggression on. But you did give up the Tombstone gold, right? So they got something out of it.
True, true, true. Oh,
nothing to say. Forced out of lane.
Yep, not too bad. He's going to have to go back to base. He has his threads completed. So the decent thing with Spirit Breaker here, at least, is the fact that any hero that's going to go Vanguard will do absolutely fine against Medusa.
Right.
But then again, like, you do fine, but you don't really pressure her. Because Medusa, Shiro, he's just going to continue to do this. You go to lane, you hit it twice, you snake, and then you vacuum every jungle camp possible. So he's just chilling while you smile again in a bit of trouble. Probably just going to be fine.
But now they know that they're stacking because they saw him pull that stack, and they've got maybe they could try and steal that stack with that information.
First Arc Warden Midas, you walk over and you just double chip the hard camp creeps. Just kidding. In 1 minute, smoke time. Or
on the next one.
Or you curse. Phoenix on the Winter Wyvern. It's gonna get like bottom. Hello.
In chase, but he is a level 3 Scorched Earth Doom, so he's fine.
With Vanguard, love this item. I love that you can just buy an item that makes you unkillable as Imitator. Sticks.
Yeah, he might just be dead here. Nothing to say comes bottom.
So he doesn't live.
Well, you know, I don't know if he could afford Vanguard at this point, but he can afford to die. As long as it's him and not the Arc Warden, that's fine. Is this going to be stacked, this ancient stack right here? Yes, it is. So more stacks in the jungle being made by LGD.
Stacks on stacks on stacks, baby.
Shiro's going to be farming pretty quickly. But now I'm upset. Shiro, he put the blood grenade in his backpack.
What a monster.
I'm a little sad.
Why would he do that?
Because he doesn't want to use it. Oh, this Tempest double. Not going to get the kill on Tenu. But they go for Undying. Nothing to say. It's bottom again, and Undying is Undying.
Undying. Yeah, he's dead. There's nothing to say. This is a good rotation as we're trying to put on our Nike shoes and stay hidden.
Air Force Ones.
Yeah. Imitator.
Yeah, he's very dead. They had that Astral Step, and they went in. They had the Ancient Seal, so I'll make sure that they get the kill there, but they end up killing off Planet in return. And a little Astral Step to simulate juke action coming in from Nothing to Say to make sure that he's able to leave.
Man,
look at that.
Not only is Voidsphere universal, and those heroes are pretty good right now, these outskirts of the map are so freaking good for these heroes. Void, Ember, Storm. Like, there's 50 million different juke spots, high grounds, low grounds, tree gaps, where he can just do this, dissimulate step, you're in like 8 million range of fog, and you can just TP out.
By the way, I don't know if you agree with this. I think Shield Rune is super broken.
Yeah, the shit is really busted. It's not okay. So your Void Spirit right now, if he's on Strength Threads, he's like 1300 HP. So your Shield Rune is what, 650? Then you have your own shield as top lane, Shiro. No Stone Gaze. Never mind.
He's fine.
Fake hype. Sorry, guys.
Leave it to the professionals.
Yeah, my bad. I'll leave it to you next time.
I don't analyze. Tombstone down on the high ground. They've got 3 heroes here. Aether Remnant lands and Undying. Like we said, Undying, Dying. And they'll eventually fall here as they bring in the Ruby? I mean, they can get themselves at least a trade on Planet.
Okay.
Now that Telekinesis has Nothing to Say, he'll go to the Dissimulate, get onto the low ground, trying to leave still. Spark Wraith on the ground. But the Resonant Pulse, that means he's got another shield, and the Fade Bolt will get the kill. So the TP's over. Work out. They might even get why you smile.
Kill him.
He's got a couple of charges on that stick. Goes away from the Spark Wraith, but back into the right clicks of this Team Bright team. And now the Doom from Niu. onto Hijuti, and they steal the Doom and
Deny
do
him.
the Doom. Can they get the deny?
Deny.
Yes, they
Nice.
can. Imitator gets the deny. Dude, this is honestly, for Team Bright, super great. A little first concerning for LGD.
Bro, they're kind of bogging. I
Yeah.
like what's going on. There is a slight Medusa net worth problem, but it's okay. You have Arc Ward
Don't look at that.
yourself.
Don't cover your screen. Cover the top of your screen.
All right. I'll put my webcam on top of it.
All right,
I can't see it anymore.
Remnant, Astral Step, Undyne's dead again. They steal the Astral Step, but Imitator doesn't have a lot of mana, so you can't do anything with that.
Okay, I mean, they're going to have to wait for this Atos to come out on Winter Wyvern. It's going to give them some more playability, I think. It can also set up a potential charge. See you later.
Charge, dead, gone. Irving, getting a kill. I mean, they're moving around away from the Medusa, which later might be scary, but right now, don't even look about it. Don't fret.
Yeah. As Lyric always says, if you don't look at her, she's not real. And they're kind of trying not to care about the hero, which, you know, I feel like it's a correct play right now. We touched on it earlier, Spirit Breaker. He doesn't really do much to this hero, but if they can just combine and kill everyone else, you have Arc Warden against Medusa later, you can like kite her. I think that's, yeah, they're doing a very good job right now. But these stacks though, this is a Monka territory, and there's Bloodlust and Radiant Triangle, no stacks. Okay, one double.
Okay. Still, though, they're going to need a little bit more than that.
Easy steal. All right, 13-minute Manta. Well, that's pretty solid. Has Butterfly queued up. We'll see if he will continue with that.
Maelstrom for Hijuti. Such a hard name to say.
Hijuti.
I just want to say Heat. I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say Heat too. Can I just say Heat? Heat's on fire. Pog.
Hey, he's 2-1-5. He's doing his thing. He's all right.
Yeah, it's doing a good job. So far, I feel like the supports have done a very nice job on Team Bright. They've been in the right places. This planet is getting the hell out of bottom. And he wants to make sure that XP Rune is going to be picked up. It makes sense. He's going Solar Crest, so yeah, there's going to be some Bloodlust Solar Crested Raid Boss Medusa that... I do think Team Bright can deal with it.
Still holding that Astral Step into the Nether Strike. Another Astral Step, and why Smile's going to die.
Get styled on, kid.
Have they used Winter's Curse yet?
No.
I don't remember
say
hearing
no.
it.
I'm
I'll
gonna
go
say
with no
no
as well.
Yeah.
He's
Undyne?
still stacking here. Undyne is fine.
Mid tower though, they're doing good stuff. B Cup, you were like, "Wow, this is gonna be easily too old for LGD."
Wow.
20 minutes.
Let's get to the 20-minute mark first.
Oh, hold it, 5 minutes, bro. They're definitely getting to that mark.
I'm not saying they're not getting to that mark, but the game could be completely different at that time as they go to deny their own ward.
Wow, very bold claim. Game could be different in 5 minutes.
Hey, I'm not here for my hot takes. I'm here for my cold takes.
All right.
Rod of Atos and some right clicks with a charge. Why Smile's going to die again. And, I mean, these players on LGD just continue to die as they're a little stacking action and a little taking action by the side of Team Bright. And they've got a net worth lead. And they've got F10K.
Suck it, Peacup.
Oh, man.
Oh, damn. The net worth lead back to LGD. Let's not talk about it. Atos.
Nothing to say. Telekinesis.
Any Curse fans? No. Could have made... I mean, he's likely too tanky, but I wouldn't have minded a try on the Curse. Bottom lane, they're looking for Mr. Irwing. Honestly, I think Team Bright are doing some good stuff. Good lane ward down bottom, which allowed them to stay. They're going to have a Shadow Blade on their Spirit Breaker, which is going to help you a lot to play against all these supports and Doom and Void Spirit, because they want to like show real quick, kill the wave, back off. You have an Arc Warden that can always help you with like pickups as well on the map.
Right.
And if Winter Wyvern gets through this early mid game, which I wouldn't say he's super happy, but he's getting through the game. Winter Wyvern later with Ags, you outrange a lot of these heroes. Like, they're going to have to try really hard to get on you.
It could be pretty disgusting. And that being said, I mean, this is a really good early game. Undyne's going to die. Charge hits on 3 heroes. Now you can curse.
Good curse.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. They get to kill on a planet. That feels to be the trade that happens every single time we've watched a fight so far is, okay, we'll give you Undyne if you give us planet.
Yeah, it was a very good
Shake hands
silence from
deal.
Planet. They would have maybe got off the tombstone from Undying on the Undying, who did die, as Shiro is trying to get his butterfly completed. He will have some pretty good timings, and LGD should look to play fast with that.
Charge.
As they're not done.
Neo. Another strike,
Tombstone.
and the damage. Now they go to the Stone Gaze. Neo needs to kind of run a little bit, but he does still have Doom and the Midas. They get the kill on the Imitator as well as Undying. Now they'll look over at Phoenix. Trying to lock him down, but the Rod of Atos, Mystic Snake.
Run, brother.
Shiro's going to chase, and this could be a problem for Phoenix.
Oh, this
Meanwhile,
guy
they're
is
taking the top
zooming.
tier 1, so Hiruti is farming, but you're still losing your Winter Wyvern.
No, they were doing so. I mean, this Stone Gaze actually did
A lot of work.
The Tempest double must have been on cooldown there for this fight. Maybe they needed that to like help poke throughout with the charge at the start, but I'm pretty sure he needed it top to like help him push. He's gonna scan out down bottom to make sure that they're not going through the twin gate. He was correct on that, so definitely a bit of a mistake from Team Bright, but yeah, just very nice Stone Gaze by Shiro. I think he was very, very quick on that one, and he's gonna have Butterfly at 18 minutes with a Manta style. So yeah, my bro is fat.
You don't have to say it like that.
It's just facts.
You know, he went to the gym earlier today.
He's working on
trying.
it.
He's working
Yeah.
on it.
I know. Oh, yeah. I was saying that Phoenix was doing okay, and I think he was, but now after this fight, his net worth he looking yeah, good. He has some chicken arms right now.
A little
6K net worth.
famished.
Yeah, definitely a little famished.
Arc Warding's doing well, though. He took that top tower, and he's got the boots to travel, the Maelstrom, the Midas.
Yeah,
Things are getting there.
he's chilling. He's gonna do well. He's gonna continue to. No, he's got the trio items on Arc Ward, right? Your Midas, your Maelstrom for the push, your travel, then later for your clone. Keep the map in check, because they're likely gonna have to just continue playing around that, right? Push in waves, look for pickups with your Spur Breaker, and kind of allow your Winter Wyvern to farm. I think Phoenix needs help. Is new, could be in some trouble.
He might be. He's getting charged. Spark Wraith, Tombstone. Now Planet comes over, but he might end up being a +1. He didn't use Doom in the last fight, so maybe he survives, get it off, but no. Astro Step, Mystic Flare, Undyne dies. The Astro Step hits on Irving. They've brought over Shiro. There's the Mystic Snake as well as the Stone Gaze. Charging where to, sir? away from this fight. Get me out of here.
I love Spur Breaker. I love watching people charge away with like no move speed. Like you're getting like Stone Gaze and you're getting ignited, and Planet is slowing you, and you're like, let me get out.
Because he's still putting in a lot of that effort. It's like when you have a bike on the lowest gear and you're pedaling, but you're not making any progress.
But you're doing it really hard. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That happened to me the other day. I had ridden a bike for the first time in like 10 years, and I was like, what is going on, man? I am not going anywhere.
Oh, and I thought people don't forget how to ride bikes. As Irving...
Well, I didn't forget
good
how. I
silence.
just didn't know how hard it would be. They're going to go after this Spirit Breaker, and they should be able to get that kill on Irving? No.
Yo, pick up
Actually,
the
who's gonna
police. They're
say?
coming for you, bro. Careful. I hope you heard your own siren in the background, or at least I did.
They're coming.
They're coming. This is a great pick. There was a good silence from Planet to help save Nothing to Say initially, but then they still continue to get the kill, because that was like a 900 gold kill for whoever ended up getting the last hit. So yeah, you know, Phoenix, he's working his way up, Mr. Heat. 1,000 gold to my Arc Warden. Love to see it.
That was a little chef's kiss right there.
Definitely.
Okay. Irving grabbing that Wisdom Rune and then charging on over. I think the sirens are now done. I think whoever was doing something wrong, you know.
They stopped. Or they got caught, so yeah.
Yeah.
As Irving had the pleasure of picking up a 20-minute 50 Wisdom Rune, which he should have just left for 15 seconds. Because that stuff, it ages well, my friend. Missed out on a 280 XP there. That's why they're going to lose this game.
Wait.
You are right. What? Wait, what?
So, wait. Do the Wisdom Runes age like that?
Yeah, they level up to the next one if you leave them.
All right. So you can be strategic.
I mean, yeah,
And just
that's
never
every
pick
time
them up.
Every time this gets talked about, some really smart analyst or cast will be like, and that's why you should pick Pudge and Hulk back the runes. Did you say that before, Biko? Be honest.
No, I would never say that. I'm not smart enough to think of something like that.
Yeah.
They're going for Roche. I
a
always
pretty
say
free
dumb
one.
things on this broadcast. Thank you very much. I don't know if you heard me talk about couriers the other day,
God.
but
What's
I
your
said
suggestion?
couriers should get +5 movement speed for every successful delivery of items. And then if they die, it should go back to base stats.
Wait, you would lose your whole progress?
Yeah, it's the risk you take.
I'm down for your idea if you don't lose the whole progress. But I'm just saying, people would
Maybe you lose some of it, like Bloodstone, old Bloodstone.
Okay. I mean, I'm kind of down for it. Like, why not have couriers zoom around the map?
Not gonna lie, it was me kind of really just shoehorning that in because I had forgot that couriers gain movement speed as the game kind of goes on.
Isn't it
And,
like while your hero levels up or how?
Yeah, it's something like that. And so I was like, oh, my idea is different. Definitely. And then I had to come up with something on the spot as Lacoste called me out. And I was like, oh my God, it's definitely something different than that.
Ooh, okay, Shiro went for a Dragon Lance now. It's going to go for the MKB as well.
Alright.
Good damage through the Cold Embrace, and of course helps you a lot against the Arc Warden Bubble later, which you're gonna face in this matchup, most certainly. Both of them picked up Dragon Lances to help them out a bit. Nothing to say, gonna deal with the clone. That was a
240
quick
gold.
kill.
Man, he's got double damage.
Yeah, he only has a casual 413 damage.
Yeah, that Manta
Checks
giving
out.
him a lot of damage. The Echo Saber giving him a lot of damage. Ooh-wee. It
look at
really is
me.
a lot.
Look at me, I'm a universal hero. I can buy what I want, and it makes me really strong.
I can buy items based on how cool they look.
Yeah, as I do like what LGD are doing. They definitely understand that currently they are somewhat untouchable, or at least their Medusa is very untouchable. So when it comes to Team Pride, what you want to do right now, I don't think you can realistically 5-on-5 LGD unless you smoke around. As they're trying nothing to say, but you need to definitely do that together. You can use like your clones to delay the pushes, but they're coming for you as new.
Yeah, there's the Doom. It's onto the Winter Wyvern. They should be able to get the kill here, at least onto the Winter
That's
Wyvern. It
one,
won't be
that's two.
denied this time. Undyne ends up falling.
Uh-oh. They are crumbling pretty hard. We lost top tier 1, then we lost mid tier 2, now we're losing top tier 2, and I think they can force high ground if they really want to. But like they can poke and like make sure everyone's in base and chill, but let's see what they end up going for, as they do have MKB now as well. Yeah, Shiro is, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster.
He's a beast at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, those gym days coming in handy. Tormentor? Sure, why not? Another objective? Why not? Quick objective? You know, but it's happening.
Ogre Shield as well. Okay, so you have we have Fire Shield, we have a Midas. Yeah, why you smile?
Hey, whoa.
My
This game
man.
goes late. He's about to be the carry.
He is securing that late game, bro. He's like,
Oh,
Shiro,
yeah.
bro, don't worry. I know you can fall off in this game, but I got your back. He's got the Philly Stone. He's got the Midas. Yeah, late game
Damn.
unlocked, baby.
He's
Like,
about
he's
to
coming for
multicast.
Phoenix. He's coming for Phoenix. Give it like 11 minutes, I think, if this game lasts that long.
No, he's going to get one Midas 4 times, and he'll be right there. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
he'll get the. We missed it. I don't know if he got a double Midas or not. I didn't check his net worth close enough. I'm just gonna say
Oh.
yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes.
What's it? It's got level 2 on there.
It was level 1.
Oh, so now he's got level 2. So next time.
Exactly.
Next time.
So after 1 comes 2. That is correct.
Oh. Right.
Right. So I just had to get my Lacoste comment in there. Eventually, at some point in the cast, I'll just be silent when you say something to make you say
No.
force you to say something else
If you
and
stay
continue.
silent, I'm going to have a panic attack over here. did
I
I
thought
go
you were
muted
used-
on TeamSpeak? Did I,
thought
lose
you're
connection?
used to that by now.
What, silence from Lacoste?
Yeah, it's just like you say something and he just goes radio silent.
Yeah,
for like
if
10
I say something
seconds.
stupid enough, that'll happen.
I love that.
It really,
As,
really depends.
10k lead now. They do have an Axe on the Spirit Breaker, so that does help you more with the map and having lower cooldown, but they've had a struggle to just get this correct engage, right? Like, Sure, they connect the charge on, nothing to say, but how do they bring him down from full to zero? Voicebert's a very tanky hero nowadays. Like, look at it, 2600 HP without even strength treads, and there's going to be a Linken's, and Irving doesn't have the most follow-up damage. Like, this Arc Warden and Winter, they need more farm to be able to hit from high range without just getting zapped to death. And they're not there yet.
I have this weird feeling that the next rune is going to be like Shield Rune or something like that.
Oh, I thought you were coming up with a new rune concept.
No, no.
Can you hit me with one? How
How
about Time Warp?
Damn. All right,
I don't know what it does, but it sounds like a cool rune.
Lets you throw a Chrono down on the ground. But it's only the size of
like this to simulate
the Arc Warden dome.
Sure. Give me your idea of a rune. I need to hear it now. I'm sure there's a good one.
There's double damage. What about double magic damage rune?
Oh, get the hell out of here, dude. I mean, I guess if you have DD, you can have magic DD, but that sounds even more broken than double damage. I don't know.
There needs to
Imagine
be
Zeus. Like, you just have Zeus, he presses ult, and you're just dead. Like, you're a support, and you just die.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power.
Man, that's just life.
Triple damage rune.
Shiro.
Imitator. And with that Mystic Flare and right clicks from Shiro.
Invisible Mystic Flare with some, cheeky right clicks. As he's going for... So he upgraded his Dragon Lance into a Pike. He's going to upgrade his Blink into a Swift Blink. Shiro is about to be full slotted by minute 30. He will be full slot. As Ogre. Oh, hold.
I'm holding.
I'm cringing. Midas off cooldown. Oh, no.
No, wait. Why?
Stop killing the creeps.
Don't cringe,
it's coming up. No.
No, the Watcher doesn't matter.
Screw the Watcher. It's triple.
Hey.
Oh, let's go, baby.
Feels
He didn't even
so
smile,
good.
bro. He smiled on the inside, I'm sure.
I mean, why would you
facial
smile?
expression, there was... Yeah, true, actually. Why you smile? Well played, B-Cobb.
Because I just 4 times multicast. Well, 3 times. All right, Courier just taking strays over there. He was hitting the Ancients. The Courier comes over, just gets hit by split shot. That sucks.
This game is not taking a good trajectory. Like, this net worth is just, like, increasing by, like, 1k a minute, seemingly.
Yeah, like, the graph doesn't look that good.
Yep, gem on nothing to say as well. Whenever you fall... I feel like gem's a very good item to buy in 2 extreme states of the game. Either A, you're very far behind and you need to get your way out on the map, or the other extreme, you're very far ahead. You just want to take out the wards that the enemies need in order to see you to dodge you, which is exactly what they're doing. And also you can see the SB charging, so nothing to say. With the Linken's, with the gem, he is gonna be very hard to be killed at this point. Manta style as well, yeah.
Remember when gem was like a 40-minute plus item?
Like when people would buy it after 40?
Yeah, they like didn't buy it. Like now the trend is like buy it at 16 minutes.
Yeah. It's just people getting a lot better, right, and understanding what you really need to do. And you can also check high grounds yourself now, as YU Smiles Midas is coming off soon. Hey. There's only 1 creep. I hope he just runs to the next wave and gets blasted by the Radiant heroes that are all waiting for him.
No. Find some creeps.
Wow, this is some good, what's it called, self-control from him right now.
No, he should be running up to the creep wave.
Yeah, you would just die right now.
Yeah,
You'd be dead. You would run into this clone right now. But I got the Midas off, guys.
Yeah, I triple casted.
There's 3 creeps. Let's do it. Get in there. No! Okay, triple.
Meanwhile, Void Spirit
okay.
just has a casual shield rune with 1200 extra health. That seems super balanced.
Nah, it's totally fine. Wait, does it... Is it upon cast? Or if he tread swaps now, does the shield rune lower its value? I think the number moved when he tread swapped on Void Spirit.
I see 1204.
Yeah, but if he goes to int or agi now, does it get less?
Sorry, he's not doing the tread swapping.
Nothing to say, bro. Come on.
Or I just keep clicking it.
I'm just waiting.
You're just watching the treads.
Thank you, Patrick. Just so I don't care about any other hero.
Just the tread swapping.
There's gotta be a Reddit thread. Yeah, whatever. He lost damage now. I mean, we'll still see it if he tread swaps, right? If the number changes.
Well, maybe. The number already changed.
Bro, he's got like 10. He's got like 5 seconds left. Nothing to say, bro. Tread swap, bro. He has too much mana regen, man. He doesn't care anymore. Whatever. Passive treads, man.
Switch it to Agi. Come on.
Passive treads. This guy's washed up, guys.
Are treads supposed to be activated? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh no. You'll never know.
Yeah, he'll get another shield rune. Don't worry.
Yeah, he'll
15 seconds
get
to
one.
rush.
Oh, look, we're going Roche again. I mean, this game kind of looks like Team Pro. I mean, I don't blame them. It's hard for them to fight, but it looks like it's LGD playing against. I mean, I can't call them bots, obviously, because that is rude. But it's like they're
you
not
may
able
have just said it though.
Yeah, but it's like they're
saying.
playing, like they're just doing whatever they want because it's too hard for Team Bright to do much on the map. And I don't really fault them, but they'll have to look for something soon. You know, like a way into the game. Because I understand the idea you want to try to like get through this timing, whereas Shiro is just somewhat like you can't really deal with him at all. But you still have some other problems, and your Winter Wyvern isn't scaling incredibly well right now. Like, he's having trouble. That's why you smile again with the Midas. Does he have Quickening Charm on Ogre? Oh, swap it in, bro, for the Midas. Ah, it's too late.
He may swap it in.
Do it in now. You're portaling, bro. Do it. Yeah. Do it now. Do it good.
Do it.
Let's go.
Min-max. Min-max.
It's a triple. Call it. Triple or double?
Triple. Yeah!
Oh, he has a pipe, bro. I said 36 minutes. It will not be soon enough. He needs 39 minutes, I think.
He needs to be min-maxing so he could have that off cooldown sooner.
Yeah. Okay, Irving. Yeah, I mean, I would be a little sad if I'm just SB in this game. He is 105, which you probably feel okay, but then again, stats don't really matter because in the last 15 minutes where this game mattered, you haven't been able to do anything. Like, you can charge people, but you're not killing anyone.
They killed his courier again.
See, how did it die, actually? Up top?
Yeah.
No,
and
Shiro killed it somewhere.
Yeah, they killed the Tempest double, too.
The tempo double? I love tempo double.
It's not making much of a tempo right now. They've just been like...
It's not.
There's been no kills recently, except for that Tempest double, and they are just casually down 21,000 now. They're not farming much of the map.
Yeah. So what do we wait for here? So we're waiting for Arc Warden. We're waiting for Winter Wyvern. We're hoping that these bros are getting some good gold. As nothing to say with the gem. Finds Irving for now.
All right, fine Irving, but goodbye.
Irving's like, nope. Okay.
That's the best part about being a spirit breaker. You can sometimes just leave.
Yeah, wish I could leave sometimes. Midas coming up. Triple or double? I called double this time.
Always triple. Oh, imitator.
Well,
he's dead.
More like dead.
Imitating death.
Got him. Let's go while you're smiling. I'm calling it double.
Find a triple stack. Let's go.
It's fine. Dude, swap in the Quickening Charm. I'm getting my, like...
Find anything, man. Come on.
He's getting it.
He's moving up to a creep wave that doesn't exist.
I hope they just see that they're smoked, because he's going to Midas this wave.
Triple.
Double.
Yeah! Always triple, baby!
Okay, they're looking for... They placed a base ward with Planet. I mean, they have some insane burst potential here. If nothing to say, finds one. Okay, the ward is getting cleaned out by Bright, so that's a good job. Okay. As LGD, they're just going to let Shiro hit for now. Okay, it's going to back. It's nothing to say. Like, for them, it's very clean and easy to play, right? As 2 Wisdom Runes, there's also Tormentors. If Shiro can hit for free, they will let him. And as soon as nothing to say has like a snappy jump with just Remnant, step into Remnant, they are just going to blow a guy up.
Yeah, I don't really think they survive on the side of Bright, except for staying in their own base.
Oh.
Skywrath
mage. He's fully equipped, baby. He's got the axe, he's got the shard, he's got the full novel book right now if you just... Oh, and a double wisdom rune.
Hey, ooh, see? That feels good.
There you can see it's the aged wisdom rune.
What's Midas watch on? 20 seconds. Double or triple?
If they kill the Tormentor and Ogre gets it and he gets a triple Midas, he's gonna be close to Phoenix's net worth. No, right. He already got it. I'm a dumbass. Sorry,
8
guys.
8 seconds. Double or triple?
He needs a 6 times Midas right now.
Oh, there's no creeps for him to get here.
He can Midas the Tormentor. Yeah.
That'd be pretty hype.
Honestly, if you have 5 Midases, you should be able to Midas the Tormentor, and then it gives you an Agnum Scepter, I feel like. That's a sick strat.
I've got another Ben idea.
Okay.
Midas level 2 allows you to smite Roche and or Tormentor at
What does that mean?
certain
You kill
health
it?
threshold.
You insta-kill it?
Yeah, at a certain threshold, and when you do that, you get something big bonuses. Big bonuses. Big
You
bonuses.
get something big bonus.
Big bonuses. Big bonus.
Oh,
There was only 2 there, dude.
it tripled on a double. That
Wait,
doesn't
what?
sound good, bro.
It tripled on a double.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, a triple.
I mean, he's done. He was holding his quickening charm for like, I'm gonna swap it
He's
in and
not
swap
even
it
gonna
out.
use it. Now he's got Spell Prism, though.
He's upgraded. He's like, screw this Philosopher's Stone. By the way, so he's queuing up a Halberd. I played against a Yule's Ogre the other day. He quad casted. He just Yuled 4 of our heroes. That was actually
awesome.
hilarious.
All right,
Okay,
are we waiting
Aegis
for
is
next
gone.
Roche?
I mean, Team Bright. I hope they're not wait. Ooh, Imitator, getting out of there. Blink, Force, Lift,
Lifting himself, charge, and then leave. That works. That works.
Yep. Well, we have lived through yet another Aegis on Team Bright, so guess we can do a little bit of an item check. Maybe.
Well, they're charging in
Planet.
again. Irving playing
Oh.
very interestingly, and Undying playing the same as he has before.
He was trying to go for the wraparound play, but Undying not the best hero at doing it, and they did have a high ground ward, so they can just instantly jump him out.
All right. Well,
Tombstone down.
200 gold, more for Shiro.
Yeah, he needs more gold.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a Skadi on Arc Warden. I am lacking damage. Like, I need some Bazinga, in here. I need some Daedalus on someone, or I need
Sheldon.
something hype. Yeah. Because right now...
Going in.
Yeah.
Or at least thinking about it for a second. They gave it 2 seconds. They wanted to jump for 1 moment.
Well, at least you have the bubbles. Like, eventually, Phoenix will be very annoying on Winter
All
Wyvern.
right, now jumping
not if
in.
he's doomed.
Going to the Doom,
good
now look for the
bubble.
Winter Wyvern. They drop down the Mystic Flare. They get the kill on the Phoenix, and they'll take out Undyne. Tempest double, that'll drop. That's another chunk of gold.
Well, that was a lot of gold picked up. Tempest double, Tombstone, 2 heroes.
Oh, the jump in, the Manta, the
Buyback.
charge attempt, but he was going 0 movement speed. That didn't exactly work out for him. As Aether Remnant lands onto the Spirit Breaker, they start to retreat a little bit. The charge comes in at a Shiro. Half mana to work with, no Aegis, because they spent all that time farming, but this bottom set of racks is looking like, hey, it's just going to die. Overwhelming blink forward. They find Irving again. They've got the right click damage coming in from the Medusa with, the Harpoon to pull in these heroes. They get the kill on Imitator. They'll take out Undyne again. It's a double kill for Shiro. The charge onto this Medusa, and they're just not doing the damage.
He's dropping on
I
mana.
say that. Shiro getting low, doesn't have mana, might
Let's
actually
go.
die here. He finally falls. They get the kill on Imitator. He bought back just a moment ago. And they find Neo too.
Get him. Get him.
He's going to be able to run
Here's
away.
Blink.
He's got that overwhelming blink. The Winter's Curse was used on a planet who's got that axe. He's got some help from Why You Smile.
He's cleaning the wave, though. And maybe the racks.
Planet, hey.
What a monster.
Yeah. Well,
As in the meantime, Irving.
still dead. Why You Smile. All right. Still
Got
dead.
off the Midas.
They're not
All
leaving.
good.
Midas always important.
Got the Midas off. Has a halberd now. Okay. Well, it was an expensive hold, but they did. So, yeah, they did. They got some good kills. They did kill Shiro. Got a couple others. Sadly, they didn't quite get the gem, but yeah, that's a lot of XP and gold going their way. No, I was saying I'm missing something on the Arc Warden. He's getting closer to
Some
25. The Bazinga, and it's coming. His 25 is coming, and he has 8,000 gold. Like, if 8k gold ain't gonna give you the zing, then I don't know what is.
Okay.
What does he buy? Peacock. I feel like he... Silver Edge. Yeah, that's okay, but is it the zing?
Divine.
Oh, Divine. I think we have another, 10 minutes before we need to go for Divine, but I'm down. Okay, so full Silver Edge completed.
Dang.
what is going to be next up. So he did sell the Midas for that, as some stuff is happening. Nothing to say is looking.
Bottom lane.
He's charged.
Nothing to say is going to get that kill on Imitator. He's dead for 50 seconds, and they'll doom the Winter Wyvern. That's a bit of an issue, but with the help of your team, issues get solved. Now you get that kill on a Neo.
Dooming a dragon, he still knows how to fly, my friend. He has an Aghanim Scepter. Joke's on you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna doom a dragon, you got to start playing dun, 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 and then you hope that you could get that kill.
Yeah. Oh man, that show. Yeah. Let's not talk about the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones.
But the first couple seasons, hell yeah! All right. Last 2 seasons, though. Whatever.
Dun, 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 dun. It's just stuck in my head. So if you're Arc Warden, where do you go? So first of all, they're all buying Lincoln Spheres on LGD. Okay, cool enough because lift, charge, curse.
Yeah, I asked Lacoste this question. Who is Lincoln?
I don't know any. You ask me lore wise, or like why is it called Lincoln Sphere?
Yeah, who is Lincoln?
I don't know any of this. It could be Icefrog's dad.
That'd be pretty hype, actually.
That would be pretty hype. Active transfer spell block. Passive spell block.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about who Lincoln is. It protected one of the most famous heroes in history. So does that mean we're getting
the most famous hero?
Is the next hero confirmed to be Lincoln?
Surely.
I can never tell a lie. Builds house out of wood.
I love Lincoln.
All right, Roche with Ag's Blessing. That's pretty hype.
Dun, 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 dun.
They'll send in the illusions. And they are up on this high ground. And they'll give away their position.
Lincoln was a level 40 quest giver located at Marshall's Refugee in the contested territory of something something.
Oh.
Link from the Legend of Zelda series. Never mind, team fight. See you later, Imitator.
That's going to be Rubik going down. And look at this. Shiro's just in the perfect position to lay out these right clicks. Cold Embrace to try and survive, but Phoenix isn't going to get anywhere. They've doomed up Hiduchi.
Shiro's out of mana.
And they get that kill on the Arc Warden. Now they'll look over at Irving. Irving, even with the BKB, is not going to survive. And Aether Remnant, another kill. Undyne falls. That's technically a team wipe here for LGD.
Shiro actually dropped pretty low on mana, but there was nothing for them to get back to in the fight. Like with these buybacks, it's just so hard because both your Arc Warden and Winter Wyvern, they need the same condition. They need to be allowed to sit back and click, and there's just too much that can be in the way of that. Like there's not enough people going in for you. Yeah, Shiro only dealt like a casual 9,400 damage. I usually do that in my pop games in like in every single fight.
First fight of the game?
Yeah, always. Up courier down. See you later, chicken.
Oh, look at the multicasting.
Watch him halberd everyone. Shiro's just taking a free rags. You know, he's chilling.
There's nobody stopping him.
You would stop him, I'm sure. He'll be some AA throwing an ice blast on him. I'm sure he would die.
Yeah, you know, I'd have Ags, Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah, you would deal a lot of damage to Medusa with your AA.
First item, Midas.
As Roche is respawning, nothing to say is a pretty rich man as well. Daedalus, Harpoon, can eat his eggs, replace his treads. He can do whatever he wants. They have done it actually. Winter Wyvern is lower net worth than everyone on LGD. Unlucky.
That's a bit rough.
You have been unlucked, my friend.
Are they gonna try and fight this? I guess they will. They'll try to get the kill on a New. Somebody's in the Tombstone.
Good curse. See you later.
They get the kill on a New, but they lose Undyne. The Tombstone's still there. Nothing to say. He's going to pop that Manta. Hiduchi over to the side. He's got that dome to work with. Stone Gaze is used, and Phoenix from far away trying to get some right-click damage out while the charge comes through and nothing to say, but he's able to astro step away. Almost had him, but now he comes up into the high ground. They've got the Resident Pulse. And, well, now they've got the Doom onto Irving. He's running away, trying to get out while the Medusa fights the Arc Warden. You got 2 fights happening at the same exact time as here comes the concussive shots. The disarm onto the Arc Warden. They get the kill into Irving. He's going to buy back. Should have charge in just a moment to come back into the fight as the blink forward from Shiro, who doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but they've got the Harpoon. They get the kill there on a Heated T. They'll take him out for 2 minutes and look over at Imitator.
52k gold lead. Yeah, they don't need more gold in this, I think, to end the game. Another free Aegis for Shiro. Another pretty free fight. There was a pretty good curse from Phoenix. Has nothing to say. He's looking for a bit more. He's just styling, or is he? Oh,
and I'm gonna say he's dead.
He's got the buyback. Let's see if he wants to throw it out. Yes,
they've got no Arc Warden. If they hold this, that would be pretty impressive. Aegis on Shiro, so no mana. He doesn't really have much to worry about if he's gonna have himself a second life, which he now will, thanks to the charge that came in from Irving. Mystic Flare, BKB, and these double spells are doubly annoying coming in from this Skywrath Mage, but they've got themselves and have secured the Mega Creeps. Now they'll go for the tier 4s.
Yeah, who's gonna stop them? Shiro's just gonna stand his ground and A-click. They need to continuously hit him because they don't have much more time. They get a quad Midas.
Yeah, he did with that Midas.
Okay,
Ooh,
nothing
the money,
to say.
money, money.
Neo with the Doom.
Neo dooming, muting this Winter Wyvern. Somebody saying that I should be muted in chat. That's kind of crazy too. But they look over and they have this throne dead to rights. It looks like it's all LGD and will be, as they finish with a 49,000 net worth lead, 48 minutes into the game, and LGD take game 1.
Honestly, I liked so much what Bright did for like the first, I don't know, like maybe 15, 16, 17 minutes. But then eventually I feel like they didn't do much after. Like, I think if they tried a little more to like look around on the map, and sure, maybe the last picture has been different from this Winter Wyvern because it is just very similar to the Arc Warden, but overall, I think LGD's draft just kind of came together at a certain time and they really knew just where to go. Push in this lane. Let's go mid. After mid, we go top, close the map, get next Roche. And then bam, 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 snap, snap. They just got it going.
Got a little drum set over there. Bam, 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 snap, snap, snap. Clap, clap, clap. Just take him out. And we are going to take a look at the highlights here from this first game as, you know, early on, it did feel like a close game. But what kind of happens with these tier 1.5, tier 2 teams is they have a good laning phase. They kind of know how to work the early game really well. Yeah. But it kind of falls apart late mid game, late game. So you kind of saw that here when they were going up against LGD.
Yeah, I think this tower defense just now we saw in the highlight, like the 16-minute one, that was a crucial timing, I think, in the game where Bright messed up. It was a very nice job by LGD to go down there and like kind of potentially force a mistake out of your opponent, but they did not need to take this fight without the Tempest double down there. The game went from like even to like a 3 to 4k gold lead to LGD, and I think it all kind of, it just snowballed from there. Like eventually it got too hard for Irving to really have a partner to actually kill. Bright needed to slow down the pace of the game, keep it slow, look on the map, allow both Winter and Arc Warden to farm for like a few more minutes until a certain fight, but I don't think they were always in catch-up mode and they never got to the point that they wanted to.
Yeah, and when you're in catch-up mode, it means you're never going to make it to mustard mode. And well, you see this fight right over here. Shiro, he's got perfect positioning, just throwing these right clicks. There's nothing the Winter Wyvern can do. And they pretty much dominate this fight. A lot of buybacks used from Team Bright, really for nothing in that exact moment. But oh yeah, at some point they're going to come for your base, and you need to be ready for that as well, right?
Absolutely, and I don't think they've really had the correct answers for it. I mean, maybe if you play against another team, you know, it's gonna look easier and look better. But LGD, when you give them this position, I feel like they're a very good and comfortable team at knowing how to close out the game, where to move on the map, what items you need to buy, and how you need to position and fight. So, yeah, I do respect the Arc Warden, and I think it could have worked, but you needed something a little different on the rest.
Yeah. Why you smile, by the way? 0, 5, and 17. Didn't get a kill, but he did have a heckin' good amount of multicasts with that Midas. So he had a lot of net worth. It was pretty crazy. Almost 19,000 net worth. That's a lot of gold. It's more than Phoenix had, and that's a Winter Wyvern. So, you know, Shiro 9, 1, and 8, almost 50k net worth. It was pretty much just a farming PvE game at a certain point for LGD when the net worth was going higher and higher, 1K per like every 30 seconds. So I would probably say my MVP. Personally, I want to give it to Why You Smile, but I know we have to be serious and give it to Shiro.
Yeah.
And I think he's definitely the MVP. Did what he needed to do. Nothing really straying from the game plan. But yeah, there he is.
It's kind of lame to give it to Medusa's, I think, overall. But this is, I think it looked a lot more clean and more impressive what he did. So his GPM is above 1K. I don't think we have to care about it too much, but it is a pretty damn good stat. But most importantly, I would say the itemization, how he positions himself to be in front. And a lot of times when you do see people rally around one hero, it is most often that specific player who's telling his team what to do and like how to rally around the map. Like right now, okay, we don't need to 5-man. Like I can walk down this lane with a +1. You guys can smoke somewhere else, or I want to go mid tower. You push in top, so that after that we can already go there. So I feel like it was just very clean. So even though this hero is pretty stupid and pretty dumb, he played it very, very well.
Yeah, very well done there by LGD. They're going to take game 1 over Team Bright, and when we come back, we'll have game 2 between these two teams, and we'll see if it's a sweep for LGD or if Team Bright show us something a little bit different. So we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
And welcome back to the Chinese DPC. Game 2 coming your way soon with Team Bright and LGD. And I've got my better caster, my better half here. He is...
You'd save yourself.
I'm looking at you, Lacoste. That's right.
Excuse me?
No,
you're dead to
wait. No,
Okay.
you gotta let me finish the sentence. I'm looking at you because I'm sitting next to him. The better half.
Exactly, Lacoste. Suck it.
You gotta let me finish the sentence. Come on, people.
I thought you were
please.
gonna own me, but then again, I should have known. You're a kind soul. You were gonna,
I can't.
you're gonna be nice. Yeah, my bad.
I can't ever do that. I feel like it's always so much pressure. Like when we were in the green room together so many times, it's like I felt like there were so many times you guys were expecting me to like burn you guys, and I'm just like, no, you guys are awesome. I love you guys. And then
I love you.
And you're
Yeah.
all so disappointed that I can't come up with like some burn on the spot. What I can come up with on the spot is a draft below me. Oh, just in the lower third, maybe coming up. All right. It'll be there in just a moment as we are going to get into this second game between LGD and Team Bright. Truthfully, you're not missing anything. It's literally a replay right now. It's
Remind me not to
insane.
ask you for magic tricks. You were like, you had me hyped up for, draft screen coming up, and then just a whole lot of nothing burger came out.
I just ordered from Nothing Burger.
Oh, I can love that. As you're right, it is a replay. You have Doom into the Rubik
No
Undying.
recording this time.
Yeah, I said it in the last game, but I don't think... Like, Rubik Undying is like this... Like, it gives you something, and you feel like, okay, you answer specific aspects of a certain hero, but the more you play with good players and against other good players, you realize that Dota has a lot more than just one aspect to it, It's not just about the lanes, it's not just about fighting, it's about how you can move on the map, what items you buy, so... While Rubik Undying isn't like a horrible opening, it is not amazing, but I do think that a Pangolier covers the weaknesses a lot better than, the the Winter Wyvern mid we had last game.
Yeah, they banned the Pango in the last game, but
Yeah.
I guess they didn't want to give the Arc Warden this time, and I understand why.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little interested. They could have done like an offlane Undying and gone to a Coddle, but instead they banned it. Oh no, this is going to make our jobs very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Now there's a Phoenix in the game with a guy named
Versus
Phoenix. Oh gosh. Ember Spirit this time around, so I would assume if it's Pango mid, you don't really need to ban Void Spirit at this point in the game.
Yeah, you don't really have to. It is a very obvious Ember Spirit pick. I mean, they banned Storm. It's like kind of the same, but Ember lanes well against Pango. You're never really in threat of dying. You're super annoying for Undying and Rubik because you can get on the back of them and, well, kill them, kind of toy with them. They do go for Morphling, so I think the carry picks from Team Bright so far, from what I've seen, are very good. I like this Morphling pick. You're good against Doom. You can stand your ground. You're gonna buy Lincolns early. You can buy Ags against Medusa to lower her damage. You can easily kite her. I also really like Morph against Phoenix. Any carry that can choose to commit or not commit to the egg, like when you have the option to just decide freely what you want to do by, well, I can waveform away or I can waveform in and kill it in 2 seconds. I think that's great, but overall, LGD's draft, once again, is looking a little more solid to me, at least for now.
Yeah, I like LGD's draft. I get a little bit worried about, truthfully, morphlings in Chinese Dota. One of those things that scares me the most, and you would know that Fly is the one who scares me because I feel like every time I watch him on Morphling, he dies to something like Rocket Flare. Does he say? Well, he gets that from me. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like he gets that from me a little bit because we've talked about it for so long.
That's true, but you guys just have some, not hatred, but there's definitely specifics that are very likely to come up where it's like Snare. Who was the last mid player for Aster?
XWY.
Yeah, XWY. I guess you were on that train too. You weren't the biggest fan or
no,
whatever.
I like XWY. I actually, I feel upset for him.
Okay,
I like XWY.
Okay, so Skyref 4 is one of the traditional counters to Morphling, right? The early silence is very annoying, and the burst damage, you lane pretty well against it. You also lane well against Undying, as you're very fast. You can stay on high range, and you're the +1 in the game to help kill with Ember, so that's good. It does mean you're gonna have a 5 Phoenix, which isn't necessarily the strongest, but well, solid overall. And now if you're Bright, it's offlane pick time.
I will say, Snare was very high on
Copium?
Zhang Yu. Yes.
Oh, yeah, right.
Centaur War Runner for Irving. This is like kind of an Irving go-to, but not recently.
Okay. So it is a very good Stampede game. It's great against Medusa. It's great against Doom. And it's great against Phoenix. But if I look at how teamfights go, I think Team Bright have a very playable draft. I don't think they're like outpicked into oblivion where they will not have a game to be played at all. But eventually, I feel like we could get to a similar trajectory where Shiro gets very fat and sure, you have the Stampede to kite and you have the roll, but eventually you need to deal with the Medusa in some way, and I don't know if they can.
Yeah, it definitely feels like another one of those games where it's kind of tough to work around Medusa, right? Like that first game, they were just letting it farm. It just was farming.
Why are you smiling, B-Cup? What do you have on your mind? I saw you smirking.
And then the camera cut back to me as I was yawning. I was just embarrassed. So I just went to a straight smile.
Don't yawn.
But you can't ask me why I smile. That's not your job. That's the Phoenix's job in this game.
That's true. You mean from Team Bright, Phoenix, or Phoenix from LGD?
My brain.
It's gonna be good. Okay. Well,
yeah, gosh.
I need Irving to have a good early laning stage, which you should be fine. You're playing Centaur against 2 range heroes. You can rush your little Vanguard with your Ring of Health. But the problem is, again, I don't have these supports that can go and help my mid laner. Like your mid laner, Phoenix, on Pango, is going up against Nothing to Say on Ember. You need help, man. When you're going up against Sumail, Nothing to Say, Quinn, like you want to help your mid bro, but then you have a Rubik, and then Quinn, Sumail, Nothing to Say in this game, they have a Skyref mage who's gonna go mid, he's gonna blast your ass with his spells, he's gonna help his brother out, and yeah, I hope they're not gonna get murdered early on.
Yeah, we saw that in the first game, didn't we? Like the 6-minute mark, they came over to try and help, but they also had Irving come and give some +1 to it. Maybe they get Centaur, but I doubt it. Overall, I feel like the support duo is just better coming over for LGD over mid, like you were saying.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any offset potential? Like, because that's just something I like to look at, especially if you also if your offlaner is going to have a good lane, which I feel like Irving should have it. Of course, frees up your support to do stuff, but I mean, Rubik 4 isn't like your most explosive hero in the early game. Maybe you can go into the safe lane with a lift or something with the morph, but yeah, I don't know. I just hope that Irving and Phoenix can have good early games because they will need that. As they're blocking Ancients minute 0. Yeah, I guess I don't want them to have early stacks, but okay, sure. We'll see how that will come into fruition later. Is that even the right word? Fruition?
if their plan will come to fruition. Of
Can you, say,
blocking those
can you say
stats.
the word again? Fruition?
Fruition?
Fruition.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you're right. Thank
don't
you,
know.
sir.
Maybe.
Appreciate the English lesson. Since I'm a
I'm here for
stupid
hourly.
non-English speaker.
Okay, I got you. Always.
Okay.
I will say the Sentry minute 0 block is interesting, but LGD were making a lot of stacks in that first game, and
Yeah.
and it's with the same Medusa, right?
Absolutely.
So
There's,
nothing to
2
say.
for
Picks that
2.
up, despite the shield crash right on top of him.
Ooh, easy D ward from YU Smile. Very puggies.
Easy 100 gold. Earlier today, I saw Liquid get all 4 bounty runes, first blood, and a D ward. They were up 1,000 gold immediately.
Sometimes you just want to play hard mode as a team. You know, it's like when you try to speed run some game without taking any damage or without dying once. I feel like that's kind of what you're in for when you give 4 bounty runes, first blood, and what, a ward you said?
Yeah.
That's pretty hype. Ashiro is out of mana. That's a big deal in the lane because I mean, first of all, he can die at any point now if they were to connect their stuns, which isn't an easy task. But you need mana to snake. Like, you basically just snake off cooldown to get CS and get mana back from the heroes, but now you don't even have that. So that's a little bit annoying for the start of his lane down bottom.
Man, no surprise that we see Wand early on Medusas these days.
Yeah.
It's just like if there's going to be spells thrown your way, you want to be able to get your mana back. Make sure you can get that Mystic Snake out, because that seems like it's always like the first item, right? That and that after the bounty runes are picked up with like a Quelling Blade.
Yeah, it's like some magic wand.
Phoenix?
God damn, Phoenix, my friend, you are on some low HP. This is
Yeah, and still moving forward. That was wild.
That is very troublesome early on. So the way, yeah, he has to pull this wave into the tower and hope that he gets enough CS for his bottle, because nothing to say is getting his. If he misses one more CS, I think Phoenix is actually in big trouble. Big trouble. Okay, he's still 100 gold away without mana. So nothing to say. I think he can really press forward in like the next 30 seconds, because just of how low Phoenix is, you don't want to buy regen at the stage. You need to rush your bottle, but he's still like 2 CS away.
Yeah, now the bottle's there for nothing to say, so he's got himself the opportunity to just use that Flame Guard and potentially just go after Phoenix, who now has 0 mana. So the Flame Guard gets used, the Water Rune's picked up. Now Phoenix has some mana and health to work with, so
Yeah.
should make it to that point of getting to the bottle.
He's gonna be able to get it out now. There's nothing to say. He will have to, or he will get to refill his bottle on the top rune. So that's a good thing for him. It's new up top. Definitely getting pressured a bit. I mean, once again, Morphan dying, a very potent lane up here. So no surprise that they're doing well up there.
And he's got, what, 15 charges on that wand, so should be okay. No real pressure.
It's always very good. Like when you start with this wand, it feels very good, but especially the fact that you can build up these charges to eventually have them ready for like a fight, an engagement, or just to make sure you don't die. He should feel very comfortable up here, like against these 2 heroes.
Shiro, by the way, back to full mana. So
Yeah. Just
he's happy.
Medusa things. Maybe one man go into a few snakes and you're chilling as a... Yeah, I'm just constantly keeping a look at Phoenix's HP levels, because the way mid matchups go is you don't like lose in one play. You lose over a lot of like small instances of getting out-traded, having to spend money on regen, because like right now he's down 10 CS and nothing to say is 6 denies. And when you play against Ember, it doesn't get better. It only gets worse. Shiro down bottom, gets comboed, blood grenaded.
Yeah, he's getting comboed. He does still have 8 wand charges
Lotus.
and a healing Lotus, so he should be okay. And even to the point where they're going to turn around and go for Imitator and get first blood. They could get Irving too if they body block him enough. Another
Blood grenades.
blood grenade and more right clicks, and Irving's just going to die here to Shiro. So now the lane is certainly going to pop off.
I have done this mistake. When you lane against Medusa, you really need to contest these Lotuses, as there is a bottle refill mid, I think very much needed. As Phoenix is, he's taking a beating bit. He's just getting outclassed. There's no need, I think, to sugarcoat it. Beautiful dodge by nothing to say as well on the shield crash there with the slide of fist. But to go back to the bottom engagement, never mind, as Undyne up top.
Yeah, he's getting chased. Early level in the Inferno Blade, popping that wand now. Tombstone drop,
Tombstone,
blood grenade used. And
Looks
just
like
can
that'll be
Plant
it.
stand there and grab that Tombstone? Not really.
Yeah. As so to go back, what good players will do is that they will put themselves in a position where you feel like you can / you should go on them. As imitator, why you smile? More. One thing I love is the amount of blood grenades. Every time there's a fight in a side lane, you just see this red glob like flying out.
A lot of pins getting pulled, and they're just throwing blood grenades everywhere.
Ooh, yeah. Mid matchup is
Brutal.
not great. This is like all of these small things. Like, you know, when he's dodging the shield crash with sleight of fist, and just now he moves aside because he knows that the only way Phoenix gets last hits in some of these ways is by swashbuckling from range. So he just accepts, okay, you'll get the CS, but 0 swashbuckle hits will go on me. It's like these small things over time, that is what will make you win lanes.
And it's like, now he's what, forced all the way back to God, he's forced all the way back to base.
Yeah, he's back, and like soon we're gonna have level 6 nothing to say. Active rune is coming up. He's very likely gonna call for yo planet. You can come mid. I'm gonna keep harassing this Pango. Doom should probably be fine up top, right? Like an Undying 5. He's annoying, but he doesn't really threaten kills on you too much. So you definitely feel the freedom to come there's planet. Gonna go to the triangle, maybe look for a stack, and then help on the rune. But Team Bright bringing both supports as well. Shield rune.
Yeah, that's a good first one to
Ember.
get. Basically, double shield here for him. So what do you do at that point? Undone trying to pick up a bounty rune. You know you got to get back and grab yourself that wisdom rune in 50 seconds or so. I wonder if Why You Smile is going to try and sneak around and get the other one. We've talked about how
honestly,
important
he
it
might
is if you
try.
steal both.
Like, I think he has 2 plays. You go mid to try and like overwhelm, but they don't have a siege anymore in mid. So I don't know how much I like this mid play. Like I don't think you need to go here simply because nothing to say is gonna do a good job anyway. So you can try to sneak around. But Team Bright, they have a ward right now. They see Why You Smile move over as they're looking on new. But bros, he has the forbidden item of Vanguard, where he is not dying. He can only die
Undying's
if
on Team
Pango
Bright.
comes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shut up. And Phoenix is on Dire and on Radiant. Very porous.
Yeah, wisdom runes get picked up by both teams. That puts Phoenix at level 6. Well, that puts Pangolier at level 6. And Phoenix at level 4.
Well played. As I mean, I'm glad that they allow him to take the rune because he needs it.
I thought you were gonna say I'm glad they allow him to say his name is Phoenix in game.
Oh, he missed the flag bear creep. Very cringe there by Shiro. B-Cup definitely would not have missed that one.
No, I don't. I'm a
Maybe
support. I'm
should
gonna go for that.
Up top.
They're gonna go Doom.
Silence
Fuse.
into Doom.
Yeah, he just
Deny?
he is. Oh
Undying, baby. My man.
man, getting that deny.
Deny the tombstone.
And then, oh
another
my
one.
gosh, get the deny the tombstone. You get nothing.
Oh, these guys are
You
good.
lose. Oh my god, giving him the Willy Wonka treatment. Jesus.
Well, it was a nice play by LGD, right? The silence into the Doom just to make sure that Morph isn't going to be able to shift up. But hey, he still ends up dying. Even if the denies are great, it still means he has been out of the game for a bit. As now, okay, so it looks like they're going to go for a little lane switch up on Team Bright. And I think this is kind of smart. Like Ember Spirit in this early game, he's like the king of mid lane. Like if Ember has a good early game, he will harass anyone out of the lane. If you put Centaur there, he's probably going to sustain it with the Vanguard. Now you get to put your Pango bot because Caesar's going to farm, but nothing to say. He's got a bigger fish to kill. He's back up top.
Might even fry him too.
He might. This is
Nothing to
so
say.
annoying.
Remnant and turns into the Doom. So he's
Easy money.
going to try and do something like that, or with that. And there's the Illusion Rune as Phoenix is also up here. So is the Rubik. And nothing to say. Kind of juking around as now he's going to take the Twin Gate back. Okay.
I think Phoenix has to go back bottom. And what I mean by Phoenix is Pango.
Dire's bottom tower is
Because,
under attack.
so you do this TP top to stop Nothing to Say's play, which I think is good. But it's not like LGD are sad about this. Like, you were just making this rotation bottom with Pango to recover, right? Because it's the lane against Medusa. All Medusa wants to do is push the lane, go to the jungle. So whoever goes bottom will free farm. Because Medusa, Shiro doesn't care about hitting the hero that's bottom. Has nothing
Undone?
to say. He cares. Just getting another free kill. He
They're
was
up 3,000
patiently
net worth.
waiting. It's just, they're all just chilling. As Phoenix versus Phoenix in the mid lane.
What? Wait,
The matchup
what?
we've all been waiting for.
You're allowed to just pick the same hero on both teams these days?
Yeah, it's a different mode.
Is under attack.
Shield crash on the why he smiles was the swashbuckle, so.
Active rune is coming up. Can I get a rune check? What do you think will come? It's not shield
Well,
rune.
yeah, shield rune was already done, and
Ah,
it's a
was too late.
DD. Okay.
I said at the same time it spawned, I think, so that doesn't count.
It counts. You got it.
Oh,
Shield
nothing to say.
crash.
DD rune mid lane.
Oh, trying to go,
roll.
but there's
But-
the silence just too late. Gets the rolling
Just
thunder off.
a
And he'll
little
say
off the
goodbye.
mark.
Stampede top lane. They're going for new. Everybody's here but Phoenix, and they'll get the kill onto the Doom.
Okay. Good kill, because that is a lot of gold.
Feels like it's the same issue as the last game, where
yeah,
Shiro's
we're
just
watching-
farming.
Yeah, we're watching a very similar game.
No work
He's
word in this
chilling.
time.
Yeah, and no mid tower soon to be had either, as nothing to say is smacking away at it with Orb of Corrosion and a DD rune, while his Medusa is free farming. So, oh, where'd he go? Oh, he's back. Not the best position to be in currently.
Definitely not. There's better
Oh.
positions to be in.
We've got a lot of stacks. At least this time
Ooh.
around, Shiro doesn't have an ogre. Surely the Bloodlust was the difference maker in the last game, right?
Well, considering Bloodlust was level 1
Nah, man.
for
It
a
was the
long
Bloodlust.
time,
It was
I
the-
want to say,
Then it was the Midas then.
yeah, maybe I could agree with you on that one.
I think Phoenix was the problem this game. What?
Undyne, just popping out of the twin gate while Shiro was going in the other way.
Oh, some TP cancel. Whoa,
And now here
hello.
comes the rest of
Oh,
LGD.
nice
They're
chains.
popping through the gates.
With a nice
Supernova.
egg.
But if it's rock, paper, scissors of Supernova, Tombstone, and Team, Supernova trumps Tombstone.
Yep.
And, well, 2 kills there for LGD.
And you also have the good old Stone Gaze egg combination. That stuff is toxic. It is there's so many times where you wanna kill the egg, but then Stone Gaze comes out and you can't. Luckily for them, they have Stampede, and they will have to play around that. The only thing that will lock them in place against that will be the chains from Nothing to Say. Like LGD will have to play around that, and Team Bright, they kind of need to try and abuse that. Like maybe try to poke out the egg and Stone Gaze, use Stampede to go back, then go back in with a roll as new.
Chased
Quite
again.
aggressive, but should be okay.
I'm not gonna lie, there's toxic Tinker Pickers, and then there's toxic duos that pick Phoenix as well as the Medusa combo.
Absolutely. And on top, they pick Doom to make more money.
Damn.
Dirty, filthy people that want to win. I hate them.
Try hard.
Yeah. Imagine being a tryhard.
Imagine being in the sweaty lobby.
Okay, so what do we got? We've got a man. Oh, yeah. I mean,
alright.
this item is broken. Let's just call it. So you get 4 of all stats. You get like 2.5 mana regen if you allow yourself to be hit. Everyone loves mana. Everyone loves stats. But why does it give you magic resistance? Like, what is this? Why am I getting half a cloak on a neutral item? Makes no sense.
What about Spark of Courage? Why did nobody take that? Isn't that really broken?
It's pretty good, but okay. So who would want that this game? I think
Medusa?
Medusa is one of the best carriers for this item. He must have not had it. He took Arcane Ring, which I don't think you really need on Medusa. But I can assure you that he did not have it in his item slot. Like he didn't have it. He got unlucky on the RNG. You know,
Valve, I hope you're listening, but we should make it so we could see what the choices were.
Absolutely.
Should be a little like UI. It's just like you hover over Arcane Ring, and just right to the right of it, it just shows the other 4.
Because then we can also flame them
Stampede?
after the game. Up
Planet?
chains.
Getting the kill there. Searing Chains and a runaway there from Nothing to Say with a Remnant.
Up Phoenix with the swashbuckle.
Interesting. I didn't know he had that spell.
I think you just need to embrace it now. Oh, Skyrev. Wait. Did I miss Skyrev dying while I talked about the Arcane Ring on Medusa?
Instantly. He died instantly when that Stampede came in.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes you just cringe a little bit like me. It happens.
Shiro's going Diffusal.
Yeah, I have definitely seen this. It was more popular at the start of the patch. I think it's similar to the idea of, okay, when you play Medusa, people like to ignore you, right? So you want to try to implement this thing of, you can't ignore me, because if you do, I'm going to fuck you up. So I think Diffusal is one way, because taking people's mana away makes them... it can make them useless. Good against Morph, Undyne, pretty Dyne.
Icarus
maybe?
dive and some Fire Spirits, another Slight, nothing to say, gets the kill, Sunray. But here comes all of Team Bright. They all react. This is exactly what they did in game 1.
And it's not good.
Always, yeah, they're down 8k in 15 minutes. Like, they were at least closer in game 1.
Yep, because if you're looking at LGD, like... good teams will do this very well, where they just walk in groups, right? You have Ember, Sky. You just have Ember playing with the subs, because this is enough to kill heroes. If this turns into a bigger fight, the others can come, as there's
Mystic
a
Fire?
silence.
And a silence. Nothing to
LGD
say,
are
looking for a
reinforcing.
moment to come in, and they've also got Shiro, so Sleight of Fist will get the kill there on Imitator. They'll look over at the rest while the Sunray burns them. Searing Chains, Icarus dives, Supernova in an okay spot. Doom is used on Hiduchi to get the kill there with Why You Smile, and a TP out from this Centaur, while the only thing they lose is Planet on the side of LGD.
This is just it's a very clinical outplay in terms of how they're playing the map. They go with like 2 or 3 heroes. You see nothing to say. He's just he's toying with them, you know? Centaur is about to stomp. He goes Sleight of Fist, so he has to cancel his stun animation. The next stomp animation comes out, he remnants over. The time that they then force you too deep in, that's when the Medusa and Doom, they're like, okay, we can stop hitting creeps. There's more gold to be obtained if we go and kill some heroes. And then we go back to farming. Now Shiro has his Diffusal, which honestly, it is very annoying for Centaur, Undying, and Morphling as well. Like now it makes it hard to ignore this hero. Yeah, I kind of like it. I can vibe with the Diffusal.
Are you vibing with it? Are you warping with it?
I'm kind of warping with it right now, actually. Like my hands are in the air.
A little of this. So, Butterfly being built next for Shiro. And Mystic Flare dropped down on Imitator. Icarus dive with some Fire Spirits once again, and he's burning low. Sleight of Fist from Nothing to Say. They'll get another kill. And that's a mega kill streak for this Ember.
Yeah, nothing to say. Probably thinking he's good right now, just like Quinn, you know, when they play their Embers and Void Spurs and they just feast off of
Are you
little
trying to
poor
make a hot
supports.
take and say he's not good?
I'm definitely saying he's very good, but he's thinking he's very good. Oh,
Silence,
move
Toe Stomp, Double Edge, and Planet in some trouble. Hit with that Diffusal active, which is that inhibit ability. Remnant, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Rolling Thunder with the Stampede. They're coming in quick. They don't have a lot of mana. Nothing to say is
Coming
they
in
are
hot.
stunning them up,
Here comes
but not
Phoenix.
killing them off. So Phoenix
Phoenix
rolling,
rolling.
Phoenix flying, and Why You Smile off to the side. Trying to make something maybe happen if the turnaround's there. He's got Supernova, but he won't get a chance to get it off.
Easy kills for Team Bright, baby. They're back. Soon Pipe is coming out on Irving, and then a mech is coming out on the Undying. Heat on the Morphling. He's about to have a Daedalus and a Divine Rapier, actually. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was hyping a bit too much. He has Manta style. And
I start
Shiro's gonna have a
analyzing here?
butterfly. Scan.
Oh,
Very hype. Uh-oh.
EDT. Oh gosh, there's the inhibit. No way to stop the TP though.
Well, didn't kill him, but a good thing. I would say the more you play, or once you hear this phrase of, if there's heroes you can't kill, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try. Like the intention of going at the Morphling here is not necessarily to kill him, but you need to force him to like GTFO out of this lane, right? Like when you have an Ember, you can't just allow them to push in the side lanes. At one point, you just need to run at them and force them away, so that right now, same with Morphling, he has to TP to base and now run back bottom. It really slows down their farming pattern, and Shiro, he knows that they can't touch me, I can do this. Pushes out bottom with Manta, now he goes top. Tier 2 is coming up, and overall map play just continues to be very methodical from LGD in this game.
Yeah, Shiro feels like at this point in the game, he can kind of do whatever he wants. Nothing to say, sleight of fists, finding Undyne, drops the tombstone. He's going to run it away towards Irving, but they'll just look at each other and walk their separate ways. Top tier 2 is dead to rights.
Butterfly, Grove Bow, then we're gonna have a Dragon Lance coming out from Shiro. We're gonna run down some lanes. We're gonna kill Roche. What? Irving?
Yeah, they caught him.
No! Remnant?
Wow.
No, he's actually...
The stolen slight from Imitator doesn't catch.
He actually lived. Oh, well, they thought they had him. Didn't use the roll, or maybe screwed up with one of their stuns, but they did not get the kill. That would have been a huge kill. That was a very nice jump by Irving there to get him out of the sleight of fist. As Phoenix on Pango has a Mage Slayer, I am not a big fan of that item.
Mage Slayer.
Not in this spot.
Interesting.
Like, I get it. You're against like Ember and Sky, but I don't think defensive items on Pango will make you win the game here. I think you need to rush an Ags or go Blink. Like, you need, again, you need oomph. The same thing you're missing in game 1. Yeah, like the speed, you know, Lightning McQueen. You need something strong.
Well, you're never going to win the Piston Cup with that build.
I can love the Piston Cup.
Tormentor, though. This is something they didn't do in the first game.
You said Gormentor.
What? No, I didn't. I definitely said Tormentor.
No way, dude.
Somebody clip it.
Clip
They're
it and
getting
ship
roached,
it.
though.
Butterfly completed, so shard on Imitator, so we can now lift people away. I mean, they need to play on this type of kiting that I talked about earlier. The problem is, when you play against Medusa and the hero is this fat in the game, eventually you don't need to, like, LGD don't have to really teamfight you. They can just go somewhere with Shiro and be like, deal with this now. And if you don't, your racks are gone. So we're in a bit of a trouble. Oh, the aged wisdom runes, baby, once more.
Hey, those are 15-year wisdom runes.
Oh, baby.
It tastes so much smoother.
I must say that there's a lot of heroes that, I mean, I would say nearly every hero benefits from being able to choose their neutral item, but especially like a few supports that rely on Philosopher's Stone. Like, I would say it's really good on Skyrev Mage. I've played it a few times. It feels great. Just
Right.
allows you to get to like your next item. He has a Solar Crest now. He gets to build on his next thing. Like, I think it's a great change. Like, being able to choose your item. And I'm personally a big fan.
Yeah, I like it. Makes it so you don't get something dumb.
Yeah, which if you're B-Cop, it's a high chance that you will still do it anyway. Or
Yeah. Fair enough.
oh, wait, who scanned them? Okay, it was... Wow, LGD actually scanned them going through the Twin Gate, so they know they're coming from behind. And they have a ward behind themselves too.
Oh my
Let's see
God.
who will break the smoke, because this could be very cool. They're also pinging it already, so they are aware.
It's going to be Neo. Blink, Hosan,
Oh,
no.
nice job. Good chance.
Sleight of fist, searing chains, now going in onto the Undying. The Rolling Thunder for the BKB. They've got the Supernova. That means they are not killing this Phoenix. They'll get the Tombstone. But they don't get
Time to go
continue
mid,
push.
bros. Yeah, they
Yeah.
need the mid wave since bottom died, I think, as New is looking for a setup.
Ooh, they might. Oh.
There's a ward.
Oh.
Get the
No.
fuck out, Dad. Get
Yeah,
out of here, bro.
Get out of here.
Get out of here, bro.
Otherwise, you might die.
Okay, as Planet, he's chilling. As a Philosopher's Stone's gonna push him mid a bit. Nothing to say. Working on his Ags. I mean, it's a good try where you try and go around, because I do think when this Medusa turret just is gonna stand at your tier 3, which will happen soon, you're gonna have to smoke around anyway, because you can't kill him first. As Irving is gonna get out.
Just barely, though.
Yeah.
The blink in the wrong direction from Neo.
As Shiro is just continuing to soak up the entire map. Just farm, farm, farm. If there's a wave you don't want to go for, you send your Manta there. We have a Solar Crest on Sky. They also just picked up a gem, I think. So similar to last game, you're very far ahead. You pick up the gem, you close out the map. You just make it harder and harder. You maintain and make your net worth lead bigger. And yeah, Team Bright, their map is going to start to shrink, as we can already see it here. Not a ward being taken out. And I think LGD, they're just prepping the map to eventually go high ground or just get more net worth.
I was gonna say just go for Roche, because we know this Aegis aim finish in the game. If we learned anything for the first game, it's
Wait, they should go for Roche? They already have Aegis. Or
I
do
know.
you mean they should wait?
No, they're gonna wait again.
Oh,
is what I
yeah,
do mean.
I mean, sure. You mean like just farm the map, etc.
Yeah,
Why not?
I have a feeling it's not ending on this one.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. They're not ending on this. Like, for now, because you're happy with what's happening, right? Like, you're farming the whole map. You're taking out the awards. There's going to be some random pickups here, like maybe this one. Not quite able to connect, but, you know, overall, you're going to chip in some damage. You're probably not just going to randomly go high ground unless your waves are good. So, you're chilling. As they are just randomly going high ground.
By the
Waves
way,
are
Ag's
good.
on Morphling, so maybe some stats to steal, potentially. Who knows?
Yeah, melee Rax getting Orb of Corrosion plus hit by Shiro. Nothing to say as a Sanj, he's just fully investing in, you know, being able to frontline, and maybe the Sanj is the difference maker between him staying alive through a potential stun lock. As melee Rags are gone,
Blink,
Irving with the
Stomp.
stun.
And then a little remnant movement from Imitator there. Big
Imitator
moves.
with the style bro points.
You know, I
All free
understand why
courier.
his
Kill the
name
courier.
is...
Kill it. God damn it.
I understand why his name is Imitator, because he does play Rubik a lot.
That does check out. He does like to imitate. As we have a smoky smoke coming up. No mana on Shiro. 30 seconds on 8. Do you like the smoky smoke or what?
I love the smoky smoke. Pass that smoky smoke. Let's get some kills over here.
20 seconds on the... I mean, if they can go the moment that this Aegis expires, like without Shiro getting a lot of mana back for more than 1 second, this is a pretty easy fight. But they need to see him, which they don't.
Hell yeah,
So the
regen
play
from
does
this
not. The
Aegis
play
in a
does not
second.
exist, sadly. Unless Shiro's
And-
like, hit me, bros. Nah.
Well,
Solar Crest, back up. Let's go hit mid.
yeah.
Let's not hit mid.
The gold's just getting more and more.
I mean, I don't
Expansive.
blame them for not going high ground. There's definitely a chance. Like, there's a world where you get rolled on and like hoof stomped and like morph like all ins you and you randomly die on the Dusa. So instead, you can just continue doing what you did. Wait for the next Roche.
Is that this world, though?
Oh,
Rolling Thunder? It might
Phoenix.
be. It is. And it is. Neo.
see you
He's
later,
gonna
Neo.
die.
Why you smile?
Supernova. Ooh.
The Stone Gaze is too far away.
Oh, not gonna go off.
And the gem, Team Bright, they're back.
Well, from 17K
Keep going.
to 14K.
Phoenix going in. Uh-oh, silence.
Mystic Flare,
Stone.
this is a
Uh-oh.
problem. There's the Stone Gaze, and, well, Undying will turn
Oh,
to
no.
stone, and then he'll turn into a little bit of a grave right there, because he's
We
dead.
gave the gem back. God damn it.
Well,
See,
it was
Cup,
fun for a second.
This is what you need to do in your pubs as well. Sometimes, you know, you're not happy with the first kill. You're not happy with the second kill. You go for more, but it turns out you should have just been happy with the 2 kills and the gem. Now, instead of having 2 kills and gem, you fed 2 kills and gave the gem back. You basically nullified.
Damn.
Look at all these great things they're doing. They go here, they defend their ward, they kill the Doom, they get the gem, they kill the Supernova, but now they're greedy. They want more.
Never greedy. Oh,
Never. Don't be greedy. As their racks seem to be in jeopardy.
In trouble.
In the
Yeah.
actual real world.
I wonder what their final answer will be.
It will be
I'll
give it
take-
up.
Yeah,
Play for
I'll-
the last racks. Oh, don't. Ooh. Good hold by Team Bright. Well played, well played.
I'll take holds with no effort for 400, Alex. As they hold that set of racks.
I do like the Moon Shard coming out from Shiro. So this is something that Morphling does not steal with the Aghanims. And I think also yesterday we had like a Medusa play into a bunch of illusions with like SD and Darkseer. And I think that's like one of those games where you need to think of items that don't make your illusions like a lot stronger. You know, like whether it be Mjolnir, Nullifiers, Divine Rapiers. So I think here it's also like a nice adaptation of an item build to work around this Morphling, like stealing a lot of your attack speed.
Right.
So I like it.
Become Australian there for a second?
What do you say?
I said, did you come Australian there for a second?
Oh, I mean, yeah. I like working in a little random stuff every now and then. I'm glad you noticed.
I like it. I'll have to get
like
Nat
it.
on the. I'll have to get Nat on the confirmation on whether or not that was Australian.
Probably, or something else. If I offended anyone, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to.
Whoa, wow.
But to go back to what our beautiful observer showed us, the Ember Shard, I think is very broken. I don't know. So the way it works is that the moment you put the Remnant somewhere, it instantly burns. I don't know why. Like, even before the Remnant arrives there, the damage is dealt. So let's see you know where the Centaur is or the Pango. If you press R, their blinks are instantly cancelled. It shouldn't work like that. It's like, I think it's bugged or something. But it's very good. It's super annoying for a Blink hero. So let's say if Shiro wants to go and hit the high ground at some point and you just pop like 1-2 remnants in these areas, they can't ever blink initiate unless they smoke around. It's like trying to run through acid spray. Okay, I can dig this. Let's go. All in this shit, but do it right away. Like if they want to kill it, they need to do it now. They want to go for the fight. Okay, I can respect it too. No, it's an all-in play. This is all or nothing.
I will say the shard that they got on LGD was pretty doo-doo-poo-poo with the Shield of the Scion for Skywrath Mage.
No, man, it's they have Shield Rune on Ember. This game's over.
Oh, yeah, that's a blink. That's a hoof stomp, and they get the Supernova off. And now they're going to go in. They've got the Medusa with a Stone Gaze. The Supernova's going to pop for sure. They get the kill on Undyne. They'll take out Hiduti, and they right-click onto Phoenix, who will swashbuckle and disarm the Medusa, but the Icarus dive across. Imitator News got the kill. It's a double now looking again over at this Pango Phoenix. And Pango Phoenix is going to be able to blink away as they go for Roche now.
Pango Phoenix is fine, whereas Phoenix, he's very happy. Gets off the egg, gets the Stone Gaze out. A lot of damage from everyone. 3k, 3k, 2k, Supernova. 0 damage from Skywrath Mage. That seems to be a bug. Yeah, I call bug. Unless he used all his spells into, what, a Pipe Aura and a mech? I don't know.
Nah, he's keeping it balanced over here.
Nah, he's just keeping it balanced, okay. Doesn't want to flood the damage chart too much. Checks out.
Yeah.
As,
there it is.
yeah. 3 Aegis. It is time to walk down the next lane.
Now, we said that last game with the second Aegis, so I could see them going for the third Aegis. So I think we're waiting for Aegis here.
I think it was the Arc Warden factor last time around.
True.
This time it's so we have a Disperser ready on Shiro.
There you go.
Can go for some cool dispels, give yourself some movement speed. As Phoenix's courier got killed. So which Phoenix? Actually, the Dyer's Phoenix. Okay.
You're having so much fun with it.
Oh, I really am. As Shiro. Oh, he tried to Arteezy, but didn't quite get the Manta Dodge ready. Does say sorry in the chat, so I think we will forgive him.
We'll do our best.
As a Crimson Guard on the barracks, making it take 0 damage, but doesn't last forever. Glyph.
All right. Thinking about their next move.
Thinking emoji, indeed. As they are probably also thinking emoji right now of what to do.
Blink, stomp. Going in and now trying to make something happen, but there's the blink as well as the War Stomp coming out from the Doom. Rolling Thunder, nothing to say, is in pretty far, but he'll remnant back towards the rest of his team as, again, they focus the racks.
Yeah, it's time to snake some creeps with Shiro, get some mana, and hit the next set of racks, I think.
I think it's back to farming.
Nah, man. It's, you're smoking. I mean, you might be right, but I hope they don't.
Am I smoking?
You're not smoking. As Morphling ult is on cooldown for 1 minute, so you can definitely go around it. A ward gets dropped. Shiro hits. Manta
Stomp again. Oh, but not gonna land. Manta dodging. Manta damaging, right-clicking in, throwing out the Doom. It's on the Morphling. They'll take out Undyne. They'll follow that up with a Remnant right on top of the Morphling. They get the kill on the Imitator. They'll take out Hiduti. They'll call GG and LGD. This time, 34 minutes into the game, will take the game, and as such, the series.
I would say this was a pretty clean victory from LGD. I would say that Shiro was probably bored from playing Medusa in these 2 games because I don't think he was contested at all. Nothing to say on his Ember, just I think just outclassing Phoenix in the mid lane, playing well. taking his supports with him throughout the map, kind of just pogging all over, making all the space necessary. And yeah, LGD just playing very well in these games.
Yeah, they played really well. It was a fun time for them. Maybe not as fun for Team Bright, but it was an exciting game for LGD nonetheless. So they do a pretty good job there. They get an easy victory. It's another one of those Medusa victories, and we're going to take another look at this one in full highlight fashion as this supernova, I believe, goes off. Only one of them, I think, doesn't. And it might be this one right here, actually.
This is the one that didn't. Yeah, you're right. It was like, oh, I save you, but nope, Shiro wasn't quite ready yet. This could have been the start of a small comeback for Team Bright, but sometimes you're far behind, you get off a good play, and you want to just do everything. Like, you don't just want 2 kills, you want 7 kills, Roche and 8 towers.
Facts.
Which bites you in the ass.
Yeah, it'll do that to you. So, we take a look at this fight over bottom. This is close to the end. This is that last final fight where it's Stone Gaze into the Supernova with the Sunray, the Shard upgrade. Just burning these heroes, killing them off, making sure that it's like, all right, this is our fight. We're going to get Roche. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And why not, make it easy for yourself and end up doing something pretty easy in this exchange. And then this fight, it just kind of falls apart, right? Like, they just don't have the damage. Even Shiro with no mana is still confident enough to move forward.
He vibe checked him the first one. He let it slide. He was like, yeah, I'm too noob to do this. So then the next time you try, he's going to manta dodge it. You're all going to die. Yeah, it's easy.
So no deaths on your 1 and 2 for LGD. Nothing to say doesn't die. Shiro doesn't die. Not the same game for Why You Smile and having an ogre with a Midas. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I think overall, if I had to give MVP, and you can agree or disagree, I think it's nothing to say based on the fact that he dumpstered that mid lane.
Well played, B-Cop. You were gonna give MVP to the right people 2 games in a row without any input. I totally agree. Nothing to say. He's got to be the MVP in this game. From his laning stage to just how he was maneuvering in the game. And overall, some of the best things LGD have always done, or one of their biggest skills, are how they put their heroes on the map. Like, even when they, like 1 or 2 years ago, whenever they were behind, they were so good at holding the map and coming back into the game simply because, they would rat with the correct heroes. And in this game, again, it's a 1-1-3 split. Your Medusa farms, your Doom farms, your Ember goes with the supports because they can kill, they can toy with them. If they do it long enough and properly, you reinforce with the others. And it's just, this is some of the most high-level Dota you will see in terms of map movement.
Yeah, everything seems very calculated, especially when they're fighting 4v5 constantly. Yep. They knew, like, hey, Bright's going to play pretty aggressive, so we just have to catch and counter that with 4 heroes while keeping Shiro able to farm, and it's exactly what they did both games, right?
Yeah. No, just sit back, chill. Yeah. No, it's easy.
Yeah, pretty perfect from LGD. It's an easy 2-0 for them. That puts them at 4-0, so they're tied at the top. I think that they'll be in second just because they have a loss to Piggy Killer, but still 4-0 series-wise. We'll take a look at the leaderboard right now, and they're sharing that 1-2 spot. And then Azor Ray, who are 2-1, they play later today. And then, of course, further down the board, IG, Extreme, Piggy Killer, Aster Aries, Team Bright. And that's with, Aster Aries playing Extreme and IG playing Azor Ray. And I think that IG Azor Ray matchup is going to be one of the most important in terms of major placement. So taking a look at that schedule as it's updating to that 2-0 for LGD. And you can see Extreme, Aster Aries, IG, Azor Ray. What do you think about these 2 series coming up? What do you think the results are going to be?
I would say Extreme are my favorite in the second match, at least from what I know and what I've seen. Probably, I would guess on a 2-0. Aster Aries do have a fighting chance, but that's a 2-0 for me. And then the last one, IG versus Somnus and the Bros. I'm also going to have to lean towards Azure Ray. I think they're going to take that one, and I also hope they do. Like, with the big boys coming back, I feel like they kind of deserve it. And I feel like IG have always been a question mark for me, and I don't know if they've been able to fix their stuff yet.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying. The only thing that kind of I have a question mark on is the health of Azor Ray. I think the rumor was Somnus has he's sick again. And
Saj, hope he's fine.
yeah, so we'll see if they play up to their standards and against IG, which again feels like one of their most important matchups because they've also got LGD left and then they've got Piggy Killer. So Piggy Killer should be a beatable one for them, and having this and as well as Bright. So like Bright should be a very winnable series for them as well. And it's going to be interesting to see what their results are and what Extreme's results are going to be, considering they won the tour last tour and then kind of didn't have this amazing major. But, you know, we got more time to talk, and you know who we have time to talk to? It's going to be Neo from LGD. We're going to bring him in for the interview here. And I'll start it off. I'll say congratulations on the win. How does it feel to finally get a win here again on the LAN environment that you guys have going on for the Chinese DPC?
恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。是时隔已久嘛，然后拿到一场这个线下赛的这个胜利，感觉怎么样？
感觉还是很不错的吧。
Yeah, I feel pretty good.
All right, that's pretty good. You know, you've been playing with Blaze in the past. You played with Vici in the past. Now you're playing with LGD. Out of those teams, who's been your biggest influence so far?
那之前的话刚出道在 Blaze 然后后面的话去到 VG， 然后现在来到了老干爹。你觉得对你职业生涯的话，谁给你比较大的启发？
都有很大的作用吧，因为主要是在不同的时期嘛，然后起到的作用也不一样嘛。现在，主要每个队伍待的时间也不长，所以。
Yeah, I think they all left a certain impact on me in different period of my competitive life. But the thing is, I didn't stay on each team for long, so I couldn't really tell the details.
Does it feel tough to come into an org like LGD and immediately kind of be in this big setting of a LAN environment for you?
对你来说的话，像是时间比较紧迫的情况下，就是加入到老干爹，然后一下子就要来打线下，你会有任何这种不适应的感觉吗？
还好吧，就是既然打职业的话，总是要经历的嘛。然后，应该说早点经历这些，其实是对职业选手成长来说是一件很好的事情嘛。
Yeah, I feel alright. I feel like you want to be a pro player, you have to experience those kind of difficulties. And for me, I think it's better to experience it early in my career than later.
Sure. Kezi, you got any questions?
Oh, of course. What has been the biggest difference from being in LGD compared to other teams when it comes to, you know, the coach and your teammates and how, in terms of how they communicate?
想问一下，就是从你个人角度来说的话，你觉得在老干爹打比赛跟别的这个在以前在其他俱乐部有什么区别吗？包括像沟通交流、跟教练跟选手之间的互动上。
LGD 这边就是管理更为严格吧，然后更为规范一些，就是然后教练的话语权最大嘛，就是。
Yeah, I think in LGD, the rule is more stricted, and the coach definitely has the biggest voice in the team than compared to other clubs.
Okay. And so you've not been with LGD for long yet, but what would you say has been your biggest improvement from the day you joined to today?
那虽然你跟老干爹一起打的时间还不久，但牛自己觉得就是从加入的第一天比到现在的话，你觉得现在这段时间进步，你自己进步最大的方面是哪点？
主要是在这边可以更好的，就是按自己的想法来打吧，就是队友会给我提供很多帮助嘛，然后就是，就是可以更好的想让自己把自己充分的发挥出来吧。
Yeah, I feel like LGD really allows me to do what I want to do, and the teammate is all very cooperative. They really allow me to implement my ideas and to show my true strengths.
Okay, I think that's great. And I have one last question. Well, it has been a limited time so far, but what would you say is, from what you've seen, what is Zhao 8's strengths Like, what is his strength as a coach? Is it more the drafting? Is it how he communicates with you and the players? Is it something else?
那再想问一下，就是你刚刚提到教练这方面的话，你觉得巴师傅他的强项是什么？是他 BP 做的比较好呢，还是他跟选手之间的沟通啊？你觉得就是从你的体验来说的话，你觉得巴师傅哪一点是比较就是最出色的？
主要他是沟通方面吧，就是他对队员很严格，但是就是对我们要求比较高，但是就是平常交流还是就是比较正能量，比较舒服的吧，就是。
Yeah, I think communication is definitely his strength. Although he set a very high bar for each of us, he's a very strict coach. But in daily life, you just can't feel that way. He's always brings a positive energy, and he makes sure during the communication he will make you as comfortable as you want to be. So you definitely you really feel the pressure from him. So I think communication is his strength.
Understood. Oh, thank you very much for the answers. 谢谢.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So solid answers. It feels like, you know, especially Niu hasn't exactly had this long career. It was the longest time was with Blaze. He had a very short time with Vici, and now it's just getting introduced to LGD. And sometimes you find that these players, they kind of struggle to hit these prestigious orgs, but he looks like he's doing really well. Like I've enjoyed his performances. He hasn't really been, I would say, pressured too much, too heavily. He hasn't been hit with adversity too much yet. So I'm, in a weird way, excited to see that and how he kind of shows himself then. But it's very cool to hear him say, they're allowing me to be the player I want to be. And that's something everybody hopes to be, right?
Yeah, if you join a team and you feel like you can't be yourself, or you're following what other people say, or other people, like, they pull the strings in the game on how you move, you will never be good. You will be replaced eventually. You need to be able to play your game and your style, because, I mean, why would people have you in the team if you're not going to do what you're going to do, right? They're going to look for someone else. So if they allow him to do that and he truly feels that way, I think that's great. I agree with you that I feel like for now he probably hasn't been contested yet. You know, gonna need some more time, some more games, maybe a LAN together, and we'll really see. But I think there's always space for, you know, new blood and for new people to prove their worth.
Yeah, and I think that coming into this, you know, now you've got this victory. You're at 4 wins. For the most part, you're at least in a tiebreaker for the major. We should be seeing Niu on LGD at this next major, so it'll be interesting to see what he does and what he's able to do with this team. And, you know, we'll have to see. So we'll also have to see what we've got coming up for the rest of the day. Aster, Aries, XG, and IG, and Azure Ray coming up next. So we'll be back with that after a little bit of an extended break. So we'll see you guys soon, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Welcome one and all. We have returned for some more Chinese Dota action as we go through the second day here, or the first day of the weekend, one of the penultimate days of this week in the second week, to see exactly which one of these teams end up in the major positions and which one of them start their journey towards the international. My name is Snare and I'm joined by Lizard himself. Fam, how you doing today? It's a Saturday morning. We chill. Both of us got to have a bit of a later start in the day.
I'm doing.
You feeling good? You excited about the games?
I'm doing fine on this second penultimate, almost the last, second to last day of the weekend, the DPC week, also known as Saturday. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. You know, not my cleanest intro in the world, but who cares? We're gonna have some clean Dota to make up for it. I'm mostly excited, honestly, about the second series we're going to be having later on today. But still, it's going to be fun to witness this one because no matter what, even if they're not winning, one of the teams that we have to witness right now is always entertaining to watch in the form of Aster Aries. They can do amazing things in some games. Other games will just be like, yep, okay, back to some old Aster Aries days. You know, Red Panda's going to pull out some very fun position fire hero. Although I've been very disappointed, Lizard. So far, Aster Aries have been playing some very cookie-cutter Dota. I don't like it, man. I want to see them go back to it being weird a bit.
Yeah, maybe it's their new identity. They have obviously reformed a little bit, so maybe that's the reason. But I agree. Like, I like when a team has their own crazy styles, some crazy heroes that they're picking. Then again, when it's a new patch, it's kind of hard to be that. You know, when a patch is stale, when it's been around for 2 years, like the last one was, then you can be a hipster. You can figure new stuff out and it can work, right? Like, but when a patch is as new as it is, like at the moment, there is no necessity to be the crazy, the odd one out, right? Because everything is crazy, no matter what you do. So our standards actually for being funky, for being crazy, have substantially hired, right? Not hired. Heightened. They have heightened. Because, yeah, what do you pick? What do you pick that's insane? I've seen it all, man. I've seen Ogres offlane. I've seen Medusas offlane. I've seen it all. You can't hurt me, Aster Aries.
You can't do anything to us. We've just been through the ringer. We've seen the trenches. One of the things, though, their opponent, before this patch happened, when we were in that stale meta of 2 years that you were mentioning, their opponent in the form of Extreme Gaming, they were the ones in the region that started to do a little bit different stuff, you know? LGD, yes, they were playing their off-lane axes and stuff, but XG, they came through every other game with the lone druid for Ghost. But in particular, the real big star of this team when it comes to weird and off-kilter stuff is going to be our boy Kaka. He's the one that brought back the Lion, brought back the Nyx Assassin. Kicking and screaming, he changed the Chinese meta all by his lonesome. And here he is. He's also the brains behind a lot of this action. So difficult to overstate how important Kaka is for Extreme Gaming overall.
Yeah. I feel like he's better looking as well over the years. Like he's... well, I don't know what's happening. He's having his glow-up period with Extreme Gaming. But... yeah, they've been mixing up their drafts quite a bit in the past, and perhaps the lone druid that you mentioned can join the mix once again because teams in Western Europe, specifically Nisha on Team Liquid, has played that lone druid. So maybe that's a chance for them to pick it up once again.
I would definitely like to see it. And I think for Extreme Gaming, in a situation like this, taking on Aster Aries, it's an opportunity for you to experiment a little bit, given that Aster Aries have yet to win a series thus far. They are 0-3 in the leaderboard. Yourselves as Extreme Gaming, you've only lost the one. So there's a bit of additional, time is the wrong word, but you have some opportunity to mess around a little bit. Maybe give a game, make it harder for yourself than it would be otherwise. Do what Team Aster did, put Baboka middle and say, let's see what you got, buddy.
But that was versus Team Bright, right? That
was right. Yeah.
Yes. So Aster Aries, I think they still should be a bit more difficult to deal with, and they're not really a team where you can put your position for that easily on mid lane and just expect to be dominating after 10 minutes. Even versus Team Bright, it didn't look that great, by the way, with Baboka on mid. But obviously, that wasn't Extreme, that was Aster, but still. Extreme Gaming, are they stronger than Aster? I don't think so. At best, they're the same. I don't think they're by any stretch stronger. So stick to the normal stuff. Play the normal game. Because Aster Aries, they're gonna make you work for it. They are 0-3 right now. It's not looking great. But in previous seasons, they did make a couple of upsets here and there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, one of the things with Aster Aries is that a lot of the time they only start to find their groove at the back end of the season. That's been pretty much what has kept them from either getting into majors, and in previous iterations has forced them into relegation territory. So it could easily be the case that this is the point where they start to find that groove again. I remember an interview that you did, I think it was in Tour 1 with Aster Aries, where they were talking about how, yeah, we found a groove, we found different heroes. It was Batrider in particular that they started picking game in, game out. And they were like, we just wish we figured this out a week earlier. Could be a very similar case here in this particular form of the DPC. Like you say, it's a new patch. Might take them more time, not just to figure out what's good in the game, but what's good for them. So hopefully this is the game that allows them to figure that out. And for Extreme Gaming, I mean, you can still get to the major with 2 losses, so it's not going to be the most important series in the world for them. Erstwhile, it could mean everything for Aster Aries coming into it.
Yeah, for Aster Aries, obviously, they want to get as many wins as possible right now, just to stay in the division. For Extreme Gaming, yeah, these top-tier teams, they need some points. They need more points to get to TI. So far, they haven't really been accruing enough of them. And every win matters because it brings you closer to Bali, right? And speaking of Bali, man, everyone wants to be there, right? It's not even the points. Leave the points alone. Everyone wants to go to Bali. Just the sun, the beach, the chill, you know? There's that as well. There's that aspect.
Yeah, I want to go hang out in Bali. You know, I haven't been working on my beach body, but, you know, maybe that'll be the inspiration I need. Invite me to Bali so I can go to the gym, yo. That's the thing that's necessary here.
Look at these players and you'll know which one of them really wants to go. The ones that are hitting the gym, they're the ones that are probably like, guys, we have to win.
We gotta go to Bali, boys. I've got a date planned in Bali. I told someone I'm gonna take them there, so we gotta go.
Yeah, imagine,
kind of scary though.
Imagine being a player, telling your girlfriend you're gonna go to a major. That major is Bali, and then you don't make it. She's gonna leave you, man. That's it.
Apparently that happened to the coach of Bayern who just got fired, Julian Nagelsmann. That after he found out on social media that he was fired, and then almost immediately afterwards his partner left him because he got fired. So it's like, damn, that's just an L on L and very short affair. Game is hard.
Ooh. Yeah. Stay strong, King. You'll find new job and a new relationship. I'm sure. Yeah.
There we go. This series, though, Liz, you know, obviously between Extreme Gaming, they can still tell their girlfriends that, hey, we have a trip planned to Bali. For Aster Aries, I hope that they're just telling people, yeah, we're going to spend a week together watching from indoors. At this point, I think it's, given how many stronger teams there are for Aster Aries, they're not really going to be going towards a major. But for Extreme Gaming, what have you made of them? Do you think they've improved as of yet from what you saw in Tour 2? That's one of the things we spoke about, right? You want to see them get better season on season. They're 3 games in right now. Have you seen any signs of that improvement that you were yearning for back then?
I mean, I won't even talk about the DPC that much. It's been 3 series that they've played. And these 3 series, they have been all right. Nothing exceptional, I would say, when it comes to improvement. They are still falling back to full comfort zone if it's necessary. You could see it in the Berlin Major as well. Like if stuff goes wrong, pick Lion and lose with Lion. So Kaka is strong on Lion, but it doesn't really automatically win you the games, right? The last series that they've played isn't really telling because it was versus Team Bright. The one versus Azure Ray, obviously they lost, but Azure Ray at the same time is considered by many in the Chinese region right now, but by most of the players to be neck and neck with PSG LGD. So your top 1, top 2 team may be as strong as Aster, maybe not, but up there.
Yeah. Definitely up there. And Azure Ray themselves, you know, if you're losing to them, it wasn't a quick 2-0 either that they ended up losing in a form of Extreme Gaming. It was a longer series. So there is things to learn from in that occasion, things to take away. And also, we don't know exactly how seriously they took Azure Ray at the time and how well they knew that team. And did they anticipate Azure Ray being as strong as they presented themselves to be in the competition? So I'm not sure if we replay that exact game, if it goes exactly the same way every time.
No, look, I agree in a way that, in a sense that any team in China can play each other like 5 times and you don't really know which way it's going to go. When it comes to these top tier teams, that's Aster, Extreme Gaming, Azure Ray, and LGD at the moment. These 4, they can play each other, and yeah, you can. It's not necessarily a coin flip. There is a small, let's say a small advantage for one team or another, but it's not very significant. However, they do know what they're in for, because these teams are screaming each other. They don't really have a lot of scrim partners. You can scream each other, or you can scream some SCA teams. But it's even though you're giving out your strats, it's better for you to scrim the best teams possible in the long run, because you are becoming stronger too. So
Yeah.
they're stuck. They have to scrim each other, so they know each other's strats and strengths.
Know each other in and out. And that's often been the case that we see how Chinese teams draft against each other versus how they draft when they're playing internationally. You can just see the difference of what they're used to playing up against game in, game out, day in, day out, when they're practicing up against these other high-tier Chinese teams. Unfortunately, speaking of these high-tier Chinese team partners, something that you've often mentioned when we've been speaking about this is how important getting good practice partners is. For a team like Aster Aries, we know, for example, in previous seasons that they were still scrimming against the squads like Team Aster at the very top. What do they get out of it? Do you think other teams like the LGDs, the Extremes, the IGs, the Asters, are they all still scrimming Aster Aries despite the fact that the year hasn't been that fruitful for the younger sister squad?
Definitely. Maybe it's not the same case. Maybe sometimes they don't show up to the scrims. Maybe they're a little bit late. But I think they are screaming. Like these scrim groups, they work that way. And if you're a Division 1 team, unless you bought your slot in or just did some shenanigans to get there, right? Then no one is going to scrim you. But as long as you are competitive, they will, for sure. They will. They can always test out some strategies. Test out something that's a bit more out there, more wild. But that's the point of scrims, right? It's not. The point is not to win scrims. Like, you can win them, but losing, I feel like, is even better. As long as you're not losing 20 games in a row, you learn more. And I know this sounds like just the thing people say, right? But it's not. Like, losing in scrims is beneficial. Like, you get to adjust, improve, and when it matters, perhaps correct your mistakes.
This takes me back to, there was PPD who mentioned in an interview some like 6 years ago that sometimes it's a bad thing if you're winning all of your scrims because you can't figure out what's going wrong with your game, or you can't figure out the cracks in your armor. Then by the time you show up to real official matches, especially on the biggest stages of them all, if somebody figures you out, you have no recourse because you haven't practiced being in that situation before. So definitely very important to take as much out of these scrims as humanly possible, not just to see the victory screen and feel that dopamine rush. It has to be, what does this allow us to develop in our strategies down the line to make the team better overall? And like, to buttress that point, do you remember TI4lers where DK found themselves on the receiving end of a boycott? People were not scrimming against them. And it immediately was translated in their results, right? You could see that the team was not playing as cleanly as they would be otherwise if they had all the scrim partners, if they were able to practice all of these strats. They were going into some of these big $1 million games pretty much blind, and you could see it on the big stage.
Yeah, of course. That's literally what happened to me as well. I was going to be a tier 1 superstar team player, but no one would scream me. It's hard. They just didn't wanna give me their strengths. No, I remember. Of course I do. Like, it's a difficult position to be in. Like, if you aren't able to scream the best, eventually you will become worse. It's even if you're not pubbing the best, you're going to mechanically become the worst. Not the worst, but you'll become worse because you aren't, let's say you're playing some 3K pubs for a month, right? Even if you're a 10K player, even if you're a pro player, like, it's gonna creep into you. You're gonna stop. You'll stop reacting as fast. You'll stop expecting the same movements because you get adjusted. We are creatures of habit. We just get used to what we see over and over again. So, yeah. We've been talking about scrims quite a lot, and these guys have been setting themselves in these beautiful boots right here. And I love that they. Yeah, of course. This is the first land that we're having for DPC, right? For the DPC season itself. Did we ever have, or did we have it before? Can't remember.
You might actually be correct. There was one time, I think during the first or second iteration of DPC, I do remember that there was one weekend where the Chinese teams were playing on land, but I think that was just like a quick thing. So in terms of it being consistent throughout the thing, yes, I think you're correct that this is the first time.
Enjoy the moments there. And you are My sunshine. That's what it says. I can't read it. Oh, don't stick
gonna
it up
pretend you
his
said that
nose,
from the
dude.
heart.
It's supposed to go in the mouth. What the hell?
For me, the best part about the LAN environment is just people casually just enjoying Dota. It doesn't have to be a crazy affair. It doesn't always have to be a big blowout LAN. I sort of do miss those
so
smaller
cute.
moments. Oh, I don't think she was expecting that, brotro. And also, I've always found kiss cams to be one of the cringiest things in the world. It's so strange for me.
Why?
It
Why
just
are you-
feels.
why are
it
you-
just doesn't feel natural.
Why are you cringe, Snare?
Why are you cringe?
Why are you cringe? Like if you, okay, it's not supernatural. Yeah, I agree, but it doesn't matter. People like it, you know. Let the people be.
The people also like Techies Lizard, and I do not want to let the people be. And we're gonna be seeing if Techies will be involved in this game because we finally
Hey,
have
I
a
have
drop
the
on
same
our
shirt.
hands.
I have the same shirt.
You see, you really are a pro player, bro. Just go sit down. They won't even notice.
He stole my shirt, man. I'll have to hunt him down. Anyway, Medusa banned out, Timber banned out. Timber is like the one hero that's valued in China more than anywhere else, I feel like. And in some games in other regions, it has popped off, but in China, it's just unstoppable. You saw what Nuke can do, PSG LGD with it, some other players as well, but your wish has been granted. No techies.
Thank God.
You don't get kiss cams and you don't get techies. Are you a happy
I'm
psychopath
half
now,
happy.
Snare?
We
Are you?
already had a kiss cam, so it's only fair, right? Either we get a kiss cam and no techies, or we get techies but no kiss cam.
Ah, okay.
So it's
you
one or
can't-
the other, yeah.
Okay, can't have both. I see. Ares looks like very, in a very cheery mood, laughing, chilling. Look at Extreme. Look at JT. This is JT, I believe, right? Like
Yes.
he's not looking very happy.
No
Like,
smiles from JT, not this time. You
Yeah.
know, back in the day, a few seasons ago, he was the jokester, but now it's all serious, and his team is very serious because they picked him as Doombringer. Definitely one of his better heroes. Glad to have it for him, and also Doom is kind of a busted hero right now. And
Yeah, I
as there is, we'll stick on the buster chain, dude. Just Magnus, just stick with the mag.
Dude, I see those masks fogging and I'm getting some PTSD right here. Magnus and Phoenix, like Phoenix has been on the rise. Like Kaori has been playing it quite a lot, and I think this is like super prepared by Aster Ares. They answered the Doom instantly with Magnus Phoenix. I think Magnus is more obvious because the hero is just way too strong to pass out on. Make CN Dota great again. Okay. I can't believe we got there, you know, like we got to a timeline in which CN Dota isn't
It's not,
it's not,
on
yeah.
top of the world.
Like 2 years ago, even just 2 years back, you'd expect CN teams always to be like top 3. You know, their Dota just looked better. It's not the same anymore.
Things change. The balance of power has been shifting towards Western Europe and China. Like other regions in the world, playing catch-up, no longer allowed to be on top. They're trying to get there, though, with a lot of these teams. And Extreme Gaming will try and bridge the path towards there with Alchemist. This was their second most picked hero, right? Behind the Lion. 4 picks so far for Extreme. Gonna be their 5th game on it. Paparazzi's played it once. Most of the other times it has been for Ghost. Where do you envision it going in this game here for the Alchemist?
10 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
Do you think that the hero is completely done and dusted, it completely figured it out, or is there still is there still some hope for him?
Well, I think there's still a lot to learn about the hero. There's still some different builds. I mean, even remember when the Alchemist build, the Manta Radiance, first started coming out? The hero was in the same place for quite a while before that transition was made in terms of how you play him. So I think there's still a lot to learn about the hero. I'm also waiting to see more of him from the offlane and in support roles to be a bit more sure about the full potential of the Alchemist.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I think he's been one of the most played heroes at the moment, so he's been figured out quite a bit as well. But I can see him coming back into the meta. I actually enjoy Aster Ares' support duo, Magnus as well. Magnus having that possibility to be on offlane or safe lane. or mid lane, whatever, like any of the lanes. I really like it. The bans as well are making his life easier. Maybe you can consider a Wyvern or a Rubik a better ban, but then you have Phoenix and Enchantress, and they are just really strong versus those. So perhaps you don't even have to ban them. Monkey King and Bloodseeker heroes that are good versus Magnus have already been banned out. So Extreme Gaming have their carry anyway. They can't go for, unless, like you called Alchemist being something different, but I don't think so. Unless Alchemist is some crazy 4 and then you pick Ursa here, but I don't think that's happening. Instead, Void Spirit is left in the pool, and I'm surprised he's not been touched. Like, the hero is just very busted. But maybe you can think about some range thing that hits the egg. Maybe that would be a better option right now.
Yeah, their ability to hit the egg isn't that great right now overall. Void Spirit left in the pool because Extreme Gaming instead choose the Pangolier for themselves. Given the bans, it does make sense now that Alchemist is definitely a carry, and especially with this pick. That does leave open the possibility of an XWI Ember Spirit into the mid lane to help deal with this Pango.
Oh, yeah.
Like Ember or Quap, one of these heroes could be very nice to bully the lane.
Yeah, both of them I find very strong. I think maybe Ember a bit better because you benefit from Empower too. You just get that Ember Spirit in there. You're good in the lane. Frostbite is annoying. Doom is annoying, obviously, but it's annoying for almost anything unless you're picking some DP or DK. So, yeah, I would actually love to see some Ember. Let's see some Ember, boys.
Let's go Ember. XWI, give us Ember. Do it, Yi. Do it. Hey, good stuff. Thank you very much, Aster Aries. We appreciate it. Allowing us to know it, like, do we sound like we know what we're talking about?
Like you sound. I wasn't gonna call it. I was gonna say Meepo as always, but Snare, you're just too good at this. You're too damn good at this.
I would love to. Have people been played just yet in DPC this season?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's been played somewhere in some game, and it won. But I wasn't there. I wasn't playing it, so I don't care. It's not the same.
You weren't there. It doesn't matter. So for Ulu, he's the one that's still left right now for Aster Aries, and then Extreme Gaming need a hero, presumably for Kaka, unless Kaka is going to be playing the Doom. So if it's Kaka, what does that mean? Lion, Nyx, Snap would have been another option, I think, for them.
Yeah, like I like all of those calls, all of them. I think Lion is still solid. The problem is, like, you have to be thinking about Enchantress. This Mirana ban was phenomenal. It would deal well with Ench. It's also really good versus the egg, but they can't get it. You have Doom to eat the creeps, but it's really not that amazing. It's not something that you can just rely on all the time. What other supports I'm thinking for Kaka? I think Lion is still solid. Like, that finger bursts down Ench. You can also hex the Ember. I think that's probably the best shout. Maybe the Lion or maybe the Shadow Shaman if you really want to go ham on the disables. It's been picked once or twice versus Spirits. It hasn't been great, but it has been picked. And I want to learn. I have to learn to read the characters. At least
You've been progressing quite well in your language journeys, though.
At least 100 of them. Yeah, I've actually learned some Chinese. Like I can speak like 5 or 6 sentences. Like, how are you? How's your day? Good morning. Stuff like that.
My man's learning Chinese. He's learning Romanian, learning Dota as well. You'd love to see it. So
I'm not
for
learning
Extreme,
Dota. Like, I stopped. This has been a downward journey for like 5 years now. Let's see. Yeah,
it's a new patch, though. New lease on life, Liz, that it's all going to turn around. How could we forget the Kaka Rubik?
No, we didn't. We talked about it previously, remember? But the Rubik, I feel like it's good versus Magnus as basically what you're doing here as Rubik is preventing them from having a good team fight. It's hard. It's difficult for Magnus to use his RP and not have it stolen, or even if he just goes in, he gets lifted up immediately, right? It's this combo of RP and egg isn't very simple to utilize. My problem with Rubik is he's really not that great versus Ench. So if this is some crazy Ench Magnus or Ench plus whatever on the safe lane is, I think they should do well versus the Rubik. And this is a hero, by the way. Did you see, like, this Aghanims on Marcy actually right now feels super solid. I love it. I think it's also good versus Alchemist. The only problem is, are they going to make enough space and are they going to come online before the Alchemist takes off?
We're going to be seeing how they play this Marcy. She is going to be occupying the off lane here for Shangxi, which does mean that Ulu is going to be playing this Magnus. We've been seeing more and more safe lane Mag. Monet has played it already in our division. Mostly Diraichu has been running it a lot on GG. So very exciting to see Mag safe lane in China. But Marcy, this is our first Marcy core that we've had so far. I think it's our first Marcy overall. So the new change to her, obviously she's a universal hero now. And you just mentioned the Aghanim Scepter. What is it about this Axe that you like so much and how do they use it in this game? Will it be a first item build up for her or something deeper into her pool?
I don't know. I just know I fed in my pubs to it. Like it's been killing me, especially if I'm some spellcaster. Like whatever I am, like if I'm a hero that needs to use, I was a Medusa, basically, a Medusa with 5 slots. Marcy jumps on me with tags. I can never use my spells. She just, I'm silenced forever. That Unleash silences you every time she hits. So you need some Halberd or some BKBs, 4 staffs versus her. But she's, you can deal with her as long as she doesn't catch you completely off guard with what she does. Because I had no idea. I was like, why am I silenced? What's happening? Patch notes, 300 pages of patch notes. Like I might have not read every single thing.
Very good idea before you get into games. Just refresh yourself. A lot has changed in the game and a lot continues to change. So don't feel too bad if there's changes you've missed out on. In this game, we're going to see if Aster Aries will be able to utilize and leverage those changes for a Game 1 victory against Extreme Gaming. Let's get into it, Liz. I'm very excited for this one. Offlane Marcy, our first Marcy overall. I think, honestly, Aster Aries' draft, I really do like their draft, honestly. And I do think that we're yet again stuck with this problem, Liz, of it being in China, seeing one really stacked team going up against the sort of mid-table team and then automatically weighting the stronger team just because they are stronger. But if I just forgot this was XG, I would very much like Aster Aries. If they can execute this draft, this game could actually be over in like 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think I like both of these drafts in all reality. I think that obviously it's hard for me to go against Extreme Gaming's lineup because I think they're a bit stronger. Is this PTP telling me, okay, translate this? I don't know the characters, man. I can't translate stuff.
Who needs Marshall? We have got Lizard on the mic. It's fine.
Yeah, Lizard that knows, hello, how are you? And that's it. It was fun though when I just joined the scene. I was your analyst that was at the time freshest from pro game, right? Because I played it literally a month before, and but I also knew Russian, so I was like translating for everyone the flames in the chat. But yeah, I'm definitely not there yet with any other language. Big Smoke from Extreme. It's not gonna do much. I guess they're just waiting for someone to come.
No one will show themselves though, so they're not going to be finding themselves a very quick early kill. They might as well content themselves with blocking off some camps to make the laning phase harder for Aster Aries. Does anybody have any? Let's see. So we've got a blood grenade on this Phoenix. I don't think anyone's going to contest over these bounties, right? I think we're just going to have a nice clean start. Do you think we're going to have one of these slow games again, Liz, where like 10 minutes in we've only had 1 kill?
I don't think these supports are very content on having a super slow game. I think there is a ton of kill potential everywhere. The mid laners are also very volatile when it comes to rotations, so I don't think we're going to have a super slow game. Unless maybe these players have decided to, they made a pact before the match. Let's make everyone look good. No one dies. We all look great. And then we murder each other later on, like 30 minutes in. Which I don't think is beneficial to Ares. Like you always, when you're playing versus Alchemist, you want to be shutting him down. You want to be slowing his farming speed, winning that mid game against him, or going super late when he isn't as strong anymore. By the way, Mag is scary.
Yeah, it is Magnus carry for our boy Ulu. I believe I've never seen him play Magnus before. I'm actually curious how many games he has on this professionally within his career. Of course, lately, all the carry players just have to learn how to play Magnus. But I'm just kind of curious if this is something that he's been prepared for in the past.
I think maybe he hasn't prepared, but any carry at the moment should have Magnus in their repertoire. I think the hero is way too strong. So, yep. And I also think that Marcy is better on the offlane. And he has queued up Aghanims, by the way, straight up. Like just Bracer, Magic Wand Aghanims on Marcy.
I do want to see them play fast. Speaking of the Marcy, they're trying to put pressure onto Ghost here. And Ghost turning around with Unstable Concoction. He's almost going to get the first blood, and you will find it. Will end up taking a tumble to the Fire Spirits of Red Panda. But he claimed the first blood first. Lots of gold in his pockets. Closer towards Radiance. Life is good.
Yep, getting that first blood. And also being sent home so he can region up, not waste any of his region. It just feels good making that trade.
So apparently this is the 5th professional game that Ulu has played on Magnus.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
He has 50% win rate, and the last time he played this was August of 2021. So it's been a while, though, since he's ripped out the mag.
But he has done it before, so yeah, it's good. TK and Kaka on top lane as well, just trading a lot. It's hard to win against Tench. Like, it's not an easy hero to beat in the lane. You have Doom with Devour, and that's nice. TK actually brought him a creep. JT was saving up that Devour, and now he gets a heal amplification aura. Just like that, TK.
Nice.
TK brought him a gift.
I don't think Kaka will be getting much gifts, though. I think the gift that he is going to be providing is Ulu with net worth.
Maybe
Telekinesis
not.
back. He's got Skewer, though, so Ulu chases after him. They don't have access to boots, but they do have access to right click, so they will be able to bring him down.
Yeah, JT not really contributing a lot there. When it comes to mid, so far it has been kind of even. Pango, I would say even winning like 17 last hits, 5 denies versus 16 last hits, no denies. Ember usually is good in this matchup. Later on you get some more catch, so we can wait for that portion, I suppose. Alchemist.
In danger here, but
Is he, though?
they don't want to dive him with the Unstable Concoction. He throws it back onto Shang-Chi, but this time around, there's not enough damage to kill off this Marcy, so she should end up living. Heal up a little bit with the sidekick.
He's literally called the ambulance, but not for me. Just using that stun later on. DY actually wants to go for Marcy, or at least mess with his last hits.
This Marcy, though, has still been finding quite a lot of lost hits. For the most part, Asta Ares has been pretty fine in the lost hit department. It's surprising that mid is going as well for the Pango as it is, but I think Asta Ares will still be decently okay with the CS war that they've been engaged in so far. Bottom, they might have a kill onto Phoenix. Red Panda in danger and should die here.
Oh,
Attempted Icarus dive will not work out.
that rebound
Very
as
sad.
well. That rebound misses Crystal Maiden. Do you remember what the range on rebound was when the hero got
my
added to the
God.
game? Like, can someone explain what the hell that was? Like, that rebound was literally the single most broken thing.
Speaking of rebound, she might die again, Marcy.
And
She
I'm
tries to
happy.
turn with the sidekick,
I'm
but
happy
she
she
cannot.
dies. Yeah.
Why are you so happy she's dead? She's a cool hero. I thought you wanted to see the Aghanim Scepter.
No, I'm happy she died after reminding me of how broken she was and how many games I lost to that stupid rebound. Like, you literally couldn't approach the lane. She would gank you from the mid lane, like rebound from the mid lane down bottom. It's stupid. Anyways, yeah, I hope they get some farm on Marcy, because it's not the best hero when it comes to making a good comeback. She doesn't need a lot for her ulti to be useful, but she needs a lot for her to be useful all the time.
And of course, it really doesn't help given that in this game, they absolutely need this hero to pop off quickly so that they can put pressure on the Alchemist. Mid lane, XWI somehow is drawn out with Paparazzi. Who starts off the movements here? Paparazzi has hit 6. Does he try and leverage this somewhere on the map, or do we see that thing that we saw out of Sumail the other day, where he waits for his opponent to make the first move before chasing him?
Has been killed.
You can react, obviously, but I think it's going to be more about the first rune, who gets this 6-minute rune and rotates DUI. Look at Red Panda, he wants him, but he might
Yeah, but he
die.
knows that going in, it might actually endanger himself, and Red Panda forced to Icarus dive away from this Alchemist. Almost killed DY, but almost lost his own life in the process.
Yeah, the question was, where was Marcy? And Marcy was just chilling, farming. He didn't really want to go on that kill. Ench, TK.
Poor TK, I think, might end up dead here. Paparazzi has swashbuckle, but out of mana right now. And TK has popped the magic stick. One more right click will make it happen. TK, sadly, is not level 6, so no points into Untouchable to protect you.
Yeah, he did snatch the rune, but Paparazzi will take the bounty instead and still find some regions. So he gets the kill and he finds the rune in the end. It was just perfect for him.
Well, Paparazzi doesn't need to make rotations if kills are coming towards him, so he'll definitely be happy about what has just transpired.
Yeah, he got the arcane boots now as well on that Pangolier. And there's
Gets even better
rotation
because
too.
they might kill Ember. He does have level 6 though, so he's going to be able to remnant away.
He needed to
Close,
start,
so close.
he needed to start channeling before the Frostbite came out. If he starts channeling before the Frostbite, then maybe they can kill him. But it's a really rough, difficult play to make. It's not easy. The one lane that has been kind of silent is top, right? Like, we haven't really seen a lot since that first blood. Nothing really happening here. Ulu farming up. I guess nothing can happen against him, but Crystal Maiden is rotating in. Let's see. But they don't have Doom.
They don't, but they do have a lot of damage and a lot of spells here.
So
Ulu
big, though.
is level 6 right now, being dragged back by the telekinesis, some blood grenades thrown in, and the final Frostbite should be good enough to kill him. Was pump faking the RP, but it's not going to be able to save his life.
They're going on Alchemist at the same time, so that's their counterplay, but they don't have the damage.
Yeah, exactly. After they get the rebound, what next? Rolling Thunder instead connects in, and Paparazzi indeed is going to be responding on the map as he shows up to protect the Alchemist, and they kill off this Marcy. Shang-Chi really starting to struggle here, Liz. Getting not much out of this game. And XWY is coming now, but I don't know if he might be a little bit too late here. His team is not nearby. They're thinking about Paparazzi, scouted him a bit, self-stun onto the Alchemist. He's in danger now. Can Ghost get out of here? Shang-Chi is also coming back. They find the slide chains, double damage rule activated by this Ember, and they will definitely get the kill. He did indeed, Lizard, and Asteris show him why that was such a bad idea.
I don't know what that TP was about. Like, there is literally absolutely no way he TPs, but okay, he attempted it. That's, I guess, for Ares. It looked really bad, by the way. It looked terrible. Like, they lost their Magnus at the same time. Alchemist gets a kill down on bottom with the rotation of Pangolier. Like, it just looked very bad. However, because they managed to kill that Alchemist, I suppose it's sort of a recovery. Like, it's not as bad. They've pressured down the tier 1 tower. They've taken it down even first. So a situation that for me looked really damn bad turned out not being like that horrible any longer.
Still, though, a lot more work to come if they want to ensure that they can still be successful in this game. Alchemist is farming away. Pango has more net worth than he should. And the Doom is also about to enter top 3 category. So net worth is in favor of Extreme Gaming. We'll see if Asteris decide to make moves on the map to recover their position once their next round of items emerge.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You're not winning the game, but you're not being like absolutely trashed, at least. Red Panda, he's got the egg if he wants to use it here.
It's hard to go on. They're actually gonna zone away Paparazzi. They should be able to claim the positioning over the rune, and they will get the Invis rune. It costs the
this
life
egg is dead.
of this Enchantress, and the Supernova comes out, but there's no Fire Spirit, so they can't protect the egg. It's gonna get taken down. Doom as well, thrown out onto the Ember Spirit, so they find 3 kills in this mid lane. What the hell happened? As the Ares just found themselves getting hard punished by XG.
Okay, yeah, I take that back. Now it's a disaster. So basically what happened is these 3 heroes, the 3 of them, right? They have one single disable. That's the Searing Chains. And for some reason, they tried to poke the Pango. Like, I guess he was the first one that they saw. But there's no way you take him down. There's no way you even get him to 50% HP with just the Searing Chains. Like, you're not gonna kill him. If they saw Kaka, maybe they'd go on him first. They should have probably saved one of the spells and went on him. I expected them to actually, as soon as Rubik showed up, I expected them to dive over him, slow him down a little bit, and then follow up with Ember. But that egg was never gonna work. Like, your level 1 egg versus 3 heroes, even if you hit them with Fire Spirits, it's gonna die.
That was the first usage of that egg. Extreme Gaming will be very happy, not just because they won that fight, but it allows them to defend their tier 1 middle. We'll see if Kaka dies here, though, because he could open up space for them to push through this area anyway. He's still alive for now. Will eventually take a tumble as XWY finds that kill. That'll open up the space they need, and this Ember, once more, finds another Searing Chains onto DY. Crystal Maiden hit with some Fire Spirits or Shockwave, and she will tick out to Red Panda.
Don't lead them to the
allowing Ulu to
Ancients,
take the tier
Maiden.
1.
Don't lead them to the Ancients. XY... okay, XWY, he wants to actually snatch them away. He has Empower, and he will. Look at this. Okay, like, Aster Ares are the best teams when it comes to making something out of nothing, you know?
That, in this region, is 100% true, sir.
Radiant's
This is a team where until actually not even until the Ancients is exposed and falling, until Ulu calls GG, there's still a chance.
Yeah, they get the
Got it.
tier 1 tower mid at that 12-minute mark. They open up the map. They also steal the stacks from Ghost, who does have Radiance, but still, it hurt him.
Speaking of actually this movement that we just saw middle, do you think they practiced this move with Team Aster? Because they did the Team Aster thing, right? 12 minutes, almost all their heroes were middle, forcing the tier 1 tower to fall.
Yeah, it's an interesting play that I'm seeing from almost everyone right now. Most of the teams are doing it. I'm not sure who started, probably. I saw it first from Team Aster, but I might be wrong. It might be like Crystal Maiden dying.
XWL will be very happy with that. He got very lucky. He got the Javelin proc coming out of the slide that gave the bonus damage to kill the Crystal Maiden. Feels good.
Yeah, Enchantress.
And you drew a lot of attention as well.
Enchantress helping a little bit with that Mud Golem stun. They should make like new voice lines for these like Mud Golems. They should say something like "Nya, nya," as they throw the rock, you know.
Now the animation right now and the sound is not very audible at times.
They're known
See
to
a
be
smoke?
the derps of Dota, so the smoke, yeah, coming down bottom. Kaka leading the charge.
Let's see. So Shanxi is here, TK is here. Not much vision from Extreme Gaming. They do pop a scan out
is under attack.
on the other side of the map, in fact. And as the Ares, they pop DY smoke with TK, but TK also doesn't expose himself whilst doing so. That was a very sick move and a good understanding of the map from Ares to get away from this gank and still keep their own heroes farming.
Yeah, they move back. They what are they waiting for though? Let's see. Magnus is going for Blink Dagger Harpoon, whichever comes first. I'm not sure. I've seen players do both. Actually, he goes for Blink Dagger BKB Harpoon now, so he has switched things up a little bit. Can disassemble that Echo obviously to make things faster. Marcy going for Aghanim's Basher BKB. These guys, like, you can say anything about them, but they know what they want, you know? They know what their item timings are and what they want to get eventually.
We do have them smoke up right now as they've just finished off a Maelstrom from December Spirit. So they have some damage from him. Ulu has the Echo Saber with the Mask of Madness. So he hurts quite a bit. Let's see what they get out of this little adventure. Sadly, the area of the map they're collapsing onto only has a hidden Doom. It's not that easy to pounce on. And I don't think they'll be able to reach him in time here, Liz. So I think the smoke will just peter out. And they'll just be happy to have dropped the ward in the retreat.
It's kind of hard to make these smoke plays on the new map. After you've taken down the bottom tier 1 tower and the mid tier 1, smoking into the Radiant jungle, you're probably not going to find anyone. If they're farming, they'll be farming all the way down bottom. But Extreme Gaming, they're getting that BKB on Ghost. He has a blink, but he was also under vision. He scouted together with Kaka.
Maybe a fight that breaks out here in the Dire jungle as they go in first onto Ghost. Ghost, RP will not connect just yet. Beautiful toss back from Kaka, but it's not going to be good enough. Ghost will nonetheless end up killed off as the entirety of Aster Ares collapses on top of him.
Yeah, some mind games being played there. You could see Kaka lifting Ulu. Ulu not really using RP. He was just channel fake pumping it. They didn't even need the RP, so it's good that he didn't use it. But you saw the power of Rubik. It was demonstrated a little bit, right? Like that's basically the way he works versus Mag. You can't RP, and if you fake pump it, you're just gonna get lifted and tossed away. Still though, they killed the Alchemist. He's switching up his idea of BKB into SNY.
They're going middle though to try and get some vengeance here. The Swashbuckle weirdly enough ends up missing, but the Doom will not. Shanxi will certainly end up dead here. Paparazzi pops Rolling Thunder just to be 100% certain. But he got the BKB before he died, so not that much gold wasted away from the Mossy anyway. They can probably actually, as soon as they respawn, smoke up with her, now that they know that the Doom is going to be down.
Yeah, and Paparazzi really struggled to use his Rolling Thunder properly there. He uses Swashbuckle over the Marcy, then he Rolling Thunder is in one direction, then he realizes, okay, this is not a good angle, I need it the other way, then the other way. They do get the kill in the end. But it just looked funny. Red Panda?
That should be fine. I think JT knows there's no point without Doom of trying to kill off this Phoenix.
TK
However,
though.
Enchantress might be a much easier customer. They drop the freezing field just to be certain.
They heal
and that
her.
will enable them to kill Enchantress. I don't know why Red Panda didn't want to get the heal, but Red Panda was setting up for some kills here, Liz. They go in, they bring down DY, and now JT having to contend with the BKB of Shanxi. You killed me middle, I'm about to kill you top, my friend. And there's no way JT gets out of this.
Maybe.
Ulu's here for good measure, and they bring him down. Ulu's the one that gets the last hit as well.
Maybe in some other game he'd get out, but he does have the Purge creep, right? So the Dispel is really nice here. Dispelling all those slows. In the future, at least, it might be helpful. And he's very tanky, by the way. For a Doom, he went for Crimson Guard. Like, you see it, but you don't see it super often. Like, usually you see some, I don't know, Octarines and stuff, which he is building next, but...
Would like Octarine Core once it does emerge. That in tandem with the 20 talents feels so good on this Doom hero. This Pangolier for Paparazzi came out of the lanes in a very strong fashion. The post-laning phase hasn't been as fruitful for him, but still been doing really well in the net worth department. Just picked up a Basher, so they could actually go fight again. They have Doom online in the next 15 seconds.
Yeah,
Got a Basher on this Pangolier, it's time to go.
Yeah, there's going to be a BKB on Alchemist, most likely. It's flying out, so you will have all your big items. You are not that far ahead, though, so this next fight could be anyone's. DY, they are going on him.
US
Ghost is ready,
very
though.
low, and he's actually gonna die. Ghost goes back in, finds a stun onto this Phoenix, but Phoenix gets off the Supernova. He's gonna
RP.
get popped very early on, though. RP has been utilized, went onto Paparazzi, but they can't get the kill just yet. Doom now thrown in onto XWY, so this Ember Spirit, he came in to help provide damage, but he's only helping to provide his life to the coffers of XG. JT somehow escaping the fight as XWY forced to buy back. In the meantime, Ghost trying to just chop down wood and clean up on the back end of the fight, but as his BKB expires, he wants to escape. Kaka on the
He has
north
blink.
side. He's around XWY. He does get his blink off, and XWY is out of remnants now, so Kaka might actually escape. The slide chains will not connect, so the Rubik will be fine. Skirts behind the Roshan pit, has a TP scroll, and the Magician will be fine.
Yeah, good fight overall for Extreme. They force out the buyback from Ember. I'm not sure if that was necessary or not, but they will utilize that buyback to go into the pit. However, Alchemist and Crystal Maiden, they're rotating in. They're smoked up. Rubik obviously already there.
No.
And now you have to
This
go...
is actually so unfortunate for
Yeah.
XG. Because Rubik was prepared, like you say, right? Kaka could have set up something for them with the Blink Dagger, but because Roche leaves, they can't do it anymore. It feels so bad.
I love how DY is actually checking it, even though, yeah, bro, like... They
And in the
killed.
meantime, they found Paparazzi. Yeah. They got him after they came through the Twin Gate. They had vision here as he was in the area.
Okay, yeah, that's very unfortunate. I completely agree. Very, very unfortunate. Now they can't contest it anymore. the Pangolier dying, it just seals the deal. By the way, what do you think when someone is clicking the twin gates? His face should start appearing on the other twin gate a little bit, a blurry, like distorted out face, like
That would be pretty cool.
torn by gravitation, but you could see it, like both teams see it.
Yeah. So sort of like a, the animation you get from reflection on Terrorblade? Mm-hmm. Something similar to that, right?
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
it solidifies on one side.
You sort of see it as it's happening, right? By the way, what's the number 0 over the gate? Is it what is that? Nick, I never paid attention. Do you know?
I've also been wondering, since I saw it, like, what is this? I actually have no idea, if I'm honest.
Is it like the number of heroes using it or something? I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Whoever in chat is aware of what the 0 means, please let us know. Because we have no idea.
Yeah,
So for this
Tormentor.
game right now, since they have this Aegis, they're taking Tormentor. There's some Wisdom runes available for supports to get some experience. So what do you want to see right now from Extreme Gaming? You mentioned that they have a gold lead, sure, but you're playing with Alchemist. You anticipate still having a gold lead at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
But it's not comfortable, their position at present. So what do they need to do to solidify their presence here?
I think it's not comfortable at all, yeah. Like, they're getting their farm. But these fights, they do come out on, like, the initiation, right? Like, they get resolved by who initiates first. That's how I feel. Because you have some really big spells. Like, you have JT with Doom. I think that's massive. If you can get it on top of, like, Ember, after the Aegis is gone, like, you can easily take an amazing fight. He doesn't have... Actually, he does have a Lincoln, so that's not going to be easy. But he does have a Purge creep as well on JT. Dooming Ember is difficult. I actually think Ares are in a much better spot at the moment, but they have to execute it properly. Let's see. They smoke up.
Going on 4 heroes. TK is not here, but TK, he's the one that they want to reveal that they have a new Hurricane Pike on him, so he has a lot of damage output. These 2 supports with the damage outlay from Ares, these are the 2 supports that YUSman and Planet set those records with in Season 2. Phoenix, as well as Enchantress. And we know what can happen as this game scales. Their damage output does become very problematic
Yeah.
for
Like,
XG to deal with.
I haven't seen a lot of Enchantresses actually doing this. Recently, Enchantresses are... There's just so many good support items that you usually see them buying, like Pavis, Glimmer Cape, stuff like that. But every now and then, Enchantress can remind you just how strong she is with the right clicks. He's got a Grove Bow as well. So Grove Bow, Hurricane Pike, it's a lot of damage.
See that they get a quick jump onto Kaka here. He will pop the Lincolns as a Spirit Vessel on him, and he should end up dead. By the way, very interesting, Red Panda opted to just buy his own Aghanim shard instead of dealing with the Tormentor with his team. So they value that shard highly enough that they don't want to take the RNG approach. They're like, we're getting this to win fights. Who cares about the Tormentor?
Yeah, it's pretty big on him. It's a really nice shard on Phoenix. Is it... I mean, it's good versus tanky heroes as well. But I'm just thinking, is it that worth? Like, just getting closer to a Hex or a Refresher is just as good. And you can then play on the fact that you might get it, might not. Because let's say now you're not getting it. Who's getting it? Enchantress. Enchantress's shard is dog. It's terrible.
It's not that bad, bro.
I mean, the good part is you can take multiple creeps. So that's nice.
Dire's bottom tower
Little Friends is an ass ability, but the better enchant is quite nice.
is under
Yeah.
attack.
They got the tier 2 tower top lane. They're actually chasing JT. Ulu gets doomed here for this. But the question is, can JT escape? Shanxi rebounds in the wrong direction. And JT actually going to be allowed to get out because of this. Okay, he also drew some heroes back from Aster areas as they thought they were going to be able to catch him. So that ends the push on the tier 2's middle as well.
Yeah, they don't want to fight as long as there's an Aegis on Ember. That Aegis now will be reclaimed in 30 seconds, but you will not have Doom for an extra 60 after, so it still gives Ares an opportunity to fight. Albeit...
Dive scan! Oh, Trigger's top! They got Paparazzi. They don't have vision of him though, so they don't know who it is. Will Red Panda decide to scout this? Dude, why is Paparazzi so good? I think he realizes that there's some danger. But he's doing the age-old thing, my friend. Play around your wards. Goes to where he thinks he's safe. Sadly, there's some wards on him, but they're too far away to catch him. So they're going to go middle instead. Looking towards DY. There is an RP to throw out, but they're not going to utilize it for a lowly Crystal Maiden. Instead, Shang-Chi will happily throw out the Unleash and secure the kill.
Yeah, they are showing now. Basically, Phoenix, Red Panda, he was watching as Pangolier goes bottom. They know that Alchemist is bottom, so there's absolutely nothing stopping them from taking the tier 2 mid. They should be taking it. Let's see if they commit to it. I believe that's the best play. I love Enchantress's 2 raid bands that she just purchased, by the way.
Radiant's middle tower has
Like just a bonus 20 attack speed coming from that. 8 intelligence as well, so some more damage. It's okay. Let's see. How much is a Hyperstone? Hyperstone is 2K, and it's 60 attack speed. 2 raid bands cost you 1,000.
Like 900, yeah.
1,000, yeah, and they give you 20 attack speed. So it's not really that worth, I guess, but you get it. You get the items easier. They are small items for a support to get, and they fill out your inventory. You look cool.
Also makes you a little bit tankier. Bonus armor, bonus HP, on top of the damage outlay that it increases.
Yeah,
We'll definitely see why I went for this.
yeah. I don't know. Like it feels a little weird, but it does give you a little bit of everything, right? Like you can dish out more impetuses because you have more int. Makes you tankier, like you just said. Smoke up from XG. They do have that Doom again.
All spells are online right now, and as the Ares are aware that this is the case, they don't have any positive vision for themselves that currently scouts out XG, but once the smoke pops, they do have a very nice defensive ward on the high ground. And XG, they don't find anybody, and the angle of approach is a bit difficult since they also don't have clear vision. So they're going to be forced back here with no kills.
Yeah, a ton of sentries were on top, and look at this now. Ares, they're the ones smoking up. They can catch Doom and Pango.
They skewer back the Doom. There's a big supernova drop down. They're going to... Descendant goes to try and deal with the egg, and they do get it down. JT, still alive in this fight, will end up losing his life. He threw the Doom in onto Ulu. Ghost right now, going directly onto the Marcy and dealing with her. They're forcing back XWY. Can't play with the rest of his team. There's a Remnant on the high ground, but there's chain disable from Paparazzi. So there's a dead Ember. TK was trying to throw damage in from the high ground with the impetus shots. Eventually, they turn their attention towards him and very quickly bring him down. A 3-4, 4-1 affair, rather. And that was with them skewering back JT, but it all went south in a hurry. They couldn't kill him before the Doom came out.
I can't believe they lost that fight so badly. Like, they are a little bit behind on net worth. It's understandable. You're playing versus Alchemist, but look at this replay. Like, I thought that was an easy double RP right there. But instead, what happens is he gets doomed. I think maybe as Magnus, you should be hitting them still, but it's hard to say. Probably not. Escaping as that Doom is on you is probably better. And the stun lock was there on Ember. I think 2 biggest mistakes of this fights for Ares were the skewer back on only one hero, and that's the Doom who just gets to Doom you. And the second one was the egg. It was on the low ground. Like, you had an opportunity to put that egg on high ground there, but probably he expected... I think what he expected was the RP to be more effective, to hit 2 heroes instead of just one skewer back.
Have we seen an RP this game, actually?
I don't
like
think so,
a big
right?
one, an effective one.
Yeah.
I don't think we've actually... Might not even seen the spell at all.
JT,
honestly.
Ulu, he's caught again.
He is indeed, and this is an awkward place to be. He's thinking about RPing. He does eventually throw it off. Skewer got stolen by Kaka, and he's trying to escape. He got doomed. There's got forced off away from TK, but Kaka has the blink, has the zap, has the kill. And they're gonna get some bonus out of this as well, as TK is gonna find himself just being dessert. So that's the Ares. Their fortunes have turned around almost completely.
Yeah.
And well, we wanted an RP, we saw it, Lizard, but it's not the one we thought we would be getting in a game like this.
At least it didn't get stolen, right? But it gets worse for Ares as Roshan, obviously. It's daytime, it has respawned. They go straight into the pit with acid spray, with salt chorus. This should be very easy. JT though.
Oh gosh.
Can they catch him? Maybe that's a decent punish, but no, he's out. Oh,
Let's see, XWY going in. Cancels the TP. Nicely done. Ember will be able to catch out this Doom.
They have
the
twin
question
gates,
is,
though.
can they kill him? Because they have twin gates, exactly. Reinforcements are en route. They do eventually catch him in the corner. They even pop a supernova for this. Paparazzi is like, all right, if they use supernova, sure, but Ghost, he's channeling up a stun. He wants to go in for this, Liz. He throws the stun in towards Shang-Chi. BKB is not at the ready anymore. XWY interrupting Paparazzi and preventing the Pango from going deeper into the fight. So Ghost can't do it all alone. Will realize he needs to retreat here. And in fact, Ulu
Kaka
goes in onto Kaka, who also came through these twin gates. Maybe his movement was a little bit optimistic on the Rubik, and he will end up dead because of it.
Everyone joining the fight a little bit later, one by one, through that twin gate. Because they didn't all straight go into it after Rush. They kind of moved a little bit into the lane. Yeah, that egg wasn't that bad, by the way, from Red Panda, because he doesn't necessarily know exactly how many heroes are following up. And when you are making a pickoff such as the one on Doom, who's extremely tanky, that egg makes sure that there's no instant retaliation from XG. So they get a couple of really nice kills, even though they lose Russian Aegis. Like right now, it still feels like Extreme Gaming, they're just a little bit sharper when it comes to execution. They're playing these team fights much, much better.
Under attack.
Yeah. Just have a very clear awareness of exactly who to go on, how to approach this. That being said, though, as expected, Ace Ares is still making this game very entertaining. Yes, they have a 10k net worth deficit, but they still have all their tier 2 towers. They still have lots of space on the map to be able to farm. They still have heroes that can still scale towards the latter portion of the game. So they're on the back foot, their backs are against the ropes, but this game is kind of far from over, Liz.
For sure. There are ways for both of these teams to scale extremely well into the late game. I would even say that maybe Ares can scale when it comes to the right clicks themselves. They can perhaps scale even better because you have the Ench, you also getting that damage. You have the Marcy. She's actually opted not to go for the Aghanims. Instead, full damage. Like Basher, crit, BKB, Daedalus next.
Let's go.
He wants to be bringing the hurt.
Everyone's gonna just be outlaying damage on the side of Ares. They do end up losing their tier 2 tower in the top lane, but they counter by taking the tier 2 away bottom. So they actually have more map control on the side of Aster Ares, despite being behind in net worth.
They also have these creeps running around all the time, right? Like, that's a bonus thing. Enchantress is just pushing the lanes. Like, you can see the Alpha Wolf on the mid lane right now. It's doing its work. It's like, this creep dishes out a ton of damage. Like, he has plus 89. So, like, he kills creeps. It's one of the best things about Ench. Even when you're dead, you're farming or pushing in.
And it's even better now because you got the 2 creeps to be able to enchant, since they did bring down that Tormentor. So TK doing a lot of work on this map. And just picked up an Aghanim Scepter, dude. Full Sprink available now on this Enchantress. Where did he find this money? He doesn't even have a Philly Stone or anything.
Yeah, it's from doing exactly what we just showcased. Even if he's dead, he's just sending creeps on lanes and they're pushing in. It's like Lycan with the Shard. It's just constant. You're constantly getting some passive gold. Red Panda, though.
Well, yeah, JT's about to get some active gold, as Red Panda's gonna gift him a little bit of extra juice.
Yeah.
Paparazzi, dude, Paparazzi is just not landing anything today. Feels bad, man.
He's not having a good time.
There's a fight happening a bit more north side, though, as they found Shang-Chi as well. Ghost gets another kill for himself. Has a Nullifier, Blink, Abyssal, Radiance, AC.
It just
They
feels
really
like
want to end the game soon.
yeah, it just feels like Ares plays very well, and then they just fall asleep. They doze off a little bit, and they get caught on these heroes that really shouldn't be getting caught the way they are. It's so hard for Phoenix to survive versus Doom, by the way. Like, usually, all you do is you Fire Spirit, then you Sunray, and you TP out, and he can't even use Infernal Blade on time. But he's been, well, dooming the Ember on top.
Yeah, let's see. He doesn't have reinforcements with him right now. So far, this is a solitary mission that JT is embarking upon. And sadly, Not sure if this mission will be a successful one. The Doom is about to relapse. XWI is out.
Very close. Very, very close. Yeah, XWI very happy with how that happened. Meanwhile, they don't have the Aegis anymore, so only Cheese to work with on the Pango. A lot of time has been stalled by Ares, and this should be a smoke. Like, look at them clumping all together.
Let's see, do they have anything big to reveal off the back end of the smoke? This Marcy just picked up the recipe for Daedalus. It's flying in right now. So they have that bonus damage to reveal. Their opponents
Butterfly.
are fairly far away, though.
What do you think about Butterfly and Magnus, by the way?
Butterfly Mag, I didn't even drop this.
Butterfly
Nice.
Mag, yeah.
Huh.
Is
I
it?
mean-
Is it nice? It's interesting.
Okay, so he doesn't need more damage, right?
Yeah.
With Empower and everything, he has 500 damage already. Attack speed is nice, but I think the big thing is this gives him a secondary tool of survivability. It's not just BKB. If he gets doomed, he can actually potentially survive the fight because of all this evasion.
Kaka actually manages to TP just before Red Panda scouted him out. By the way, this Aghanim's on Enchantress, I feel like the best usage of it is actually farming. Like, you get so much farm out of the Aghs. Of course, in fights later on, it's gonna come in handy. Unless you die first, DK is kinda deep.
Yeah, he's underworlds. He is very, very dead. Doesn't have buyback either because he's expended so much of this money.
And he's such a big part of their high ground defense. I don't think that it's easy for XG, though, to push high ground. Enchantress is not... she's not the kill. Like, you need something much, much bigger.
They're still not playing with an Aegis right now, so we'll certainly want to just control the map, not take any unnecessary risks. Down bottom, XWI might get doomed again by JT. And then DT will. This time, though, there are reinforcements because Paparazzi already making the TP in on top of this outpost. Nobody here to reinforce XWI. Swashbuckle, hey! This time it does hit. And they should be able to find the kill.
And it was exactly what they needed. Magnus?
Magnus also got caught. He doesn't have RP. He has it, but hasn't been able to get it off, and he dies. They got him 100-0 without him casting any spells, getting off a BKB, no nothing.
Yeah, this is...
He just dies heads up.
Yeah, this is pretty much what I was talking about. Like, there's a cloak of flames on the ground, by the way, but no one cares about that. They just want to push. Enchantress will try to defend it a little bit, but Ares, once again, like, they're doing fine, and then they just start getting picked off one after another.
Yeah, a fight's gonna happen now. This is gonna be even worse if they lose these heroes here. Shang-Chi in with the BKB, trying to deal with this Alchemist, but Ghost has too much survivability. That being said, though, with this buyback from XWI, they are able to bring down Ghost. Supernova did pop for that as well. Paparazzi in with the Rolling Thunder. Can't save DY's life, though. And JT has no more Doom, so they can't really do anything to this BKB Ember Spirit. XWI, as his BKB is about to finish, Paparazzi just jumps onto Red Panda and kills him off. Kaka stole Sunray as well. And he's doing a lot of work with it in this fight.
Ulu is back.
He brought back. Oh no, he does have RP, but he's already used his Blink Dagger. They found no targets. Kaka will get caught up by this Ember Spirit, lifts himself away, but I have absolutely no faith he survives this fight. And he will get brought down. It is only 3 heroes though. And Lizard, they brought back on 2 of their cores for this. It doesn't feel like it's fully worthwhile, even though they do defend the base.
100% doesn't feel, unless maybe they get this rush. The unfortunate part of it is he's gonna remain here for 30 more seconds, so you have to be really fast about it. They have to go in. Enchantress has to be actually damaging and not just tanking it with... Okay, I think you need impetus here too. Let's see, Pango not really going top, so they should get at least the Aegis out of it. So, what are the upsides? They defended, they killed off the Alchemist, they are getting a rush. It's gonna have Refresher for perhaps Ulu. So you're going to be dealing with double RP in the future. Another positive is Enchantress survived through the whole duration of that fight. She's getting very, very difficult to deal with, getting like hitting harder and harder. She will be most likely taking that Empower buffs as well in the next fights. If they're careful enough, I think they should be doing that. So there are some positives for Ares, even though they expended a lot of buybacks. Now, what I really want to see from them is some more stacked up gameplay. Like, don't get picked off one by one anymore. If you manage to do that, think there's a fair shot for them in this game.
Asteris, a team that exemplifies volatility more than any other within our region. You know what they remind me of, actually? This Asteris is basically like Ichigo in Bleach. At their strength, at maximum strength, you're just like, oh my god, this guy can do basically
what?
anything.
They remind you of what?
Ichigo from Bleach. You know when...
What the hell is that?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, Bleach, the anime?
Snare, I think I'll stop casting with you in the future. Don't hit me with anime references, man. What the hell? Why are you a weeb?
Why are you weeb? I am big weeb.
Smoke?
Well, smoke action happening. Ulu is very far. Ulu, my friend. Ulu? Ulu? Okay, he dies at the stages. His team is coming back to help him. They come through, Rolling Thunder will be there, and they get the Doom out onto Ulu as well, and Ulu's just dead. Shang-Chi jumped in with the Marcy, but can't really do anything. Supernova does manage to stun 3 heroes, and he manages to ensure that Kaka can't steal the Nova, but he does still die nonetheless. TK attempting to TP out, but it is only an attempt as he dies as well. 3 heroes taken away, a dieback on the Magnus.
Yeah.
And all of this for what, Lizard? This did not need to happen.
This definitely did not need to happen. I think he just felt a little bit too secure because of the fact that he has Aegis. He's feeling, yeah, they can't do anything to me. I have Aegis. I'm going to stand in front even if they smoke. And XG, they took that bluff. They went on him. They kill him once without the Doom, then they use the Doom afterwards. Doom also has Refresher now anyway, so he could use it twice.
Look at Kaka jumping in. They find XWI. They find the additional stun. They pop the Lincolns, and now they pop the Life of the Ember. That's also a dieback, as he's in the grave for 2 minutes. TK brought back to defend, but I think this is the game, potentially.
This is 100% the game. Like, there's no comeback from this. Magnus, Ulu did not have the best game. Like, and it's not only him. The whole, like, this last pickoff definitely wasn't him. Like, he's the one that got caught. But the whole team of Aster Ares, they just didn't play a disciplined game of Dota. And I'm not sure why, because they can be disciplined.
Rolling Thunder now. Paparazzi going in, isolating these 2 supports, ensuring that Ghost has the space to knock over the lane of Rax in the mid lane. And with 2 Rax taken, they're going for the jugular. They know that XWI is still gone for another 75 seconds. They have cheese, and to make matters worse, because Kaka stole stun ray, how do you even go onto Ghost?
They don't have creeps. Like, the creep wave wasn't pushing down bottom fast enough, so maybe that will help them. Doom,
well,
mid.
JT jumps in, gets 2 Dooms, 1 on the Phoenix, and then he follows it up onto Shang-Chi. Both of them should be dead off the back of this. Neither of them have access to a secondary life. They both buy back, though. Gonna try and force this fight. Supernova was popped, but it's too far away. Ghost throws a stun back, but Ghost, he's in a little bit of danger. Doesn't have BKB anymore and will die. TK and Shang-Chi doing the Lord's work. JT, in the meantime, he's also going to get brought back. He tried to run interference, but now he's being chased by Ulu and the gang, and they should be able to bring him down. He Midases before going down, but the spring from TK will ensure that he does die off. Paparazzi also on the high ground, goes in, Rolling Thunder. There's no more BKBs onto these Aster Ares heroes. He's turning around onto Red Panda. TK is here, but he can't ensure he lives. And Paparazzi, bro! Kaka. It has to stop. Kaka at the very least goes in with the Fade Ball to ensure that they can kill Red Panda.
Oh, TK actually had a kill there on Kaka, but he didn't have impetus. Like, he used the Sproink, but I'm not sure if he didn't have enough mana for impetus or if it was just not on autocast, because it wasn't on autocast when I clicked. Very unfortunate. A couple of... I'm surprised that the game will continue, by the way, but it will. Off of a refresher shard used by Magnus as well. It managed to catch JT, bring him back into the egg, finish him off a little while later. Ghost also dying. Like, he is 6-slotted, but you can see it's an alchemist. You can still take him down. He feels like paper later on.
We've already gotten to that point where he has hit his critical mass.
Yeah, he's just giving away Aghanim Scepters at this point, right?
Also, I think that's crazy for me about that fight is the melee barracks in the top lane came down to like 480 HP. They almost got megas out of this.
Yeah, it would be definitely more difficult for Ares to play against Megas, but they do have heroes that can deal with that. Like you have Ember, you have Marcy, you have Magnus. Like these are all heroes. Even Enchantress, she can tank them up. So it does become a problem because you can't push out as easily. The game isn't over when the Megas happen. That's all I'm saying. By the way, I called it. I said this game was over. I ate my words. It's gonna continue.
Are gonna continue for quite a bit of time. Well, Paparazzi wants to make sure we don't continue that long. Picks up an MKB. Now they have another way to get through the Magnus Butterfly. Man, rough being Ulu. You're either being doomed up and controlled, or now Paparazzi has a way to directly hit you.
Yeah, look at them just drawing that line. Go for the racks, boys. Let's do it. I'm not sure that's like necessary that much for them. They don't have to go ham on the racks. Like they have this double doom with the refresher. They can just do that instead. Who got the axe, by the way? You mentioned it.
Axe from the Roshan or just the pickup? Enchantress.
Just the alchemists. He made an axe.
Oh, the alchemist. He made an axe. Who got it? Let's see. Pango. Looks like Pango.
Yeah.
Pango. It's a very good axe. Right now, with the shield rune and an negative scepter, killing Paparazzi feels impossible. So
not giving it.
Ares even find him.
No, not giving it to Kaka. What disrespect.
That'll be the next one. The second one will go to Kaka.
He's got 7.5k gold. He can literally buy anything in the game right now. This Rubik is sitting on, like, you rarely see Rubik sitting on so much cash. He's waiting for the crash, man. He's saving up to buy to buy when it's...
So Kaka's a prepper, I see.
Yeah, they might get them from behind. Look at this. Nice little rotation from Ares.
But they got the racks. That's what they wanted first. They go in and bring down Kaka from Ares. Ulu does get doomed, as is his want. There will be a supernova in the midst of the fight. Ghost, JT, and Paparazzi want to take down the egg, and they do manage to do so as there's no RP to stop them. They also chop through the HP of Marcy. So Shang-Chi is dead too. TK getting abandoned by the rest of his team. I say that, but XWI comes back in with the BKB active. He wants to try and run down Ghost. There's no more BKB on Ghost. RP comes out. Ghost does get off the cheese though, but he might still end up dead. Secondary Doom will emerge. There's the stolen RP from Kaka. Saves the fight. They lose Ghost, but they're gonna still rinse through as the Ares. There will be buybacks en masse on Ulu and XWI yet again as JT
That's a
now
dieback.
forced to run himself away. XWI really wants to chase him and kill him. They die back on Kaka, yes indeed. So they get Ghost, they get Kaka. They did require buybacks of their own though, and they still do end up losing the racks, and they have to play against Megas regardless.
It's crazy how these fights are going. Like Extreme is 43k ahead, 43,000 gold ahead, and these fights they are still not. They are winning them. Don't get me wrong. They're not buying back the Alchemist. They just bought back the Rubik, but they're not super decisive fights in which they clean them up. That's what you should expect from a team. You should expect a full cleanup if you're 43k ahead. But that's, I guess, the power of Doom and Alchemist on one team. You're gonna have a lot of damn gold on your side.
More net worth than God.
Just
This fight, I really can't believe how daring XWI is, dude. This guy has no chill at this back end of the game. That being said, if not for this cheese that the Alchemist got off and for Kaka stealing RP, Ares would have demolished this fight even harder.
No, I completely agree. Is Rosh up? Yeah, it is. They're already in. It's like XG, they don't want to allow this to happen, but they have to be careful. They don't have the Alchemist or the Rubik.
Shang-Chi is going forward. Pops BKB on the Marcy. They bring back DY at the very least. Should be able to get one kill there.
Yeah,
Very smartly done by the Alchemist. Brings in his gem, or the courier to snatch the gem immediately as the Crystal Maiden dies.
The problem for Ares is these Megas are hitting your tier 4s. Like the second tier 4 is about to fall. And now your throne is open.
XWI did indeed have to go back to defend this. Rolling Thunder from Paparazzi. Lets them kill Red Panda. DY also brought back. And XWI, he knew that he had to defend the base.
JT.
Like you said, it's being just mauled down. JT does manage to catch a little bit of vision onto Shang-Chi, and there's no BKB, no mana, and no
Doom.
more life available for the Marcy. The Doom was expended. Oh, Shiva's God happens to clip this Enchantress in the trees, so she's gonna end up dead as well. no way out of this one.
She's got Sproing. She's very tanky. She will die eventually. It's just that it will take them a bit longer. And you might think,
Oh my gosh, she's still alive.
yeah. The talent on 20. The talent on 20 is just stupid. Plus 65, untouchable attack slow. Okay. Another Aghanim Scepter. Everyone is going to get an axe eventually on XG. And the problem of that fight was, like, you want to take the Roche, Doomed Ember?
Ember Spirit should be... Is he dead? Alive? Dead? Denied? At least he gets denied. But I don't think JT cares. JT just knows it's a dieback. So now they have to try and somehow defend this game 4v5. And to make it worse, it's about to be 3v5 because Ulu's also dead to the Rolling Thunder. JT moving in here so they can provide some damage onto TK. The Shiva's God will zone back the rest of Ares. And as they kill off TK, Red Panda is the final remaining member. They might want to go onto the Supernova Egg. Can they kill it before the game ends? They cannot. Doesn't matter though, because XG will claim game number 1. GG, well played is called. Took a lot longer than I expected it to, but nonetheless, XG cleanly sweep them away at the end.
Yeah, it took them a bit longer than expected, but because the amount of sheer power that their heroes had, even with not so much farm, I believe they didn't make way too many mistakes. It was just difficult for them to take these fights properly. Meanwhile, Esther Ares, like, they had this game. I feel like even though it never looked completely in their control, they had many opportunities. They just never capitalized on any of them. Like, they would create an opportunity or two for themselves, but they would never push it to the end. Like, they'd get an Aegis and then they get picked off. They'd get an Aegis on Ulu and then he'd die twice, even though it's like that was probably their last remaining hope. When he had that Aegis and he died twice at the bottom tier 2 tower, that was when the game was over for me.
Yep. Fully agree with you there. Did really feel like Ulu just struggled to make his influence known on this hero. Farmed very well, had decent right-click damage, but we didn't necessarily get to see these RPs protecting the Supernova. His positioning was a bit sus, but a lot of it also comes down to JT. JT's utilization of this Doom hero and the Doom spell itself was super hot most of this game. In most of the fights, he always made sure to Doom Ulu so that there's no RP. And then for the pickoffs, he's just doing Ember. Feels like those two heroes copped like 95% of the Dooms throughout this game. And it worked perfectly for the most part for XG when they needed it to.
Yeah, it did. Like, I just hope that Ares, step it up a little bit in the next game. I still think that they're very volatile, but when you say they're very volatile, you can see that they have what it takes to stand up against the best teams. They just need to clean up their act just a tiny little bit. I think TK on Enchantress was playing out of his mind. He was really trying his best to clutch this one back in. I'm wondering maybe if they had... So one of the problems perhaps is that they had 0 to none utility. That's also an issue, right? Like, when you're thinking about this Enchantress, yeah, she's dishing out a lot of damage, but bringing almost no utility. Your other support is Phoenix. Sunray is nice, but there is no Lotus, there is no Force Staff, nothing like that. Your offlaner also is building no utility. It's a Marcy that's just going full right click. So maybe that's also a thing that they could think about adjusting in the future. By the way, that dive was really funny. Like, it feels so bad when you dive into the ball.
Yep. I do think in that situation, you're very right that had they had even just one Lotus Orb, like the amount of times that Echo Shell could have been so useful to stop JT, either to stop him from easily casting the Doom or to make him die in the process, not let him survive the fight with meager amounts of health. Sadly though, they didn't have that utility like you say. They had damage, and at stages like this in the game, whenever BKBs were down, and maybe there's a hero or two out of position, then you could realize how much damage they could lay out onto a hero. Sadly though, they couldn't do it reliably. And XG take game 1. They were definitely expected to win the game just given the relative strength of the teams, but this will make them very much considerate of not underestimating Aster Ares into game 2, because Aster Ares made them work for it really, really hard.
Yeah, they did. I think one of the players that didn't have a stellar performance on Extreme Gaming might be Paparazzi.
Papa.
Yeah, he had a good lane though. Like he laned really damn well into Ember. After the laning stage as well, he made some decent moves early on, but later on he just couldn't connect. Sometimes, especially on Pango, sometimes it just happens, right? It's that sort of a hero in which sometimes you look like a god, sometimes you look like a fool. It can happen, and this is the play, right? Rubik steals the RP. Right
Game-saving stuff right here.
Yeah.
Yep. If that RP doesn't happen, if Ghost doesn't get off that cheese, so many things are different about this fight. Hell, might not even have required the buybacks from the Ember and the Mag, but that does end up happening. They do end up in a situation where even at the end of the game, Ulu unable to make good utilization out of this RP. Just rough for him, man. And he clearly does know how to play this hero, but he never felt comfortable. You know, I didn't get to feel that Ulu magic of this guy's gonna go in, force some fight that doesn't look like it should make sense, but somehow still emerge with 2-3 kills. Just didn't feel like Magnus is the hero that enabled him to do that. Or maybe it was too difficult for him to play up against JT, who really had a priority target out for Ulu.
Yeah, I think like one thing that separates these seasoned Magnus players is they. So you're a carry mag, right? Like you're not supposed to be the main disabler and team fighter for your team. I think your RP can be used for just getting single pickoffs. Like you see some Crystal Maiden running around, harpoon her in, RP, finish her off. You see some Rubik, you do the same. You don't necessarily save it for these big damn fights. And that's something that XG did much Paparazzi, the MVP. Sure, I mean, look, he did work in the end. Like, when I think about their team, who could get the MVP instead of him? Alchemist, I don't think he did as much as the Pangolier. Doom, perhaps. Doom was catching them.
I would give it to JT.
Yeah, JT was just catching them 24/7. But this is good enough as well. One thing that Extreme Gaming did so much better than Ares, in my view, is they were getting those pickoffs that were necessary every single time. Whenever there's an Aegis on their side or the opposing side, they made sure that they utilize that time to get a pickoff or two, either stall the game until Aegis is gone, or utilize the Aegis for something bigger after the pickoff.
You could just definitely see that Extreme Gaming have a better head on their shoulders on how to play disciplined Dota in conditions that you're not favored in, to turn those into favorable conditions and therefore win out the game. And they've done so in spectacular fashion in game 1. We'll see if they can replicate this in game number 2, or if Aster Ares will show us the inkling of strength that we've heard that they have and make this a much more entertaining series than it would be if it's a just 2-0 sweep. We'll find out after a very small break, so don't go anywhere. Chinese DPC resumes in just a few minutes, so we'll see you soon to continue the hype. Welcome back, one and all, here to some Chinese Dota action. We are witnessing at present Aster Aries taking on Extreme Gaming, where Aster Aries want to look for their first win in the DPC. Otherwise, it's going to be a very rough affair for them. They're starting to look down the barrel of relegation. Master Lizard, my favorite weeb in the world, talk to me about this. If you're the coach of Aster Aries, what did you tell them in the break? Or what ideas have you got cooking for them to make the comeback happen?
First and foremost, stop watching anime. Start watching some replays. Weebs out. I think Gachi overall is just much better than Weeb anime stuff anyway. But
oh my gosh.
Yeah, like speaking of what they're supposed to be doing in the next game, maybe harness that energy and just try to focus a little bit more. I don't know if it's the LAN affecting them or if it's how they usually are at the moment, because I haven't seen a team make so many blunders in a long time. And blunders in a sense that, no, I'm not flaming them per se. I'm just saying that they had an opportunity to come back into the game so many damn times, and every time someone would get picked off. It literally looked like a pub. XG was playing a pro game, and Aster Aries, they were playing something that resembled a pub. They'd get advantage, and then, everyone on their own. One hero on one side of the map, the other on the other. We're all farming, we're all waiting for an extra item. We're never smoking up and actually utilizing that advantage.
I mean, even the few times that we did see them smoke, right, where you could almost tell someone on the team is like, hey, something's going wrong, guys, we should do something. And then they'd smoke, and then you look around the map, you're like, where's our wards? Where's our vision? Nobody is positioned anywhere to actually help us find these engagements on the back end of a smoke. So definitely from Aster Aries, I would like to see them professionalize it a little bit, play just at the level we know they can. I also want to see them give Uru something, just give him a Ulu hero. Like Magnus, I know is busted right now. Yes, it's doing everything, but if you're going to give him Magnus, but you have to ban the Doom. It felt like the Doom did just way too much work to prevent Ulu from being allowed to play Dota. It was also
Really?
rough into the Rubik, right?
Yeah,
You mentioned it in the draft itself that like playing Magnus, you have to worry about when can you actually trigger out the RP. And there were so many times, the one time we thought that, yes, this is the time, he immediately gets lifted out by the Rubik.
I
And
feel
you're
like they
well,
could
okay.
have they could have just maybe been a little bit more secure in what they had. I think really you touched on the fact that he doesn't have too many Magnus games recently, and it felt that way. It felt like a guy that's playing a hero that isn't really one with his power spikes. Like he doesn't really understand when he's super strong and when he should utilize those power spikes. It happens. Usually it happens when you haven't practiced the hero way too many times. Like you haven't practiced it. Kale, hopefully no Kale. FNG,
No Kale.
FGN, never mind. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna read it, but I've already done it, so if it's bad, sorry, don't fire me, Gaben. Extreme Gaming.
It's going to be fine.
Looking really serious, don't they?
Yeah. I like the fact that even though Aster Aries came into this, very jovial, quite happy about what the weekend looks like, Extreme Gaming probably were a little bit rattled after their loss earlier on to Azure Array. So they're trying to make sure that does not happen again. Every single game must be played with maximum impact. And I guess for them as well, they're also starting to realize that, hey guys, we have one tour left. We do not have the points to go to TI just yet. If we do well in this tour, but we don't do well at the major, then suddenly there's a very high likelihood we have to go through qualifiers rather than direct invites. So that starts to weigh on you. And all of them have been in this position before where you're this close to qualifying for TI and you just barely don't make it because of a couple of games going south. So I'm sure that here they realize that this is where you have to be as serious as humanly possible. Don't allow complacency to set in now before the major, because by that point, it'll be too late to fix that habit if you've already let it happen.
Of course, yeah. Just play as disciplined as possible, as on point as possible. They have done it in the last game. Hello. He waved at you, Snare, I'm sure.
What's up? Looking at us directly. I also love how serious JT is. He just crushed the game, owning on the Doom, and he looks like he looks like he just lost. He's the one that has to now find a plan for game number 2.
And it's usually JT that's the fun of the party, right? Like in every game,
Exactly.
He's the one smiling, chilling. But I'm not sure. Extreme Gaming definitely aren't messing around maybe they're not even that happy with the way they performed in that last match. I feel like they could have had a couple of... is that ZZQ? I see ZZQ. I'll say it's ZZQ.
That is ZZQ, yeah, it is, yeah.
Snoop.
Unless it's a very bad 9 and it's a ZZ9 instead of ZZQ. But it probably is ZZQ.
Yeah. Do you
I
think
think one thing as well for XG to think about for this game is going to be movement for Paparazzi, because it wasn't really connecting after the earlier portions of the mid game. But you were going to say, do I think that?
I was going to ask you the same thing, if you think he's happy with his performance. But you know what? I feel his movements weren't bad. It's just like mechanical things. Sometimes it happens, right? Like you get fat fingers for a game. It's fine. It happens to everyone, even to the best players in the world. Some Polaroid picture. Hello.
Hey, shake it like a Polaroid picture. You're supposed to be translating for us right now, Liz, telling us what the people are saying.
Yeah. There's XG, exclamation mark, best team in the world. Yeah, that's what it says.
All right, there we go. So right now we're just waiting for Ulu to get back into the lobby. We had a slight technical issue with him, but we should be underway in just a moment. And for them, do want to see them play something more comfortable. For XG, just keep doing what you're doing. And I really want to see Ghost playing well at TI. Just has been struggling since he entered the scene. That being said, though, his development over the course of last tour and this one has been very stark to be able to see. Very clearly starting to become the more realized carry that we all thought he could be. Hell, even Monet was shouting him out the other day, right? Say this is the guy that he has eye on.
Yeah, in this last game, he was very sacrificial for an alchemist. You know, like he wasn't scared of joining every single skirmish, and even if he falls, he falls. So what? His laning stage is, I think, what separates him from some other carries, and also the heroes that you can pick to him. Like you can pick for him some very niche, weird carries, and it's always nice to have a guy like that on your team, right?
Absolutely.
It just makes drafts easier.
Well, we're going to see what they have cooking in the drafting department here, Liz, because we have a second one on our hands for game number 2. As the Aries, they have the first pick on the Radiant side. Extreme Gaming have second pick on Dire. And as thank God, they've banned out the Doom. So no JT Doom, no Techies, no Medusa, and no Magnus.
Beast,
what's
right?
left?
Timber.
Beastmaster's left, yeah.
Yeah.
Beast, Timber, Crystal Maiden, Phoenix, and also Keeper of the Light still in the pool.
Yeah. Damn, like a lot of really Spirit Breaker as well. Tester Aries really value this Phoenix, damn. I guess the best thing about first phasing Phoenix is you're not really giving anything away, and it's a very versatile hero that you can pair up with a lot of offlaners that bring control. You could go for that Marcy again. You can go for Mars, not Marcy. You can do a lot of stuff. But then again,
Mars Phoenix,
yeah.
Old school. Man.
The only problem is like you're picking this hero that's really, you can't consider Phoenix being borderline broken even. Like he's not even that strong. He's strong, but not where he used to be. So you're leaving Beast, you're leaving Timber, you're leaving Visage, Spirit Breaker. There's just so many good heroes left in the pool.
And it's not even like this is the best hero in the world for Red Panda. I mean, yes, he has had a fair amount of games on it, but it's not like his Disruptor or his Brewmaster or his Tree or something. I guess maybe he just really values having some kind of hero that can provide heal, so they don't have to necessarily buy it on the offlane, but we'll see. For Extreme Gaming, a lot of the other broken heroes are still in the game for them because they didn't pick one on Ask the Aries. What would you go for here? Timber +1, Pango +1, Coddle +1?
I think Pango is a safe bet as well. Like, he didn't have a great game last, but the problem with Pango is there's still one extra pick for Aster Aries. They can get a Bloodseeker instantly out. Like, Bloodseeker being in first phase isn't really a problem. You can cover him a little bit, but he doesn't even need to be covered. Instead, a Bat Mirana. Okay. Okay. Very versatile, right? Like, Mirana as well was banned in the last game because Enchantress was picked by Aster Aries, and then they banned out the Mirana. We'll see if Aster Aries actually... Okay, a Spirit Breaker, yeah. Not bad, not bad. I like it.
I like the Spirit Breaker here. Charger on the map, a nice beefy hero. A different way to start fights as well. I don't know where this hero is going to be, if it's a 3 or a 4, But wherever he ends up being positioned, I do hope they pick another hero that can go in with him. So he's not the only person charged with the responsibility of charging.
Yeah, I would like him to be on the offlane. I think he gets a lot of value from a little bit of farm. Like if he doesn't have farm, he's also strong. But if he gets farm, it's so nice. Like it's the sweet spot. They are banning out some heroes that are good against him in the lane. Like you really don't do anything to a Morphling. Same goes for the Bloodseeker. And when you have a Spirit Breaker, you can also get some rotating position 4. We both think Phoenix is a 5, right? So you can get some 4 that actually can move on the map. You don't really care too much about the Bat as a Spirit Breaker as well. Like you have that Bulldoze later on. You don't max it, but it's still nice.
I would like to see... Do you remember which team it was that played the Spirit Breaker in tandem with... Who did they have in the 4 position? Crap, my brain's burning quickly.
Maybe.
But there was a very nice combination that we saw. Skywrath Mage, yes. Spirit Breaker, Skywrath Mage. That could potentially be a thing that we see from them on the side of Asteris.
Yeah, because another thing that he does is he enables a lot of these backline supports. So you can have a Phoenix, Spirit Breaker, and Skywrath. It can work. You can go for some more team fight oriented position 4 or 5, like a Disruptor or something like that. But in general, what you do like is having a hero that can leave him in the lane and rotate. Like Enchantress is an option, but it's not that great this time around. Like you already have Mirana, and Bat is kind of not that great to play into as well.
So looking for TK heroes for Asteris. So it could still be Rubik for him. It could still be... And you mentioned he's played Earth Spirit here and there, but that hero is still in a peculiar place. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It depends on what Extreme Gaming goes for as well, right? Because they have to reveal their other support first. Let us know where DY is playing. DY is in the team, so he's probably playing the Mirana. So are we getting Kaka Rubik coming next? That way you also have a way to lift out Spirit Breaker from his charge. Or are we getting Quaddle so you can blast him back to negate the charge that way?
Both are good calls. However, I would like some frontline for them on the next pick. Like some melee for me would be great, but I don't see Kaka playing it. So probably not going to happen. Maybe Quaddle is one of the better calls that you've made, I think. Like you already have a way of dealing with the egg in the Mirana. You get that Quaddle and you just blast down the lane with Bat, or you can even play Mirana with the Bat, it's fine. You can also put Bat on 4, it's versatile, right? Like they have many options. Like Bat has been played by Saxa, and that guy just dominated on a position 4 Bat Rider.
To be fair, that's not fair. Saxa is also a different beast. You know, that guy is...
Are you saying Kaka isn't?
No, but they're different players, you know?
Yeah.
Kaka is a beast on his heroes, right? What makes him great is that he'll make heroes that aren't good look like S-tier heroes. And then Saxa he can just play anything in the 4 role, and it'll make it look like a natural support hero, you know?
Okay, yeah, I agree.
10 seconds remaining.
They took a lot of time here in the second phase, both of these squads with their bans. We saw the anti-mage removed by Aster Ares, so there's some spirits that could come through in the mid lane that would appreciate that ban. And Extreme just goes straight in for the Alchemist. It is, you know, now after the previous game, it is now officially their most picked hero, as this will be the 6th time that they roll with it here in the DPC, and so far undefeated.
Yeah, and now if you're Aster Ares, you have to figure out a way of actually dealing with it. Magnus is not an option. It didn't work last game. You can't pick it. What are like an Ursa is left in the pool that's kind of good against you, right? But you have
Terrorblade?
TB, yeah, sure. But you have 2 problems, right? One is the Alchemist, the other is the Bat. So you have to be thinking about both of these. Like your lane cannot go super poorly.
Well, we see the one spirit that Aster Ares were reaching towards when they banned out the Anti-Mage, bringing in the Storm Spirit, usually the one that they go for. I thought after game 2, maybe after game 1, XWI might be feeling the Ember, but nice little backline jumper. Their stuns aren't also that incredible from Extreme Gaming so far.
Yeah, they have some catch in the Bat if he gets a blink later on, and they go with the Sky that you called. I think this is so smart because for Extreme, a really good mid laner would be Puck. And now with Skyrat, perhaps it's not that good any longer. Suddenly you have You have that silence that you have to worry about. So Extreme go with an Ember Spirit instead. It's going to be Ember versus Storm. The lane itself, it's, I would say, kind of even. Like sometimes some players think that Ember is stronger, some that Storm is stronger. But later on, obviously, you can jump on top of him with the Storm. Ember has Searing Chains. You get that extra catch. Overall, it does look like a much harder game for Ember, considering you're playing versus Sky and Spirit Breaker. There's just there's a lot to work through.
That's what I was thinking, right? The Storm Spirit, if he gets anything resembling a good time middle, a rotation from Spirit Breaker, Skywrath, you guarantee the kill on Ember. So we need to see Paparazzi. Well, we need to see him have at least the same lane that he had in Game 1. The rest of the game needs to improve, definitely, but the laning phase, he needs to perform to that level or better. As Extreme Gaming are now trying to cover the right-click output that should come from Ulu at the end of the draft. As much as I like the Skywrath mage, I really think TB would have been the hero for this game. Does get himself banned out, though, by Extreme. So that's the concern about heroes coming in for Kaka. So they should ban his Lion, probably ban his Rubik next. And what do we get for Ulu then under these conditions, Liz?
Yeah, like I really think it's all still open, like for Aster Ares and for Extreme Gaming at the moment. What are you banning here, Snare? Like banning just another support that can mess you up, both the Skyrat and the Storm. Nyx is Nyx is a very solid ban. I like that. So Terrorblade and Naga banned out. Like you mentioned this earlier, is Ursa an option? Like it at least gives you scaling into the Alchemist. You could go for Faceless Void maybe. Oh, Lifestealer. Do you like that?
Okay. I do.
Actually,
I think it's okay.
Faceless Void was banned, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. FV's banned. I think I'm okay with this Lifestealer. There's several vehicles to bring you into the fight. All their stuns on the side of Extreme Gaming are either very telegraphed with like arrow concoction. You should always be able to press Q through this. And I guess you also do okay. Do you remember there was a point where Alchemists were being played into Lifestealer? And Lifestealers, if you got a good start, you could deal with this Alch hero. But it's super contingent on like the first portion of your game. It's not a good comeback hero, so they can't lose their lanes for Aster Ares.
You have a lot of carriers at least, right? Like you're a Lifestealer that can jump into Storm, jump into Spirit Breaker. The Aster Ares' lineup is super heavy skirmish oriented early on. It's a complete opposite of what they had in Game 1. So maybe they can really make this style of a lineup work. Extreme Gaming, meanwhile, last pick. Okay, so they will rotate the bat to the 4, and this will be Slardar on the offlane. Okay. So they literally just picked the most obnoxious counter pick to the Lifestealer in the game. Like it's very difficult for him to play. Corrosive armor later on as well. Corrosive Haze, that is, together with Acid Spray. Like, Lifestealer, good luck, my friend. This does not look like an easy game for you.
Yeah, it suddenly became an uber hard game because the lane sucks against Slaughter. Like you mentioned, they have so much minus armor for later on. And, you know, there's another difficult hero to deal with. Slaughter, you can't necessarily, like, just say to yourself, I'm going to trade with this guy. Even if he's not beating you in the lane, later on, he's fairly difficult to kill in the fights. They want to try and throw their burst onto different targets. Yeah, this Slaughter pick, it's the first one we've had so far in China. Love to see it that one series has given us 2 new heroes in the Marcy in Game 1 and now a Slaughter for Game 2. Feels another great thing about the Slaughter, it gives them some more vision control with the Corrosive Haze. That amp damage can track the Spirit Breaker, can track the Storm Spirit through the fights. Yeah, this might be a perfect pick, Liz. Talk to me. Give me the hopium. How does Aster Ares turn this around then? What do they need to do to deal with the JT Slaughter in Game 2?
Yeah, the hero isn't picked that much. Maybe he's not that good at the moment at all. It's a good pick for the game, but maybe if you can slow him down and then just snowball out of control on these heroes, you definitely have the snowball potential. I think TK, in that last game, he played Enchantress, and she doesn't have to, but she loves building these items that benefit her alone, like your pikes and diagonums and whatnot, but she can definitely pivot into more team-oriented kind of pavises and stuff, like hoods, pipes. I think Skyrat usually can be more greedy, So it's natural for them to have this very greedy position 4 who can really roll out of control this game. Like Skyrat, TK, like, he can make the difference.
So what I think they should actually do, speaking of TK, I wouldn't be surprised if they started him down in the bottom side of the map instead of Red Panda to deal with Kaka.
I actually think the Phoenix is better in that lane because of Fire Spirits. Like you can slow down JT. He doesn't get the bash of the deep because of the Fire Spirits, but maybe they can start as a tri lane as well. I'm not sure. I think you'd rather have TK top because then he can rotate down mid as well. You can leave the Spirit Breaker a little bit, rotate down mid, get a pick off.
That definitely makes sense. Does enable further movement down the stretch. So far, it doesn't seem like we're going to be having any smokes for the second game. Everybody just realizing that let's just rather save that gold, get the bounties, and kick off the game in that direction. Given that this was such an early Alchemist pick, do you feel that the draft of Aster Ares, we haven't even spoken about it, have they positively addressed the Alchemist for you here?
I think they addressed the strategy that you usually play around the Alchemist. Ulu has to rage up, run away, yeah. I think they addressed the playstyle, and that's this... we're just gonna wait for Alchemist to get all his farm and then dominate the game. Because you're very strong early on Ares. As long as your lanes are going well, like you can just be a menace.
So bottom lane, it's going to be part of the place where we see these lanes kick off. But this mid, you mentioned that's very even. We'll see how it breaks down. In the previous game, Paparazzi did manage to win a mid lane matchup that he was behind in terms of the favorability. The advantage certainly did not go in his direction, but he won the lane regardless. We'll see if he can do that again here.
Red Panda.
Bottom, Red Panda might be first blood. Get caught by the Slithering Crush. Some right clicks from Kaka. And JT will draw first blood off of the Phoenix.
Yeah, nice little flame break there coming in clutch from Kaka. Like he uses the flame break to push him back into JT. JT uses Slithering Crush and they take down the Phoenix. This isn't the first blood that should be happening, by the way. I feel like Phoenix should be just fine trading hits with them, keeping his distance. But it happens.
It's gonna get JT off to an even better start than he envisioned. Now, once he hits level 2, that's when life starts to become a bit complicated for Ulu.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for them because this lane for Lifestealer is difficult no matter what. Like you're playing into Slardar and now the Slardar gets a first blood. It's gonna be rough. Top lane TK actually might drop
Almost
as well.
lost the life of this Skywrath Mage, and indeed we will. XG put DY on the map by killing off the Skywrath Mage on top. So that's 2 lanes where they brought down supports. Shang-Chi obviously not going to be able to farm all that well in the time period that TK is away. So XG, they are doing a really good job in these lanes, Lizard, and it worries me because I don't see Aster Ares recovering if they don't have a solid early game. So this is a problem.
Yeah, both of their lanes kind of struggling. I guess the mid lane is even, and it will be your next WY to create a couple of these movements, bring them back into it, if it continues going this way. Like, XG definitely seem to know their lanes a little bit better. They always squeeze out an extra kill or two.
Getting more advantage than should strictly speaking be allowed. They keep getting it for themselves. So throughout the game, what do we want Ulu to build here on this Lifestealer as he starts to get stronger and stronger? As first we see a kill, maybe top lane. DY got charged by Shang-Chi, but they're too far away from TK to follow up with the Skywrath Mage.
He also went for the leap and Starfall build so he can just get away. I think it's very simple for Ulu. You just go for the phases, armlet, maybe a Dezo afterwards. You just want to be as active as possible early on.
Certainly do not want to see them fall into this trap of farming one more item.
Oh, yeah.
The ways that we've seen Alchemist comprehensively dealt with in the past is generally you just completely outpace him. Mid lane, XWI, okay, they're still fine. He's underneath the tier 1 tower. Paparazzi's not going to dive him, so he should still be okay.
No, he's the one even aggressing. But there is a Mirana rotation with Searing Chains like this. Mirana is scouted out by the ward, so DY, it's a fun thing that you're trying to do here, but it's probably not going to work. However, you can control the runes at least. TP's in.
He TP's in to get the silence out onto Paparazzi. He does have a magic stick, but here comes Kaka to render assistance as well with the flame break, forcing back XWI.
The party
and Storm Spirit falling so low. He has so much damage on him. So many dots, and they eventually bring him down. Paparazzi in a similar issue as well, though. These Fire Spirits doing quite a big number on him, but he's not going to die just yet. Red Panda, at the end of the Icarus dive, DY and Kaka decide to aggress onto him. Kaka really wants this chase. TK looking to try and bring down DY. Will be able to find him.
TK?
And at the exact same time, Red Panda also removed from play. TK, though, now playing 1v1 versus Kaka. And Kaka does have much stronger right clicks than you. You need to get yourself away from this area.
Yeah.
Fortunately for him, though, Kaka's out of mana, so I don't think he'll be able to find this kill.
Yeah, like he's not gonna get this one. Paparazzi actually was connecting, but then decided, yeah, I have too many creeps on mid lane, I want to farm instead. So he moves back mid, Mirana TP's in, refills the bottle, and that was a crazy rotation by everyone, literally. All the supports going on the mid lane, 3 versus 3. Just the big old scuffle to get those minute 4 runes. I think that was more important for Ares, because they're kind of losing the lanes anyway. So at least make sure that your Storm is doing a bit better.
Storm Spirit will certainly need tools for recovery. On bottom, JT farming really well. We might see him try to go onto Shang-Chi top here. Nice little charge back will force... Oh no, he doesn't even self-stun. He throws out the stun, max duration. And Shang-Chi, because he charged backwards, he can't charge away. And he will end up dead as a result.
Kaka, they do manage to kill him down bottom, yeah. With the 2 supports. This is one of the things that you can do, right? Mid lane.
Mid lane, there should be some pressure onto XWI, but DY still doesn't have access to the Sacred Arrow.
Yeah.
So they are going to be lacking in the disable department. They can't keep XWI in place.
Yeah. The 2 supports on Ares have started rotating together. Can they get the Ember? No, but they can maybe secure the rune down bottom. Let's see. Storm should hit 6 very soon here.
Paparazzi. Actually, we'll find the DD taken away by TK.
Yeah.
This is a problem though, Liz. The fact that they can do this on the side of XG with only one of their supports being nearby. The other one is always either stacking or helping out bottom. But it feels like XWI needs both of them around him to feel fully safe right now.
Yeah, Ulu manages to rage before Flame Break connects. Because of that, he will survive. Mid lane Arrow.
Mid lane, we finally have Arrow online and DY will land it flush. Connecting onto XWI. They kill him off with the Starfall as well. Nice little pickup here in this mid lane.
Yeah, like the lanes on Ares, they're just fine. They're just trying everything to bring them back. Even at least, they're rotating the supports, they're rotating the supports bottom, they're controlling the runes, I think what they're doing is right. It's just that the Extreme Gaming, they're just a little bit faster with everything they're doing. So by the time you react, it's already too late, and you already don't have advantages lanes. Like bottom lane Slard are completely free farming versus Lifestealer. It's just one of those lanes that he can solo.
And sadly, Red Panda, it's not like Phoenix Lifestealer is a massive kill threat onto Slaughter.
Well,
in fact,
might die.
they're gonna kill Phoenix instead. Icarus dive just barely comes off for Red Panda.
Phoenix not the easiest hero to kill, at least, right? Like, you can go on him, he just dives away under the tower. Following him isn't that easy. But it doesn't matter. Like, this Slardar is going to have a Mask of Madness in a minute or 2. So, what are we waiting for? For Aster Ares, I guess it's the Spirit Breaker, right? And the Storm.
Yeah. Spirit Breaker trying to get phase boots. Storm's actually going to jump in. They know that there's no more arrow, but I'm not sure if they have the damage to kill Paparazzi here. He's silenced up. They get off the Sunray. The Papa zips away. And instead, XWI is the one that's very low. Kaka nearby, hoping to finish him off. Storm has no more mana left. He zipped into this Batrider. And now he gets brought down. Look at the jump back in by Paparazzi. He picked up an Arcane Rune, replenishes some of his spells. But he's being charged on at the moment.
I don't think
we'll
that's
see if the Spirit Breaker can find revenge. He cancels it. Yeah, he can't catch him.
That's just not a charge that you can do there. Yeah, the lanes are in a much, much rougher state than in game 1 for Esther Ares. In that game 1, at least they had the Magnus just free farming, right? This time around, none of their lanes are actually doing that well. Lifestealer is losing versus Slardar. On top lane, Spirit Breaker just isn't contesting Ghost. He's free farming. He isn't leaving the lane at all. And mid lane, Paparazzi this time around, 4.3k net worth versus 2.8k on Storm.
Demolition job being performed here by Papa. And Storm Spirit did rotate bottom though, hoping to try and catch off JT, but look how safely the Slaughter is playing.
TK mid.
He's not going to be caught. In the meantime, TK is the one in danger middle. He's been abandoned by the rest of his lineup, and you will end up dead. Paparazzi on a dominating streak. A 5k net worth lead. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is not the kind of game I wanted from Master Ares for game 2 here, Liz. I like the idea of being very brawly, very skirmish heavy. It suits their strengths, but if the lady phase is starting off like this, you'll never be strong enough to win a single brawl throughout the entire game.
Slowly snowballing out of control. Usually when this happens, what you should do is like get a numerical advantage, like just get like all 5 heroes on one side of the map and make a play. Perhaps towards the top, you can kill off the Alchemist maybe and take down the tier 1 tower. Or mid lane.
They'll try and make a play onto Paparazzi here, using the Moonlight Shadow, but they don't have enough damage. Papa's gonna be fine. Just gets away. Instead, an arrow connects onto XWI. Red Panda is very low. Doesn't have a supernova, so he needs to escape to the high ground. Kaka, just him and DY by themselves, zoning back 4 heroes from Master Ares.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to watch, Liz.
Yeah, they had Lasso there as well to use, but no one really to follow up on that. Ember was already in the base, so they couldn't get a kill. They are doing what we thought they would, though. Lifestealer, twin gating top, but they need more. Like these two, I don't think it's enough. Ulu shows himself. This is not gonna work.
Even though they don't have the damage, they also don't have the coordination to even think about finding that kill. So Ghost is A-OK. Backs off, continues farming. At the very least, they are bringing in some reinforcements here because they do need to start taking down some towers. Their map is going to start shrinking as JT now feels confident enough to post up at bottom. Mid lane is not going to last much longer. It's being sieged by Paparazzi right now. Your map control is dwindling very, very quickly if you just let it happen on the side of Master Ares.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. Your mid lane taken down by what, 3 heroes? And even that is generous. I feel like Ember did it on his own. Your top lane move is happening, but I feel like it's just too late at this point. This is what I expected earlier, right? Like a Lifestealer twin gating and a smoke, but now it's too late.
Let's see what they get out of this though, as they get themselves another strike hit onto Kaka, but Kaka's in an inadmissible area, so they can't chase him. Lasso thrown onto Ulu. So the primary target on XG turns into a killer for them as they bring down the Lifestealer. Arrow connected onto Red Panda, bringing him off as well. And they just very casually here, Liz, without even trying, zone back these heroes. XWI caught out with stuns, but they're not going to chase him all the way.
That's a Radiance completed, by the way, on Ghost. It's everything just coming together for Extreme Gaming. Even if, by the way, that movement from Kaka was just pitch perfect. Moving across that little, whatever that is, canyon of crystals. Up and down, up and down. They just couldn't get to him. Charge, once again. Alchemist, though.
Alchemist is the one that's on the high ground, and if he dies, it's going to be a very big kill, and he will get brought down, taken away. JT also in the fray as Kaka surrounded by 4 heroes and should end up dead to this XWI Storm. No, Moonlight Shadow buys him space and time to escape. In the meantime, it's going to be the Spirit Breaker trying to charge through these heroes to survive. Will not be allowed to do so, as he will get brought out. XWI killed Kaka, but at what cost, as he is now isolated from the rest of his team. The arrow on cooldown for another second. DOI can't find the angle, and JT doesn't have blink just yet, so XWI allows to escape. Very big pickoff for them here on the high ground.
Yeah, very nicely done. The way they charged through the Alchemist and killed him off first. He's tanky, but he's not that tanky. He's got all of his gold in 1 Radiance, right? So with magic damage, he can definitely be brought down. Nicely done by Ares. Maybe a little bit too cocky from Extreme Gaming to remain in that area without all of their spells. One big thing that they need is Red Panda 6. Like, this Phoenix is still not hitting level 6. Almost 14 minutes in the game. Meanwhile, Alchem is
no.
just farming up the juicy ancient stack.
They're gonna try and make a move soon, it feels like, on Extreme Gaming, because they just got a Maelstrom on Ember and a Blink Dagger on Slaughter. Mid lane, they're actually going for the Searing Chains arrow combo onto TK. They should be able to bring him down, and DY does get the final damage out of the Starstorm.
Yeah, the the Starstorm buffs seem very good. Like the amount of damage that you're dealing is like it has always been great, but the fact that you can spam it all the time.
Yeah.
Kaka.
Don't you all feel that its radius is a bit too large as well? Ah, Kaka's dead. The question is, will he be the only one to die here? As Paparazzi coming through, and XWI actually spent a lot of HP during all of this, so Paparazzi kills him off with the Maelstrom. Unstoppable streak for the Ember.
Top lane.
Red Panda forced to pop a Supernova, and in the meantime, up on top, JT falling very low, should end up dead here to the spells of TK. The charge, though, is going to be what brings him down. He thought he could escape, but the Spirit Cow says no.
Okay, so Extreme Gaming showing that they're mortal as well. In this series, at least, they're like, if they get in front and if they're having a really good time, they tend to perhaps do a little bit too much at times. Like, they're fighting 3 different fights on the map, right? So, of course, they're gonna get punished. Spirit Breaker is a god of these skirmishes. Charges from one side to the other.
Only the wary might find it.
They did still get the Storm Spirit throughout all of this fracas, though, which is a pretty big pickup. Now they're Moonlighting Shadow. They're thinking about going back in the opposite direction as the Ares realize this is coming, and they will beat a very hasty retreat away from their own jungle.
Yeah, they don't have the egg. They do have Mystic Flare and Nether Strike now, so perhaps with the silence on Paparazzi, they could bring him down.
And speaking of the egg, don't you feel bad for Red Panda that the first time he's allowed to use that spell is just to keep his life alive? Feels bad.
I'm just happy he got to it, you know. He got level 6. Charge. They cancel it.
Oh, XWI, big jump in. Arrow will come through, split the needle, but the Searing Chains connect onto 2. XWI will die, so will TK. Ghost was channeling up the stun, hoping to catch somebody, but they've all already left the area. What was that jump from the Storm Spirit there, Liz?
It was huge miscommunication because Shanxi on the Spirit Breaker, he cancelled the charge. That's the thing. Like, he was supposed to be the one going in together with the Storm as they silenced the Ember. The plan was silence him, Nether Strike him, Mystic Flare him, and then Storm can do his stuff, right? But because the charge got cancelled, Storm just looks silly. He goes in and just dies.
Game is hard. Paparazzi wants to set up for a kill onto Red Panda. They do get off the Supernova, though. XWI zipped in. They're not going to be able to find anybody just yet. Nether Strike will bring back DY after a successful charge. So the Mirana will end up taking a tumble. But DY will say to himself, oh wait, I died in exchange for Supernova? Worth, bro.
Yeah, Supernova and all 5 heroes going there. Literally every single member of Team Ares was there to kill off the Mirana. So if you're a support in general, you're happy with that. You'd be happier if you survived, of course, but still not bad. They have a blink on. Alchemist almost. The BKB completed. Slardar as well has a blink and building towards that BKB. They're super ready. In a minute or two, Extreme Gaming will be completely bossing this map.
Also about to get a 4-star for Kaka. So that's going to make it better for him as well. Picking up this Wisdom Rune for some bonus experience. There's a Wisdom Rune that's completely unchecked just yet from the side of Aster Ares. And TK is heading over right now. Somebody needs to claim this.
Yeah, I feel like in general, you'd really like the Phoenix to get as many levels as possible. Like, he's the support that should be getting level 12 as quickly as possible because it's just needed. You need to get higher levels on that egg. It's better than Mystic Flare being upped.
Both of them are at level 8 right now for these Radiant supports. Level 10 for DY and Kaka on the side of Extreme Gaming. Still, though, there's a lot of work for them to do. They've claimed tier 1s in middle and bottom, but they haven't claimed the Roche just yet. Tier 2s are still not yet on the menu. What's very scary for me, though, is the fact that Ghost's So, you know, we were talking about how he wasn't that tanky in that last engagement. He has BKB now to protect him from the magic burst, and then he's going to get AC to protect him from the physical damage.
Yeah.
And then what? What do they do on the side of Asta to deal with this
Oh,
Alchemist?
look at this.
Radiant's bottom tower
Twin gate move. All of them.
Okay, they
Poor
find
Red Panda. He dives
He
down.
does chain away, but yeah, will still die. He doesn't have buyback either, so he can't necessarily defend this Aegis with his life.
This is going to be really quick. They have Corrosive Haze level 2. Now they'll use it, and this rush suddenly feels like butter. It just melts. Oh, will they try to fight instead first? Okay, okay. Moonlight Shadow.
All right. They have an Observer Ward in the lane itself. They did scout Ulu,
top tower is under
but
attack.
let's see if they can actually find him here. TK going to check with his life. His life will be forfeit. He does have, you know, a very short respawn time, only 25 seconds. But I don't know if Roche will still be alive by the time he's back alive.
I think XG was just worried that they'll take a bigger fight, and maybe that's why they went out to get that pick off first. I'm not sure if it was more of a, gacha-oriented play or just a security-based gaming. Like just make sure that nothing wrong happens. Smoke up, get a fight first, then go into the pit, because they definitely could have taken this rush without that pick off, right?
Definitely, definitely. As there is though, still gonna smoke up. Potentially look for a fight on the retreat here. We see the first infest here. XWI carrying some very precious cargo.
Mid lane.
And the charge onto Kaka. Yep, he's gonna be the priority target. Jumped on, killed off. And they want the tier 1 tower off the back of this. A creep wave is coming with the Siege Dragon as well, so it makes sense that they made this move when they did.
It might be a trade for the Tormentor.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Right, tier 1 for Tormentor on the other side, yeah. That's how it looks like.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's a bit unfortunate. Gonna end up losing out on the shards. So there'll be 2 shards then for XG. The first one goes towards the Morana, which is a pretty good.
Is it?
We see them actually charging top. They're going on to Slaughter here. Shang-Chi will also go through Ghost as well on the way, so they could potentially set up for a fight. Slaughter can't get off his first big spell. Nether Strike will send him back as well. Ghost goes in, BKB in the ultimate. Mystic Flare doesn't kill off DY just yet. He will finally die. Ghost now heading in onto XWI, will be able to bring down the storm. And even though he dies, he does have an Aegis to come back for life number 2. And Ulu gonna be completely surrounded. Kaka even expends the full lasso onto him. They kill off TK in the meantime to make sure that Ulu is well and truly alone and isolated. Now he is dead. 4-4-1. Yeah, sure, they took the Aegis down in the meantime, but is it worth it here, Liz?
Probably not. Like, you lost all your 4 heroes. Spirit Breaker survives, but what happened to the Egg? He didn't use Egg there for some reason. Like, he was being hit, I saw, by the Alchemist. He got stunned by Alchemist as well.
Yeah.
Like, he dished out, basically Alchemist 100 to 0'd him, but it wasn't stun locked. Like, Red Panda actually had an opportunity there to use the Egg. I guess he just decided that it's not good.
Might save it for this fight here, and he does pop the Supernova ND. JT getting gone on by XWI, and the Mystic Flare with the right-click damage of the Storm does bring him down. Shang-Chi revealed through his Shadow Blade and will get killed off. Ghost jumping in after the Storm Spirit. Storm really trying to finish off Kaka, but the arrow connects onto XWI. He can't finish off Kaka, and he can't keep himself alive. Red Panda buys back into this fray as Ulu trying to charge in onto Ghost, but Ghost is at full HP. Will experience 0 threat from this lifestealer.
Yeah, this is becoming really, really messy now from Ares. They're just trying, like, look, their lineup is made to fight at this point, but they're 20k behind. You're supposed to be maybe 6k behind, maybe not even behind if you took all of your fights properly, but at this point it's just looking really damn rough to play the tempo game when you're just not the one controlling the ball.
This is kind of a crazy situation to be in. 20k net worth lead,
Kaka.
20 minutes. It's rough. Kaka, his death here will delay the game a little bit as it gives some gold back in the opposite direction. Ghost actually jumps in after the unstable concoction. They want to bring down Ulu and they will succeed. That was so heads up from Extreme Gaming. They gambled that he wouldn't be able to rage through that. And the gamble is correct. He's already popped the rage earlier.
Yeah,
Big kill, big tier 2 as well.
Yeah, he didn't have that rage to actually get rid of the Alchemist stun. And obviously, when Slardar gets on top of you, you're done. You're gone. There's There is no escape. Meanwhile, Mirana, DY, he actually has a gem now. All of these fights in which they managed to kill off Kaka, managed to kill off Slardar before, happened because of the nice set of wards that were on the triangle. But now you don't even have that to play with. DY with the gem will be warding the map. Like Ares, the kind of a lineup that they are, they really need vision. Like, you're pick-off oriented. You need vision to make those pick-offs. You need info, but yeah, now you won't have that either.
It's just become a very rough affair for them. The Spirit Breaker is struggling to know who to charge, who to go on. They get another Aghanim shot for themselves, and this time it goes towards a JT. So now we have the upgraded Slithering Crush. He doesn't actually have to trigger the amp damage onto a target. Just hit the Ulu with a stun, and your job is done in the fight.
Yeah, I think they're so happy that he got it. Like, it's much, much better on him than on Bat or Mirana. Like, this is like one shard that you actually want to charge, bottom.
Yeah, they're going on to set Slaughter.
It's got BKB,
They did
though.
trigger off the Sunray. There's a stun that goes back onto XWI. And the Storm Spirit just gets melted by these heroes. JT now trying to reach for more, finds Red Panda. And Red Panda does have Supernova, but doesn't want to have to trigger it off. And Ghost casually kills him with a swipe of his palm.
Honestly, like, this game feels very much over already. They might try for a little while longer, but this is a disaster. It's one of those games where the lineup of Extreme Gaming has just came together in a perfect timing. I don't see you winning against an AC now with Slardar, Corrosive Haze, so much minus armor, Ember hitting you hard, all the BKBs are up. Maybe some...
Actually, how much armor do you lose? So it's -5 on the AC, and then it's a further -6 on the Acid Spray, and then Slaughter Ultimate will take away another -15. Okay, so -36 armor. Seems legit, seems fine.
Yeah, almost maximum.
Tier 2 tower getting sieged on right now in XG. So now start closing out the game. There is going to be a Roshan to play around in the next 2 minutes. Are they strong enough to just go straight up on the high ground right now?
I think so. They don't even need Aegis to do this. Just hit the high ground. You have to be careful about Yag a little bit, right? Like, the high ground defense is still there. Maybe some charge into Skyrat's ult.
Let's see what they've got right now on the side of Aster Ares to defend this. And they actually do manage to get those very, very low, and they kill him off.
Nice.
The Alchemist is dead. 80 seconds, no buyback. His team just not there to help him in time.
Yeah, very nicely done by Ares. Good plays. Spirit Breaker's ulti, it bashes you, right? Like, it's a good stun, but it also dispositions you. So you get a little bit deeper, and there's just not enough saves on Extreme Gaming. Instant smoke from Ares. I really like this. Punishing XG for trying to just easily break through the high ground that they did. Let's see if they can catch anyone.
Sadly, though, this goes back to what you were talking about before this push started. The fact that XG, off the back of this DY gem, have been controlling the vision all around the map. So Aster Ares, despite this smoke being very good in principle, they don't have any targets to go on. They can't see anybody on the map. Ulu will pop his head underneath an observer ward here, feeling very confident in himself.
Yeah, Mirana ulti. What do you think? How much will his... basically, I have written them off already. I don't think this last pick-off changes way too much, but they did demonstrate that they can kill off the Alchemist, which is pretty good. They killed him off, by the way, only because the BKB came way too late. He ate that full Mystic Flare. There was nothing stopping it. They do get the pick-off on the Skyrat down bottom. What do you think? How much will the Axe change on Lifestealer? Like, that's what he's building into next.
I don't think it'll change that much, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think... We saw in that last fight, right? BKB is an issue, yes, on Alchemist, but I feel Lifestealer just needs damage. I don't know if just staying alive and being better at keeping the entire team alive is what the real problem is.
No,
Survivability, it is a problem. It's not the problem.
You can get into the Alchemist.
Ah, I see.
Hit him from the
They
inside.
just hit at the Alchemist. There we go.
Agent Ulu.
Agent Ulu. Looks like they're under smoke right now because they're gathering all of their forces within the base. They could potentially make a big move and try to stop XG before they take down this Roche. And the attempt is being started off by JT right now, so they have to hurry. There's a lot of minus armor that's happening. The Dire Scan connects flush, but XG, aware that the fight is coming, they smoke up themselves.
Yeah, they're
We're
doing
gonna have a massive clash here.
Yeah, they're doing literally the same play once again. DY up front with that gem, ready to break the smoke, but Ares actually taking the long way around. Okay, I like this a lot. They also have this Aghanims on Spirit Breaker, so charging will be very quick as long as they can get some vision out. DY.
They have to go like right now. Charge goes in onto DY. Supernova does get popped and goes to Paparazzi. Immediately take out Red Panda. In the meantime, the rest of the fight looks like a disaster because Ulu gets lassoed back. He's been app damaged up. He's getting controlled and killed. So 2 heroes bursted down. XWY also in danger as he gets caught onto by JT. TK will not suffer a better fate himself. And as 4 heroes have been demolished here, they all have to retreat, or the only survivor has to retreat.
No, look at JT. Look at JT. He's already TP down
No
bottom.
way.
He's waiting for this charge.
He is not this smart, dude. Is JT this smart? It turns out he is. Gets the free vision, so Spirit Breaker, your Shadow Blade
to
cannot
God.
protect you. JT makes it a team wipe all across the map. They get the Aegis, they get the cheese, and most likely they get the game off of this.
Yeah, dude, he's just insane. He literally watched the Spirit Breaker's charge from top lane. He realized that the only place he could charge to was bottom. He TPs back there, catches him. That was, yeah, that's one of those nice plays. You know, it's like, okay, good job. Then again,
So smart.
that top fight around the Roche pit again goes completely badly for Ares. They charge in way too deep on a Mirana that can leap out anyway. They can't take her down. The egg is way too deep. It's not on the high ground. So Alchemist, he can just pop his ulti, go ham.
After that fight, Dota Plus has gone all the way up until 99% win probability in favor of Extreme Gaming. So, barring some kind of miracle, they should be able to close this one out. They haven't yet managed to claim a lane of racks, though, so still need a better way to leverage this net worth advantage onto the high ground. But this time they have the second life on the Alchemist, so he can post up and even sacrifice his first life, or even better, they find Ulu! Oh no, worst case scenario if Lifestealer dies and he doesn't have buyback either. The fight's not done just yet as Red Panda. He does get off the Supernova, but it's too late to save Shang-Chi. And he doesn't get any fire spirits off of it, so he can't save himself. And that just turns into a GG call as Extreme Gaming make this a 2-0 affair, taking down Aster Ares with ease in Game 2.
This Game 2, they... Whew. The last Xlardar, I really think it messed up Extreme Gaming. Not Extreme, it messed up Ares quite a bit. Like, they picked up this Xlardar and the game felt very simple from then on. It feels kind of bad for Ares. They're not looking too happy about their performance here, especially the second game. It was a bit rough. Feels bad for them because they're 0-4 now, right?
Yeah, they are 0-4 indeed, at the very bottom of the division. Not a single win to their name just yet, which is very painful for them to have to deal with. But currently, it is still going to be Extreme Gaming. What interests me, Lizard, is that when we look at their faces, even though they dominated Game 2, they were just like, another day at the office, boys. Don't celebrate too much. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. Take it easy. Good, solid stuff from them. But you know, you're talking about how the Slaughter pick made things a lot easier for them. The Slaughter also got the first blood. It feels like after that, the game was just super, super difficult. It didn't help as well that Paparazzi leveled up like a demon going into Game 2. He demolished XWI in the mid lane here.
I think that every single lane went well for them. I mean, objectively it did. Like, mid lane went super well for the Ember, top lane as well, Alchemist was free farming. Bottom lane, your Slardar was demolishing the Lifestealer. Second, the first game it was even when it comes to the drafts. Second game, this was a pure outclass and pure outdraft by XG. You just couldn't deal with the Slardar. They had a couple of nice plays from Ares, but it's just too difficult when 10 minutes in you already have to 5-man to get a pick off, right? Like, it's just not plausible to get a pick off with a Skywrath plus Spirit Breaker, and that's usually what you want from this combo. You want to be wreaking havoc on the map, just playing as a duo while your teammates are farming.
That's exactly what we want to see. Didn't come to fruition in this game. TK just in general had a rough time. Ulu just didn't have a game, honestly. Like, this Lifestealer did nothing. Did the least amount of damage in the game, both on heroes and on buildings. Had a very rough laning stage, which we anticipated happening. His presence in the team fights, you just couldn't feel it, right? And unfortunately, when you're a single target hero, you're not allowed to be this far behind, an Alchemist especially. Because then you just don't do anything to him, and they just take you down. And poor Shang-Chi, even at the end of the game, JT says, nah, fam, you're not escaping this with your life.
Yeah, that charge. At least he was hoping, yeah, I'll be the last one living. I'll be the last one surviving the rush fights, which is what he was doing in the last game too. Like, he'd always be the one, you know, that kind of manages to get away to survive. It was either him or TK, but in this game they said no. Very well performed, by the way. Very clean from Extreme Gaming. Besides that one mistake where Ghost was on the high ground and then he got bashed and 100-0'd by Skyrat and everyone else. Besides that, I think they had a very clean game. When it comes to the MVP though, who would you give it to? I don't know.
The person who should have been in the first game, dude. JT for sure.
You think?
JT, yeah, man. JT was, firstly, my rationale for him getting MVP here. He dominates the lane, right? They get that early first blood, which wasn't supposed to happen. That enables them to leave him completely alone, right? So Kaka's off middle. They're playing like 3v3 mid the entire time. JT busy stomping Ulu, so Ulu's getting less farm out of that situation. He has to go to the jungle earlier than expected. It enables them to take the tower earlier than expected. Then they just play the whole map knowing that, well, if Ulu shows up, he's not going to do anything in the fight. We don't really care about this guy anymore. His pickup as well on the... as soon as they saw that one fight where he didn't have Blink and they couldn't reach the Storm Spirit in time, you can see he's the one that makes the call, says, nobody does anything until I finish this Blink BKB. Then he gets Blink BKB and they go on to kill the Storm like 3-4 times in a row immediately after that. So I'm giving it to him for sure. And I think he should have gotten it in game 1 as well.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe between him and DUI, but... he definitely deserves it after that last Spirit Breaker kill. If nothing for that. Like, I'd give him the MVP just for that play. Just for tipping down bottom and waiting the Spirit Breaker. That was some next level gameplay. But it was a really good Slardar game. It's like giving an MVP when anti-mage is completely broken in a game or something like that. You know, some Medusa can't be touched. I feel that this was really an easy Slardar game in which he had his... absolute freedom to do whatever he wanted, and he did play the lane well. He got that first blood. Later on, he hunted down the Lifestealer a couple of times, which was necessary. Got those stuns on the Storm. Yeah, everything pretty solid from him. One shining star from Master Ares for me is XWY. I think that guy is playing a little bit above everyone else on his team. Like, he is... Yeah, there are mistakes everywhere happening, but I really think that he's making the least amount of them. He is evening out or winning his lanes versus Paparazzi in both of these games. And he was the one making plays later on. Maybe the rotations were a bit slower than needed to shut down the Alchemist to take down that tier 1 tower on the top lane, but still, like, he did a lot with what he had.
And his game also got harder when JT picked up an Orchid towards the very end. That was what contributed to XWI's last death. Sadly, though, after that game, Aster Ares still at the bottom of the division. 4 losses to their name, with Team Bright the only team beneath them at 5 losses. And obviously, we have the winning team of the day, Extreme Gaming, promoted up the ranks a little bit as they go 3-1 right now. Third only behind Team Aster and LGD, who both command 4-0 leads at the top of the division. So Extreme Gaming, it's starting to come together. They played AR, it didn't go that well, but they definitely look a lot more serious since that game. They're very, very determined to ensure that they go to the major and punch their ticket towards TI if possible, and just develop as a squad. I'm really glad that they stuck together. We didn't see any changes, any tinkering. Outside of the coach leaving, you know, Lanem took a young trip over to the Azure Array side. Everybody else is playing very, very well on the side here of Extreme Gaming. We can actually talk to them a little bit about what's been happening within the XG camp, as we do have DY joining us for an interview real quick. Brother DY, good sir, congratulations on the victory. Talk to us about something. Game 2 was a very clear dominating performance from you guys. You stomped every lane. You won the game in very easy fashion. Game 1, though, was a very difficult, hard slog. What do you think it is that made Game 2 so much easier than the first game was?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下你，就是第2场我们看到 XG 赢的是非常轻松的，但是第1场的话就是赢的还是比较艰难的嘛？你觉得从第1场到第2场的话，做了什么样的调整，能够让第2场这么轻松的拿下来？
可能感觉第1局大家打得太保守了，第2局可能就整体会侵略性更强一点，哪怕失误也无所谓那样的。
I think we play overly too safe in game 1, and in game 2 we decided to play more aggressive, even though that means we might make some mistakes. It doesn't matter. We just want to bring the aggression.
Okay, certainly makes sense. And something I'm very curious about as well, within the Extreme Gaming camp, you've now gone through a lot of coaches in a very short span of time. From Blink, then you had Lanem, and now we're back with Fenrir in the squad right now. Can you first talk to us about how did you get Fenrir to join the team? And have there been any differences you felt from each of these coaches? And how do you feel that's impacted the team, having to deal with so many external voices throughout this year?
其实今年的话 ，XG 在教练位上换的那个教练会比较多嘛。现在是跳刀，然后换到国土，然后现在的话是分队。想问一下你，就是分队是什么样的一个契机加入到我们的队伍里的？然后想问一下，频繁的更换教练，队内的这个话语权这方面会不会对队伍有一些影响？是怎么来解决的？
可能感觉这个队伍比较难带吧，说实话，就是没那么容易，所以才会频繁的更换教练嘛。但是分队它的到来，其实对于我们队来说是一件非常关键的事情，因为感觉游戏内的东西大家很容易出现分歧，最终还是需要一个大家都信得过的人去进行拍板定下来。
Yeah, I think maybe we are just a team that is hard to coach. Maybe that's the reason why we changing coaches so much, but I definitely feel like Fennel is take a very important role in our team, because we often have many disagreement in understanding of the games and different ideas about the game. We need someone we can trust, and we need him to make the decision for us sometimes. So I think he is a very important role in our team.
Okay, definitely makes sense. Brother Liz, well, we have a legend on the line. What do you got from him?
Yeah, definitely. Congrats on the win once again. I'm wondering, like, more game-specific things, like game mechanic things. How do you feel about Universal Heroes in this edition? You just played the Mirana, you had some fun with the Bracer. Do you think that they're broken, these Universal Heroes, or do you think that it's a nice addition to the game?
想问问你关于这个版本一些游戏内的看法，比如说全才英雄，因为你刚打了一把米拉娜，然后的话你出了很多的护腕，然后打的也非常棒。想问一下你对这类的英雄是怎么样的一个看法？
只有一个护腕，没有很多啊。然后其实如果你在对线中取得一定优势的话，就是迅速的更出这种撑3维的道具，对接下来的任何事情都是大有裨益的。所以我推荐大家玩全才英雄的时候可以堆一点小剑，哪怕你是辅助也无所谓。
Yeah, I feel like Universal Hero is very in a good state right now in the game. I definitely recommend players to build some small items in the state of early game, like bracers, and anything that with attributes is very good with Universal Hero.
Okay, and just one more question from me, not specifically mechanics related. I asked PYW the same thing, I'll ask you the same. Does it feel weird playing without your bro? Like, you guys have been a pair for a really long time. I guess playing with Kaka is also just as good, right?
那之前的话问过 PYW 这个问题，现在的话一样的问题问一下你，就是你们俩的话，毕竟打了这么久，然后现在分开的话，会不会打起来有些不习惯？毕竟打了那么久的这个搭档了，然后现在的话跟卡师傅一起组合的话，是不是感觉也还挺不错的？
会有一点不习惯吧，就是2位选手都是非常优秀的选手，只是打法上的确是差异蛮大的，所以需要一定时间去适应。所以 上个 major 可能成绩不尽人意嘛，但是需要尽快调整。现在感觉应该已经适应的差不多了。
It takes some time for me to make the adjustment because although both players are very great players but they are very different in play styles, so it will take time for me to adjust to Kaka's play style. I think this is part of the reason we didn't performed well in last major, and I think I need to make the adjustment quick and just to play better.
Okay. I have one more question for you as well. Right now, obviously, we're in a new era of Dota, new patch, lots of things are very different. Can you tell us which team in China do you feel right now has the best read on the meta? Who is closest to figuring out the current game state?
那想问一下，就是新的版本打法也改变了很多，你觉得现在国内的话，哪一支国内战队在版本上是抓的版本精髓抓的最好的？哪一支战队是对版本研究最透彻的？
就目前表现而言，感觉星辰表现的特别强势。
Judging by the recent performance, I think it's Team Master.
That seems to be what we're seeing as well. But Team Master, of course, you'll be versing them later on. So good luck, have fun when that does eventually happen. Thank you for your time today, and we wish you luck for the rest of the tour.
感谢你接受我们采访，希望你后面好运。
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is, of course, DY, support player right now for the side of Extreme Gaming, with our boy Marshall helping us out with the translation. Must be very difficult, Lizard, to acclimate to a new support pairing. You've been playing with one person for so long, but it's starting to click together. It's also hard, right? Because Kaka coming back out of retirement, you have to play with a new partner you've never played with before. You're adding JT into the mix, who also has like a very different perspective on the game. It's acceptable that it's taken them a little bit of time for all these disparate parts to start coming together to form a greater whole.
Yeah, it's hard, but it can be way harder. Like, these guys are all like on top of their game, like tier 1 players, S-tier players, I would say, even. So it's if nothing else, it's maybe hard for confidence. You know, you're getting to play with them, you have to be thinking about yourself and how you're performing, but I don't think it's that difficult to change. It's just that emotionally, you know, like PYW, my bro, like they were my favorite. I think I'm more invested in this story than they are. Like, they've been my favorite duo for a really long time. Yeah.
It's fine, bro. I still have XXX and Baboka, so that if that duo stays together, I'll still be happy within the Chinese region. Of course, right now, Extreme Gaming getting themselves up in the leaderboard, but we're not done just yet with the day of Dota, as we have a very interesting series to bring for you to round out the day. The side of IG taking on Azure Array. This is a matchup which, from what we've been told by everybody, some of the captains, some of the players, that Azure Array is at least as strong as PSG LGD. So you would say on paper, Lizard, that they should have the advantage over IG. However, Somnus is sick. He has COVID, unfortunately. So I'm not sure he'll be able to play at his maximum level. And, you know, IG also just spent more time as a unit. So it's not a guaranteed, no, just because we have better players, just because our scrims are going better, we can't guarantee the result for Azure Array just yet.
No, IG for me is looking, I don't know, I think that they have a really high ceiling where they can perform at win versus any of the teams, like even PSG LGD. We've seen that before, right? But then again, they're still very unstable. I think that's something that has plagued them in season 1 and 2 and also in this season. Meanwhile, Azure, I think that their just base level is higher than IG's. Even though they have a problem with their mid, I think this shouldn't be a series that they lose, but you never know. Maybe IG pulls something out of the bag, something new.
Last season, IG pulled a rabbit out of the hat and not only defeated LGD, but turned that momentum into an invite at the Berlin Major. We'll see if they can do similar things here in the third tour, or if it's going to be Somnus and the boys not only making their return into international competition, but making their debuts back on the national stage. We'll see what happens after a very small break. So in 20 minutes, we'll see the rest of the conclusion of the series. Don't go anywhere. One more series to go. So from myself, Schnee, with my boy Lizard, we've got IG and AR in a little bit of time, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Nature attend us.
Welcome back on this wonderful Saturday for some Chinese Dota action. We've already seen some incredible series over this day, but now we're going to be witnessing Invictus Gaming taking on Azure Array. This one is going to be incredibly fun to watch, and I have a feeling that one of you two squads is definitely going to be in contention for that fourth and final slot to the Bali Major. My name is Snare, and I'm joined yet again by my favorite anti-weeb. I've got Lizard with me. Brother Liz, this series, Somnus is sick, IG still a little bit volatile as they are as a squad. Tell me, what can we expect from how this matchup is going to pan out over the course of a potential 3 games here?
Yeah, obviously IG, they want to get to another major. Azure Ray, they're looking like the favorites, I would say, like overall as a team. And from all the down low the teams are sharing, that all the players are talking about, it looks like they are the team to like even maybe go and try to eliminate Aster from the throne and take that position 1 in the region. However, they are facing some problems like you just mentioned, and because of those problems, perhaps the games will be a little bit easier for IG. But even without those problems, IG have been known as a team that can take a game or a series off of anyone. So it's going to be a very close one. I don't think we'll see a similar series like in the second one of today, where it was a 2-0, and the first one as well, very quick 2-0s. I think this should go the stretch, should go game 3, or if it doesn't, it should be very competitive.
Yeah, definitely going to be very entertaining to watch. We still do see IG. We saw them coming into this tournament that they were still doing the thing of swapping around Emo and Dust as needed per game. As time has been going on, though, it does seem like they're solidifying more and more exactly what they want to be doing, with Emo being the one of just playing mid and Dust just playing the safe lane. It might also just be, when we spoke to them about this last season, they mentioned that they make that switch based on hero preference. And it might just be the case that they just picked all the heroes for Dust in the safe lane. You weren't a fan of them doing the switcheroo last season out. Do you feel more confident in their prowess as IG when you've watched them, that they've been playing in a more solid fashion?
Yeah, I do like that they're solidifying the roles, because it's not that easy to just switch from one to the other all the time, especially for the team itself. Like for the players, perhaps it can be, but for the teams and the team mentality and the way they're supposed to be practicing and talking to each other and playing the map, it is different. So there's a reason why teams don't do it very often. And it's difficult enough to be an S-tier player on one position, yet alone or 2. It's very difficult to practice all those heroes at the same time. It's much easier if you have like the same patterns in your head, what you're supposed to be doing. Not only about the heroes, but also the play styles. Are you the playmaker? Are you the sacrificial one? Are you more of a hard carry or that late game core, no matter where you play? For me, the problem with them was that Emo tended to be everything. Like he used to be the sacrificial one, and he had to be like that super late game core in previous iterations, at least, and in previous ways that they've played. But right now, I have to say it still feels kind of like that. Like Emo is making the plays early on, and he needs to be that ultimate core later on as well. But every now and then we do see Dust shine, and we do see him like carry a game, like take over the reins and actually carry his own weight.
Of course, they'll be looking for Dust to have a similar performance today. Not only him, but Shang Yu needs to shine from the off lane as well. And of course, their opposition is not easy customers by any stretch of the imagination. Dealing with Azure Ray, Somnus, who's been an absolute demon, doesn't even seem like he's retired at all, playing at the same level we expected from him prior. Chalice has been looking crazy from the off lane as well. But for me, the real shining ray of this Azure Ray lineup isn't how well Somnus is doing, isn't FY from the support role, but I have been day in, day out, Liz, more and more impressed by Lou as a carry player. There's been a couple of games, especially at one Terrorblade game, where I was just like, oh my God, this guy he's back. Not even he's back, but he's starting to show why so many teams are after his signature to begin with when he first made a name for himself.
Yeah, I remember what you thought of Lou in the previous seasons. I remember.
Yep.
And you weren't the only one. When he just came into the scene, I can't remember, was it with Extreme Gaming or someone else?
YBP, the first one YBP.
Yeah, there was a lot of doubts about him, about his playstyle by a lot of analysts, myself included as well. Like, he didn't look very crisp at every single game, but he always had a couple of heroes that he dominated with. And that's really what's what was so cool and promising about him. Because if you have such high level on a couple of heroes that aren't niche heroes, by the way, they're not like your Meepo, Arc Ward, and Monkey King, you know, they're actually heroes that are just a normal carry with a normal skill set that can be copied over, you know, like you can use the same skill set that you're playing Juggernaut with and utilize it for Lifestealer and a number of other heroes. And he had a couple of those. So I believe that was really promising for him. He just needed a little bit of time, a little bit of confidence, and he's in. I wish I understood all these memes, by the way.
Yeah, from what we've heard over the years, Chinese meme game it's not even S tier, it's S+++ tier. It's just on another level. Speaking of Lou, I remember Lou TA. It was good times when he was still on YBB. And I believe one of the reasons, because he spent a year on Extreme Gaming, and one of the reasons he ended up on Extreme Gaming is because that YBB team that was not good still beat Extreme Gaming in their inaugural tour in Div 2. And that led them to say, hey, this Lou guy is pretty legit. One thing I find interesting about this matchup as well is Somnus is here physically. Despite having been sick, or maybe he's just had a very quick recovery for himself. But he's there, you know, doesn't look too worse for wear. Definitely doesn't look 100%, but he still looks like a human being, which is good to see.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't look 100%. Like Somnus, you need to step it up, man. Hit the gym a little bit. Yeah, like I think it is, like obviously he's recovered. Obviously he feels better. Like that's why they allow him to be on the stage, right, around all the players. So I think that's a very good thing for the whole team Azure Ray, because they'll be playing in full force, and now they have also no excuses, right? Like they actually have to play to 100%.
Yeah. And I think it probably just helps having a player like Somnus in the mix. I didn't see FY there. Unfortunately, from what I knew last time out, FY wasn't playing with his team because there's some health difficulties happening within his family. So he is playing from a house close to them.
Yeah, I think, not to go too deep into it, it's a sad story, I believe. But yeah, he's playing remotely and he will be joining the team soon. So yeah, it's not the greatest situation to be in if you're Azure, but they're making it work so far. So far, they've been looking really damn good. It didn't really affect their Dota that much. They've dropped, one series so far, and it's been versus who again?
Team Asta, which is the best team in the region, right? So it's fine.
Yeah. And I believe they did take a game. And they didn't take a game off of Aster. No one took a game off of Aster. They came close, though, at least.
Yeah, they've come the closest. So far, Aster's the only team that have yet to be defeated in any competition. No games lost, no series lost here in the DPC. LGD haven't lost series, but they did drop that one game that we saw the other day. So Azure Ray, despite the fact that they did lose to Team Aster, they did a very competitive series, like you mentioned. And if you can do that against Aster, you're probably going to be feeling very confident taking on anybody else within the division.
Yeah, like Aster is 100% that team to get off the throne, especially right now, but I don't think that's happening. Like they have 8 wins, 0 losses so far, 4 series played, and they never looked, maybe one game or two where it was a little bit scary at times, but they never looked like the game was completely out of control. They never looked even like they had to climb back in it. They were always in control. They always had a way or two of coming back and winning, and they're just enjoying themselves. But yeah, I feel like all our conversations do go back to Aster because they're looking the best in the league right now. Azure Ray and PSG LGD probably on the same level, just underneath, right?
Just a little bit underneath. And of course, you have your XGs, maybe an IG coming in right after them. Speaking of this series, one thing that I think gives Azure Ray a pretty distinct advantage is that there's only one hero or maybe 2 heroes, right, that feel game-breaking when being played by IG. You obviously don't want to give them Timbersaw because Xiang Yu really good at that hero. And you probably don't want to give Emo his Storm Spirit, or maybe even his Void Spirit, but outside of that, it feels like the hero-player combinations feel deadlier on the side of AR. I'm very worried about like a Chalice Beastmaster, a Chalice Magnus, an FY Rubik, an FY Lion, a Lu Terrorblade, a Lu Alchemist. For IG, I don't have the same piercing fear in my heart for most of the heroes they're probably going to present to us today.
Yeah, you can see with the most picked heroes here for IG. Why do they have Pudge picked twice? I sort of remember one of the Pudge games. It was pretty solid. I can't remember that they played it twice though in a row. Some of these heroes, like Timbersaw, understandable. The game that they won, who was it against? I can't remember, but it was really damn solid. Like a lot of players playing well on it. And you mentioned the TB just being not only in a good position, but they have a great player on the TBs. So that's something to look out for too, I guess. Like on both sides. Like Lou is great. Dust as well can pull off a really nice TB. So perhaps one of those heroes that we have to worry about. But he's also been very popular because of Medusas and the Alchemists, right? Like these heroes get countered by him sort of in the late game. So he's been picked up a bit.
So we see some of the heroes from Azure Ray that they've gotten for themselves. Obviously, Coddle has featured quite heavily in a lot of their drafts. FY has played the Coddle, Chalice played the one game. This Wind Ranger is another hero because Somnus played it and FY has played it as well. And FY was the first one on support. He was playing in support with the Diffusal Rush anyway. And you're like, oh, this is an interesting response to the Medusa.
And obviously an amazing Nyx Assassin with 0% win rate in 2 games. Yeah, really solid right there. Good job, FY. I suppose it's FY that played it. I mean, like all the teams are still experimenting a little bit with heroes. Like Nyx Assassin is one of those that you sometimes pick into the likes of Medusa. And because they have 2 losses and 2 losses alone, this Nyx Assassin was played versus Aster, right? So it wasn't that easy for them to make that one work. And I'll tell you what they played. They did play it versus Medusa one game. The other game, they just picked it for the lulz, I guess. It was, it looked like a decent Nyx Assassin game, the other one.
That's probably just Kaka saying, FY saying, I can show Kaka how to really utilize this hero. Give me the Nyx Assassin. I'll teach that boy what's up. Sadly, it didn't get them the results. They ended up losing. And on paper, though, IG, so they have more assists, fewer average deaths, and more average kills. So this would tend to suggest to me that their games have just been brawlier on average than what the Azure Ray games have been.
Yeah, but also keep in mind that Azure Ray have played against Aster once again. So that, for me, that's a really big deal. Who did IG, by the way, lose against? Let me check. IG lost against LGD. So it wasn't really that easier for them of a matchup. Like it was, both of these teams have faced the superstars of the region. Yeah, top 2 teams. Yeah. So you can't really deduct anything. Sometimes you see a team and you say, okay, they won versus these 2, but they're at the bottom of the pack. They lost to someone in the middle. They're somewhere in between, I guess. But and then you can kind of predict the power spikes between the 2 teams, right? Like think about how strong they are when they match up against each other. But here, you don't really know a lot. Like, the facts about Azure Ray are they have a lot of retired players that came back in, right? But they're looking just as strong as before, and they're winning a lot of scrims. Like that's something that many players have shared, that they're looking really damn solid. And a lot of players are praising Somnus, like that he's completely back, that he's looking on his A game.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you watch him. That first game you saw with him was like, well, good luck if you have to deal with Somnus in the mid lane. And that complicates life for IG as well. If they have a predilection towards swapping their mids, maybe it's a good thing that they haven't been doing so far, because the last thing you would want is to have Emo, let's say you draw even in game 1, he's playing safe lane game 2, and then Dust gets demolished. Now the entire balance of the game is thrown off. You're like, dude, we didn't really need this. Now you've given them such a hot start from the mid lane. But if Emo's going to be reliably playing up against Somnus, not only has he been able to take on Somnus in the past, he has that experience against them, but there have been times where he's beaten Somnus in the mid lane. So I definitely want my best mechanical player taking on Somnus, especially if he's in the form that he's in right now.
I disagree. Like, I completely agree with what you mean overall, but like for me, what history and personal experience have taught me is get the best mechanical player, right? And put him against the worst guy on their team. Get him as fat as possible, allow him to feed, and then go after that. Go after that big guy from the mid lane. Like, put him against some noob, feed up, and then go against the guy that's as strong. Suddenly you have an item advantage. It doesn't matter that you're similar or that he's stronger in skill. You have an item advantage. It reminds me of like pubs 5-6 years ago when it was completely unbalanced with MMR. basically what would happen is you would get one guy with, I don't know, 9k MMR and everyone else is 4k, versus another guy with 9k and everyone else is 4k, because the matchmaking just couldn't match you with enough of good players. Then you battle it out, and it's literally like you farm as many 4Ks that you can, he farms as many of your 4Ks that he can, and then you clash in the end to see who's stronger.
So your advice, you're just going to be like, well, Emo, go and feed on someone else and throw dust to the wolves. Have him go get shellacked in the mid lane. Be like, well, we'll come help you, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. Eventually you come and you win the game.
That would be, I mean, it would be great if they end up winning in that fashion from IG, but it would be testing a lot of the mental fortitude coming in from Dust, because although the team might be like, guys, we're winning, but it sucks when you're getting crushed in your one lane and your team is telling you, bro, just trust us. A few more minutes, we'll be there. Just don't die too much.
Yeah, it probably isn't a very solid way of playing, right? Like, it's not a solid strategy. It's not used by anyone besides a couple of pop stars that had to use it. But yeah, it's an interesting one. What do you think about Dust overall? Like, has he reached his potential, or is there still room for growth?
I'm conflicted on this, because I think Dust has always had the problem of being outshone on the teams that he's been a part of, even the teams that were doing well. Like, for the longest time, when you're on that Magma squad, the very good one, there was like mostly Shylock that everyone was paying attention to. People didn't really think about Dust all that much. I think Dust, he's okay. I think he probably still has a bit more room to grow. I just think he's in a catch-22. I think he'd probably find more room to grow in a team where he's the center focal piece. But that being said, would that team also be able to challenge higher up the division, get more experience? I don't know.
Yeah. Probably if he's...
I think he's in a rough place.
Yeah, if he's a star player, his team probably isn't a star team, right? That's what you're saying. Yeah. But, I think that it all depends on the player. Some players, when they're surrounded by much stronger players, they grow. They take that opportunity and they just become stronger and stronger. Some players get crushed by the expectations. Like the expectations hurt them. If there's a lot expected from them, they crush under the pressure, and it looks a little bit worse than it would if they were the star players. So it comes down to the individual preference, but I think most of these tier 1 players are already in a position in which they shouldn't feel too pressured by playing with anyone, really.
Yeah. They should just back themselves, believe in their overall strengths, and then try and develop as much as possible in that direction. I hope that he doesn't fall into like a sort of White Album situation where things look decent back home, they don't look that great when you go overseas, and then it just crushes who you are as a player. So I do want to see Dust improve. I can still envision an IG making a change though, and getting another player in his stead. But that being said, they've run this experiment for so long now, you might as well see it through to the very end. Finish the season with this entire team, and then see what's over the horizon once things shake out after TI. I could still see them. I'm not sure they'll get direct qualification to TI for IG. I'm not even sure they'll get there through the qualifiers, but I can definitely see them being a spoiler for a lot of teams that haven't been able to make it into TI. You probably don't want to be playing IG in like some elimination game just before qualification.
Yeah, everyone in the chat, by the way, welcome to Snare and Lizard podcast.
Hey.
We're gonna check the player comparison a little bit here, just a tiny little bit. That's Tianming, right? And QYQX. Yeah. So, what's happening here? Average hero damage much higher on the side of Azure, 18.5k. XPM lower, so he deals more damage with less experience. Amazing.
What a player, what a boss. And of course, the big comparison is going to be Lu. Lu as a carry. The one thing he doesn't do that much, right? And I think maybe his team has told him to do less of it. He hasn't been... They don't need him to show up for fights as often, right? He's been playing a much more... I am the genuine late game focal point of our team. Somnus can take up the responsibility of the early to mid game. And when he was on XG, there were some times where it felt like Lu was trying to do both, right? Be the ultra scaling core for the game, but also get involved in these earlier fights. Maybe he didn't fully trust his team to carry him to that portion of the game. That does not seem to be a problem on Azure Array. Here it feels like everyone trusts each other to fulfill the roles they have. Somnus to bridge that gap, and then Lu to finish the game off when he eventually becomes the big raid boss.
Yeah, and Somnus is also the kind of a player that can definitely take over that ultra late game win condition, right? Like he doesn't shy away from it. So he can be your playmaker. He can be the one just playing constantly on the map, making space for Lu, but he can also be the one that's just like, yeah, okay, Lu, you can actually play something a little bit more active and I'll win the late game. If he's on the mid lane with some of these universal heroes that can get really nasty later on, I think Lu can also be one of those a bit more sacrificial parts of the cog machine. So, cogs of the machine. Yeah. So,
Speaking of cogs, what happened to our boy Clockwork? When was the last time you saw that hero in a game?
I saw it like maybe an hour ago.
Oh.
Yapsor was playing it in pubs. So I was watching him. He went for Pavis and Aghanims afterwards. I'm not sure what happened. Like, did the hero get super nerfed or something? Let me see it. Like, I'll open up. I take this opportunity always to go and check on the changes. Okay, so the power cogs got changed, right? The knockback duration is now lower. It affects most forced movements now as well, which is kind of nice. Rocket Flare slows movement speed of hit enemies by 100%. I think I've seen this a couple of times. It's a really good change. For Clockwork, that is. And stun duration got decreased on his ulti, so that kind of hurt him. But no, overall, I think the hero is still viable. Perhaps it's just some other position 4s that are in the game, and some heroes that are played right now aren't that weak against Clockwork, so he isn't being picked.
That always tends to happen, right? The ebbs and flows of the meta. Even if you don't make that many changes in terms of individual values, how we all approach the game, what heroes are promoted and demoted, always has to do with how we play things out. We're going to witness this exactly happening here in the upcoming game list, because we do finally have a draft coming to us. IG, Azure Ray. Potentially, we're going to be looking back at this being the game that determines the fourth and final major slot. Piggy Killer have lost too many games, and right now, Azure Ray and IG, the only ones that still stand a very decent shot of joining Extreme Gaming, LGD, and Team Aster at the Bali Major. Thank God there's no techies. There's no Doom, there's no Bad Rider. So now the question is, Lizard, do you ban Magnus or do you ban Medusa?
There's Beastmaster as well, right? Like, Timbersaw, Magnus, Medusa, Beastmaster. Pick your poison, basically. Which one of these needs to go? Which one of these are you? Like, in my personal preference, I think Beastmaster is the bigger issue because it's not very simple to counter him. But, whoa, okay, Monkey King ban. Instant.
They wanted Timber, I think.
I mean, you can't want Timber and ban Monkey if you don't have the pick after, you know? It's like you're giving it away 100%. Now Azure have to answer it.
All right, we got to see what they have cooking. Surely they had to know that a Timber was coming, right? If they left it in the pool. So they have to have some heroes that they've planned in advance to try and deal with this.
Why is Chalice a little piggy on that screen? Yeah, interesting. Anyways, yeah, we'll see. Like, what's good against Timber? A lot of magic damage, some Storm Spirits are always nice. Also, something like an Ursa in the lane can be good. But Azure actually go with Venom. Like, this hero is very obnoxious. And there have been some adjustments in the bans versus Western European teams. Like, they're actually using first bans for Venomancer at the moment.
It's going to be the first Venomancer being picked within the Chinese region. So that brings us to 3 lists of new heroes for the day. Love to see it. Like you say, very obnoxious. Now we preclude the option for these like Ursa-style heroes later.
Yeah, it's just
I wonder what they're going to pair this with, though.
We'll see if it's position 5-4 or offlane. They pair it with Beast. I think Beast versus Timber isn't that great because like Timber is one of those wall heroes that can stand in front and defend, but then again, Beast usually does not care. By the time you rotate, he's already taken that tower, he proceeds to the other one. Elephant Somnus. Good old days. Well, not so good for Somnus.
Not good days.
Not good
Those
days.
are not good days. Oh, some rough swords, some rough times that Somnus had to endure being part of the Elephant roster.
Yep.
We all had such high expectations and high hopes Honestly, Elephant, in retrospect, really destabilized the entire Chinese region.
Right, I agree completely. Yeah. It did. Like that was literally the fall of the Chinese region. Elephant.
Yeah. If we could rewind time, we'd be like, none of you leave your teams.
Yeah.
Just don't do anything, please.
They had like each player individually had good enough of a team, like a top tier team that contended the world scene, and then they just joined Elephant and it all fell apart. I guess PSG LGD was still, they were still strong for a year or two after Elephant, but eventually they disbanded as well, or switched completely, that is.
The things that Elephant has done to this region. IG, you were mentioning this earlier, one of the heroes that we've seen them play very well with is Terrorblade. Emo most likely going to be playing this, but Dusk also very good at this hero. So this feels really scary. Timber Terrorblade. This is already having the makeup of a difficult to deal with lineup on IG. And Azure Ray, I'm not sure they have all the tools just yet. And I also love that they're banning out the primary TB counters. No Naga, no PL. Might even see them remove Morphling for good measure as well.
Yeah, what can you do? You can even put the Terrorblade on the safe lane and Timbersaw on the mid lane, right? So if you're IG, you opened up with two crazy cores, and you are setting yourself up for a couple of counters at least. But what's really good about Timber is that he's at least versatile. So even if he gets countered in one lane, you can put him on a different one and still kind of feel safe. But dude, like I see more and more teams just opening up with 2-3 cores. And usually what that means is that these cores are way too broken. But it's not even with the same cores, so just the drafting style has changed a little bit in this new patch.
Lots of broken stuff in the meta. And because IG are in a situation where they've already gotten 2 cores, Azure Array just banning out supports in the second phase, IG just protecting the Terrorblade with their second phase. So let's see what AR will do. They don't have to reveal just yet what they're doing with this Venomancer, but it will be very clear at the end of the phase. Okay.
Yeah. Do you like this?
I do. I mean, it's old school, right? Beastmaster, Primal Roar into Mystic Flare, strong lanes as well, if these two heroes do lane together. And pre-BKB/Manta, it's a way to kill TB without Sunder. It's okay.
10 seconds remaining.
I love that Tide Hunter hat, by the way.
Oh, that is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, Skyrat, just a ton of burst damage. TB does not like playing it into the lane, in the lane itself. Timber as well has to buy a single defensive dispel item to make sure that he doesn't get roared and instantly brought down by the Mystic player. So I do like what Azure Ray are doing as a response to what IG have got, but also the heroes that they've got just work well together. This probably means that the Venom will be a 5, by the way. So you're going to have some Venomancer 5+1 on the safe lane. We'll see which one. I mean, earlier I talked about Ursa. I think he's good versus Timber, but might struggle versus the TB later on.
Especially now with Oracle in the mix as well, just to create some further difficulties. I still wouldn't mind seeing the bear, but like you say, it's not just an easy, well, let's pick the bear and win the game. Oracle, I think this hero feels so good lately, this Oracle. I'm glad we're seeing more and more of it, and I'm glad we're also seeing more and more of it in China, because even back in his heyday, this region tended to ignore this boy. But he's not going to be happy playing a game into a Storm Spirit, though.
Yeah, like the moment Timbersaw got picked up, what were our first ideas? One of them was Storm, right? And
yeah.
Now you're playing a Storm in a game in which Invictus Gaming have one singular catch. That's Lift. It's not good enough for Storm. And literally every single one of these heroes dislikes playing against Storm. Like Timber, there's too much mixed damage from Storm going his way, so it's not easy. Like the lane itself, if Storm is mid, isn't great for Timber. Then these two supports really hate playing against Storm because he can jump them later on, and even TB dislikes the amount of damage that he brings. So they need to find a way of dealing with it. Azure already banned one out, that's the Puck. I think Puck would be good, but still, like Silence from the Sky, the Roar, some dangers are there for Azure. Is there something else that you're seeing? Maybe, I don't know, a co-op or something like that?
doesn't quite have this. She feels like she has the same difficulties, right? You still have to deal with the silence. Raw is a big problem. I guess you buy Lincoln Sphere earlier as the Queen of Pain, so maybe Beastmaster Skyrath isn't as scary. But
10 seconds.
this feels like a terrifying pick to go for here. What else is there? Because they need catch and jump, right? So we have even Queen of Pain picking that doesn't give us all. Ember maybe? Oh no, banned.
It was a good call. Like that's what
Team pick.
they played in the last game, right? Paparazzi played it versus the Storm, and he did really well with the Ember. But instead they get a Windrunner. Okay, I do like this. Another problem thrown into the midst, like a universal hero that scales extremely well.
10 seconds remaining.
She builds that Athos against the Storm, so it brings you some more
5 seconds remaining.
catch. But I know that you dislike the hero at some times. Why?
Mainly because it's volatility. But in certain games, it does feel pretty decent.
Oh shit!
Awkward. Oh shit! Didn't see that coming. Before that, I was gonna say that this feels like not a great Wind Ranger game. It's just okay. It's acceptable to get some catch. There's ways to pierce the damage or pierce the evasion, but it's okay. I don't think he dies all that much. This is not one of those games where I hate the Wind Ranger. But I want to hear your opinion on this Awkward, my friend. This is peculiar. I know last time we casted, you said also that you're not sure what to make of the hero. Like, when is he strong? When isn't he strong? Is this the kind of game you feel he could be strong here for Lu?
So I played it a little bit since then, and so there are some positives and some negatives about him. Like positives, the Manta build is pretty damn good. Like the magnetic field on your main gives you the magic thing. I'm not sure if the same thing happens on Radiant, but you should be getting bonus magic damage, which is nice. Bad things is Emo is going to be building an MKB anyway. He focus fires you. You're gonna die if there's that evasion coming from you. Terrorblade isn't great against you. Like overall, Arc Warden historically has been considered, and right now he is one of those stronger heroes against TB. But usually, what happens is you wait too long on Arc Warden. He comes online. By the time he's online, TB is already 19 slotted. He jumps you with a Blink Dagger, still kills you off. I'm not in this matchup. I think it's much easier to play with the TB. But it's a really good Arc Warden game overall. Purge from Oracle is a little bit of a problem for your Flux ganks, but not that much. The Timber lane itself, Veno and Arc Warden, I think they should do fine against the Timber. I don't think that lane is that hard for them.
They have a lot of range to play around with.
Yeah.
What really terrifies me as well is when they eventually want to look for objectives on the side of Azure Array, Beastmaster, Arc Warden. Whew! That's going to be fun to witness. Buildings will melt, but still going to take some time because they need to get into that positive position. Now let's witness what happens here, Liz. Potentially a game with the major on the line. Azure Array and Invictus Gaming. Very quickly, looking at these drafts, tell me the team that's going to win and how long it's going to take.
Look, I can't really tell that because of the Arc Warden. He is just such a question mark for me.
That's why it's a fun question.
Yeah, I really think that this is overall a good game for an Arc Warden. It just comes down to the execution. And I really do think that Azure should win this one. Not only because of the Arc Warden, but because of the Storm. It feels like a really good Storm game too.
Yeah, Sunrise's game feels very, very free. And unless we have a massive pop-off coming in from Emo, dealing with Storm Spirit, not the easiest thing to do in the world as a Wind Ranger. But we shall see what Emo tries to do here. So far, no surprises. We did see a lot of heroes that were posturing here from IG. They had a smoke coming into this area, looking like they were thinking about going up onto the high ground. They do it properly now. Trying to set up for 3 bounties. Let's see if they can get it. So the Spark Rays, though, making this complicated, so they might choose to just back off.
Yeah, you don't really want to fight this Venomancer with Gale and Blood Grenade. 1 Gale, 1 Blood Grenade, and you're feeling like a really sad boy. I was thinking maybe they could put Oracle with the Timber. Maybe. They will not. It looks like Oracle will use the Twin Gate, but... Like, honestly, it wouldn't feel that bad. Like, you'd have Purge for the Flux and for the Gale. Okay. they decide to put him top instead.
They're like, well, want to make sure Dusk can get some good farming off. So now that we do have our configured lanes, talk to me about this, Liz. Where's the action going to be breaking out? Because it does seem like both sides have kill lanes pretty much all across the map.
Yeah, everything is a kill lane. Like this Arc Warden down bottom, together with Veno, they can easily kill off Rubik if he's not careful. They can even kill off the Timber, I feel like. They have more than plenty magic damage. Top lane as well, like Skyrat and Beast. Just a kill lane on its own too. And if they're not careful, Meta and some Purge, that can be fatal as well in the other direction.
Actually looking potentially for a first blood, but QIQX does get beyond the Tier 1 tower. He should be safe here. Bottom lane, we almost lost our Venom Monster as well. But Tianming barely survives. We'll be able to pop the salve and then return to the lane. The best part about Lu playing Arc Warden is that these small instances when Venom Monster has to back up to heal doesn't necessarily impact your farm output as the Arc Warden.
Yeah, the hero overall feels much better, much easier to farm with at the moment.
Oh, they actually almost got a kill here onto Rubik, and they will find it. Lu gets the first blood, but the question is, will he survive? No, he won't. Shang Yu ends up getting the kill on top of him to get quick revenge here.
Nice play by the Timber, planting that branch so that he has a tree to Timber Chain too, and kill off the Arc Warden. Very nicely done. But then again, Arc Warden, he's the one that got first blood. One hero that you don't want to give the first blood to. He gets closer and closer to his Midas.
Top lane, we might have a death onto FY here, but they do not have the movement speed to catch up to him, so he should be able to escape. Blood Grenade, good item.
Yeah, he's got, on his own, he's got 325 movement speed, and then he tosses that Blood Grenade, gets away faster. He has 0 armor, like TB really hurts him, but only if he can actually catch up to him.
So far, the one that we haven't really talked about in depth, this mid lane, it's pretty even right now between the Somnus, Storm Spirit, and Emo's Windranger. This is kind of what I would anticipate happening here. Doesn't feel like any one of these heroes can get a massive natural advantage over the other.
Yeah, Timber. This is where it becomes really difficult. Does manage to Timber Chain away.
Die here. They can't get the last right click. Tianming wanted the last hit for the poisons thing, but doesn't reach him in time.
Yeah, he's got Ring of Health. He's fine. Ring of Health, the tower as well. Like, you're not killing him. But when you're also not preventing this Arc from farming, I feel that this is becoming really bad for them. Like, they need a fat Timber, and they need a controlled Arc Warden, and they're not getting anything. So far, at least.
Shang Yu, when he first joined IG, had a massive hole in his hero repertoire, but he's been expanding it slowly but surely. And Timbersaw is definitely one of his best ones right now.
PYW? He might die here.
PYW. He might actually be dead.
Yeah.
Nice little lift back to buy space and time, but the TP attempt, ambitious, but his ambition pays off.
Oh, no,
Gets
good
home
read.
safely.
Yeah, good read to TP away. I think that's if you get Galed and you eat that Flux, if you try to run, you're dead. So you just TP away. I think it's a good play. Unfortunately, Timber is left alone then.
Speaking of people being left alone, QIQX very far away from the TB, and Chalice and FY are intent on killing off this Oracle, and they'll succeed in doing so. FY gets credited with the kill. It's almost going to give him enough money to buy some boots.
Dude, I just love how close mid lane is, by the way. 28 on Storm, 28 on Emo in one hit. There we go. 28-4, 28-4. 5 minutes in. Like, really nice. Such
Perfectly
a close
balanced.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
It's like,
Emo showing that he still has the chops, man. He still has the mechanics to take on a Somnus.
of course. Like, I'm just wondering, you could kill off the Storm Spirit maybe with some crazy ganks, but it's not easy. After level 6, that is. But I feel like it's easier for Storm to take down the Windrunner if she's not careful enough with Windrun, with some FY rotation. There's more damage coming from that support.
FY, he is indeed here in the mid lane, but they haven't found the kill just yet. It's turned it into a 2v2 middle. Seems like it's going to just be the name of the game throughout the region.
Yeah, just securing that minute 6 rune as well. Like that's going to be very important. Who gets level 6 and minute 6 rune? Bot lane though, Venom.
They really want this Venom monster, but they don't want to dive too far for this either. Mid lane, we're going back here as Emo falling super low. QIQX will buy the space and time, and Emo has level 6. So with the Fortunes in and the Focus Fire, they turn onto Somnus. Somnus doesn't have his ultimate. Focus Fire will end, but so will Somnus' life as he dies first, and the experience will go the way of Emo. Very nicely done by IG in the mid lane here. Take advantage of the level experience advantage that they had and get the kill.
Okay, so Emo gets the kill, but... no, Emo gets the experience, but Somnus gets the kill. Because actually it was the Oracle that got the kill, right?
Ah, I see, yes.
PYW.
There's a little bit of danger here. Timber Chain will miss, trying to go onto Tianming. PYW will end up dead. Beautiful power shot from Emo. He rotates bottom, kills off this hero, and Venom Monster cannot assist Lu anymore, who will promptly TP out himself. He's like, well, the only stuns they have are Telekinesis and Shackle Shot. We've already killed the Telekinesis carrier, so I can just get out to safety. Up on top, though, Chalice not going to be as lucky as QIQX finishes him off with the Purifying Flames.
That's a sub-minute 7 Midas on our Corden, by the way. And he will go to the nearest camp right here to use it. Yeah, he just sold the Tango and 1 branch to get it. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have level 6 yet, so no double Midas at least. And he has to run back to the lane, which is a little annoying. If he even goes back, by the way, he might just start farming the jungle now. He just needs level 6, that's the problem. He didn't get it.
He's like, I need level 6, I need that Tempest double.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We already saw in the mid lane the importance level 6 can make. They just quickly killed off Emo.
Under attack.
Oh, he doesn't need level 6 because he's got the Kobold. It's fine. He's got his partner in crime. Look at them. They kind of look similar as well. Like this Kobold is basically Arc Warden if you strip him down. Like if you take down all his fur and armor, he's a Kobold.
Well, Cobalt Warden is now in a fight here to defend the Tier 1 tower as they're trying to kill off Timbersaw. Shang Yu just TP's out. Couldn't kill Tianming. And they did draw attention from FY. And look at the Siege Dragon. It's actually aggressing onto the tower. PYW might be able to find the kill. Lu realizes what's up. Quickly gets the deny when needed. And he might not be safe here, Liz, because Shang Yu is still in the vicinity. PYW trying to get around him. But Tianming is also nearby.
Lu.
Who's going to be the person they find first? Lu? Dude, Lu must be so thankful for Tianming. He's going to watch this replay and say, holy smokes, if Tianming didn't show right then and there, I would be the one dead instead.
Yeah, and that kill would be massive because he's just about to hit 6. There we go. He hits it. Midas instantly after. Emo, meanwhile, takes down the Tier 1 mid. So Tier 1 mid and bottom taken down by IG. They're definitely stepping up the tempo. And I like how they're playing. Like this dual mid against Storm. Just securing Emo's lane. Securing that he gets that Atos as soon as possible. Meanwhile, one thing that I dislike about AR's draft is without Storm or Beast, they have no stuns.
Yeah.
So it's hard for them to make these kills happen.
Just definitely one of these games that we're going to be light on the disables for both of these squads. It's going to come down to almost pure execution. And you were talking earlier about how even the mid lane was. And Emo has, of course, gotten a little bit away in terms of net worth, but the game state itself is still very, very even. Shang Yu might die, but he's fine. They can't get there in time with Chalice. He timbers out, he's cool.
And that was on Storm to initiate properly, I feel like. It was on him to catch him, pull him in. Didn't manage to, but they are rotating mid instead now. That 10-minute mark rune.
Emo, will he get zipped in? He does indeed. Primal Roar will be there as well. Mystic Flare dropped down. Does it enough to kill Emo? Not just yet. He goes in. Focus Fire with the Wind Run. And nice a beautiful shackle shot on the 2. Somnus almost dies from this, but barely able to escape. Emo now. He's surrounded by Radiant heroes, but he does have backup coming in. As they bring down Tianming, Shang Yu will show up to assist him, killing off Chalice. And they get that with the power shot. Emo not only stays alive, gets some kills on the way out. They just keep the entire map as it was because there's no pressure coming in from AR on the side lanes either.
Very, very nicely done so far from IG. They're reading all of these moves coming from Azure and they're reacting to them really well. I was worried because Emo pretty much ate the entirety of Mystic Flare, but it didn't really matter. He just turned on the Storm, almost took down the Storm, afterwards finished off the Beast with his power shot. He's really tanky, really difficult to take down. Like even with boots on int, he's got like 1350 HP.
Also, he's about to buy that Rod of Atos. And as you've outlined, not only is it super good as a universal hero, going to be great against Somnus, giving them one little piece of extra disable that the Storm Spirit doesn't want to play into.
Yeah, I feel like it's the best thing when these two facts come together, like when the item that you want on your hero is really good for your hero and when it also counters someone else on the enemy side. That's like, yeah, it just hits the sweet spot. And Atos is 100% that for Windrunner.
Emo so far owning this game. Net worth leader by quite some distance. The one person on their team that is struggling though is Dust on this Terrorblade. Not having the easiest time, but it is Terrorblade. So you're not going to expect to really see him for a while anyway. He's just going to go and farm and do his thing.
Kind of same can be said for Arc, right? So you're going to have two of these carries that are just farming up, chilling. Lu should have Maelstrom after the next Midas use.
Let's see what's going to be able to find Somnus. Steals away this Haze Druid. Xiangyu jumps in though. They want to try force a fight onto Tianming. Tianming, shackle shotted. He'll easily be killed off. No tower for them to claim here, so they actually want more aggression. Somnus forced away here from this triangle.
Atos?
And he gets Atos. Actually, they reveal this item onto Somnus, but they don't have Shackle Shot to follow this up with, and PYW too far away for the telekinesis, so Somnus does live.
Yeah, he's also got that haste, so should be fine. Maybe they can find a kill on the Timber if he's not careful enough.
They do finally get the tier 1 tower in the top lane though. That's the first piece of real estate that Azure Array have been able to claim so far. Most of the traffic has been coming from the IG side of the map here, Liz.
Yeah,
and it's going to continue in that fashion. They smoke up again as 3 down bottom. They're looking for Lu.
Yeah, like Windrunner is actually very scary for an Arc Warden early on. If she latches on top of you, you're as good as dead. He doesn't have a Javelin for that bonus damage though, only an Atos. Which is still good, it's just not as much damage I feel like Maelstrom brings early on.
Sadly, their attempted gank though will go completely awry as they mess out on Lu, who read the map well enough to TP in towards his triangle and try farm safely there.
Well, they should see him soon, right? They have that low ground ward, but never mind, he goes back mid instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Probably should just ignore Arc for a while, he's not going to do anything. We might have another smoke from IG middle. Now, they don't have a smoke in tow. Are they comfortable playing like this? Just like defending their towers, slowly but for surely farming up the waves that come in towards them? Is this fine for IG?
I'm not so sure. I think that you have a team that's able to get some pickoffs, and you should be doing that. Like when you're playing versus Arc Warden, he's got that double Midas, right? You want to be at least preventing him for having full farm. Top lane, Roar, and Mystic Flare.
Easy kill onto Rubik. PYW goes down. The question is, can they avenge him? Emo trying to find the angle here. Shackle Shot doesn't latch, but he already got off the focus fire. So FY will definitely be dead to rights. Killing spree for Emo.
Yeah, maybe a halberd on someone later on, like a Venomancer, something like that versus the Windrunner will be helpful.
Veno right now is building Perviz to start things off with. So that's going to be his primary support item. Just trying to ensure that Lu and Somnus don't die early on in the fight.
But that's really good too, right? Just get some more utility. Use them on Lu, use them on anyone that gets really gone on by the Windrunner, by the Terrorblade. Terrorblade has a Yasha completed now together with the Dragonlance, so he's keeping up the farm. Who's on top of the network? First Beastmaster, of course.
Of course. Yeah.
Chalice, he has that Helm of the Overlord, yeah.
Also, what a treat we have. We get to, in one game, Liz, we get Chalice Beastmaster, Somnus on Storm Spirit, Xiangyu Timbersaw, and PYW Rubik. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, like a lot of star players on their star heroes.
Right now, though, the game still hangs in the balance. 1K gold lead for IG, but it's barely even. It's pretty much 50-50.
Emo, he's in a
Getting
bad
jumped
spot.
on. He's in an awkward place, and indeed, he's going to eat so many awkward spells, and that's going to end up killing him off. They didn't even have to pop the Primal Roar for that one. Oh, no.
Yeah,
that was not supposed to happen. He was way too far forward there.
Not sure what the plan was. I think he wanted to wrap around Lu, catch him off guard there, and get that kill as TB, Oracle, Rubik were pushing in. But everything fails now. As he's dead, like that whole maneuver on killing Arc and taking down tier 2 just, disappears, and instead you have to defend your tier 1 mid. Some big items are coming for IG though, like the Manta on TB will be huge. Timbersaw has his Lotus. I think that's also very important. Like, you needed that Lotus so badly this game.
Yeah.
Versus Sky, versus Storm, versus Beast, versus Hardcore, literally versus everything. Lotus is the perfect item for this game.
Great Lotus Orb game. Some very interesting bounce backs on Echo Shell as well. That could be quite fruitful for them. Also, you were talking about some big items emerging for IG. They've just picked up a lot of ATOS on Rubik, so they're doubling down on this Root's potential against Somnus.
Damn, yeah, I'm shocked that he went for ATOS. It's a lot, but yeah, I guess they're also recognizing that the amount of cash that they've got is not enough. Still though, maybe a blink on PYW and then you follow up with a Hex or something like that later on. But it's way more expensive, obviously. Okay.
This ATOS build-up is cheaper for now, at least, I guess.
Yeah, it's cheaper, and I guess you can rely on Timber to start things off, make things awkward, you know? You don't have to initiate in the old sense of the word in which you're going in, stunning someone, picking them off.
Speaking of initiation,
TB
is dead. Primal Roar, Mystic Flare. That's the combo we want to see, my friend. This is why it keeps escaping the ban phases, keeps getting picked up in these games. Feels super, super bad. And they're gonna get a tier 1 tower off of this as well.
Yeah, Phylactery now completed on Skyrat. A bit more damage on him. Every spell that he uses, every 4 seconds, it will be procced. 6 seconds, sorry.
Alright, another mechanics question, brother, because I keep loving to ask you these things about Phylactery. If I buy Phylactery and then I buy Aghanim Scepter, right? And then I cast Arcane Bolt. Will both heroes that get hit take the full plus Phylactery damage? Or only the first target and then the second person takes regular Arcane Bolt damage?
I think only one should take damage. I think only one. Like, from Phylactery, that is. I don't think it splits into 2 hits. At least, obviously, I haven't tried every single thing in the game, and I don't like, I haven't tried this one in particular, but I do think that it would be kind of silly if both of them took the damage.
Okay. How about, does that apply as well for Ancient Seal as well?
I think so, yeah. You just, the first target that gets hit, it takes the damage. The second target just gets silenced.
Okay. Well, we know what you need to do, FY. Please buy Aghanim Scepter so we can investigate this and see for ourselves.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this Roshan, my god, this is going by very, very quickly. IG are aware that this is happening, but they're not going to be here in time whatsoever.
They still want to fight, though. They're not backing out. They have decent vision. There's also a Hawk above them, but they're smoked up, so the Hawk won't scout them. Rubik, he will be the first one.
He realizes there's a Veda monster on the other side, though. And that's it.
Yeah, if you're Azure Raid, no need to fight this early on. Like, you can still continue farming. Your Arc Warden is far from being in a spot in which he wants to be. Like, he can fight, but you can first get... We'll see what he decides to go for. Mjolnir is good. Also, just getting... What's it called? Gleipnir. It's also very solid. Later on, Nullifier is amazing. Like, versus Windrunner, versus all of these heroes, versus Oracle. Like, a good old Nullifier on Blue would be pretty good too.
Yeah, Nutty feels pretty nutty, actually. Would love to see them attain that for themselves. For now, IG starting to play around this Tormentor. Emo will probably end up just helping his team take it. Hopefully, he's hoping that the Rubik gets the shot. Let's see who gets lucky, and let's see if Lizard gets lucky enough to witness the support, dive support. Hey! It happened. Hey! Oh. How many have we seen? That's like the third or fourth one we've seen, right?
Yeah, I see them very often. They're happening all the time. Like supports, they just aren't careful, and there's a lot of these small instances of damage, like Windrunner. With Focus Fire, she's hitting that Tormentor, but poor Rubik dies. Plus, it was only the two of them. QX already bailed.
QX is like, later, bozo. I don't want to deal with this. And they do get the Reign of Destiny, so it's still a pretty good Aghanim shot to pick up for the Oracle. In the meantime, AR are smoked up. Still have this Aegis for a little while, but they want to get onto the map and allow Somnus to spread his wings a little bit. Who's he gonna find? Timbersaw, maybe not the person you want to start off with. He gets off the Echo Shell, still alive for now, eats the full Mystic Flare, adds some damage from the Venom Monster, and he will die. Tian being credited with the kill. And Timbersaw not feeling like a tanky hero at all. Maybe this is a game where he should have gone for the pipe, my friend, given how much magic damage there is on AR.
Yeah, like the Lotus is good if you can cast it on someone. If you're casting it on yourself, what happens is they go on you, they Mystic Flare first, and then he silences you after. So Skyra doesn't care. I used my Mystic Flare, I used the Ancient Seal. Okay, I'm silenced as well, but you'll die. And Oracle can't really be there to help him. Oracle is mostly following the Terrorblade around. If they go on Terrorblade, he can use his ulti and save him instead. But maybe he could have been there. Maybe the right idea would be to be behind the guy that's defending your towers.
I feel like since the laning phase broke down, IG have been sort of struggling to make and connect with bigger moves on the map. They got those earlier towers for themselves. Things were looking okay, but they're struggling to coordinate the next set of moves that'll allow the team to progress to their next stage. How far is Dust from having Skadi? Still a decent path away from the Terrorblade before he feels fully ready to fight just yet.
Yep, he's going for that Skadi. Meanwhile, Arc is actually finishing off a Gleipnir straight into MKB afterwards.
Nice.
I think that's good. I think a Dragonlance is also good on Arc versus TB. Just outranging him feels good.
Gonna come and push in onto this tier 2 tower. Man, this was the one thing that IG gonna struggle to deal with. How do you deal with this? We spoke about the potential of having the Inner Beast plus Magnetize. Damn, this is a Magnetic Field, not Magnetize. I'm thinking of Earth Spread now.
Yeah.
There's so much damage onto these buildings.
And even more damage on heroes because of the way it works right now. It gives you that bonus magic damage. It's very annoying. And attack range. So, yeah. So you get 150 attack range, and you get 80 magic damage on every attack. And it works on Mantas, by the way. So illusions actually dish out the same. Well, not the same, it's diminished because of the illusion damage, but still, the bonus damage gets added to them as well. I learned that yesterday.
Did you learn it playing Arc Warden, or you're on the receiving end of this damage?
No, I played.
Okay. It's always much funnier when you learn things about Dota through losing. You're like, wow, that sucks. Now I know what this interaction looks like.
What do you mean? It's okay. I'd say it's better to learn while winning.
Oh yes, yeah.
you get those sweet MMR points, and you're like, oh, I didn't even know this is that broken. Nice.
That's the best, when you're winning a game and you get surprised by how easy the game becomes. You're like, oh, thanks, Gavin, for all these free new mechanics. Thanks, Ice Frog.
Yeah, maybe the gold from creeps is lower than before, but oh
my God. Chalice. Ooh.
Did he lose
miss. Targeting there?
Yeah. A rare miss from Chalice. He had the Hawk on top of Emo. He just couldn't get in position fast enough.
That's going to allow Emo to stay alive. Emo has finished off the Aghanim Scepter with the Gleipnir. He certainly would love to use this in some kind of engagement. What do we buy next for this Wind Ranger? Do we go defensive with BKB/Linken's here? Maybe Linken's could be decent, right? Against the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think Linken's is pretty good. The problem is 2 Gleipnirs on Arc. And Dust.
Terrorblade is just killed off. Dust killed. He's going to be joined in the grave by PYW as well. That is huge. This Terrorblade not going to be allowed to die all that often in a game like this. Middle, at least Emo able to bring down this Venomancer, but he's being chased at the moment. Lu was considering porting onto some creeps, but
it was he was trying to, but this opted not to. Like, he can still be taken down by a singular Windrunner there. Okay, I really think that maybe Rubik and Oracle should swap their positioning. Like, Oracle should have been there for the TB with the false promise. I think TB would have lived, maybe would have gotten out, but at least they'd buy enough time to strike back, use the Sunder.
Sadly, they got nothing out of that.
But he's getting bigger and bigger, right? Like, he's got that Ultimate Orb, he's getting towards Skadi, needs like 300-400 gold more, and he's gonna have it.
Yeah. He basically has the Skadi finished, and then you can start thinking about the next item. Unfortunately for him, the usual Terrorblade build we've been seeing lately of going straight for the butterfly afterwards, probably not the best idea with this early MKB emerging from Lu.
Yep. He doesn't know about it, by the way. Lu actually didn't build a single component of it, didn't buy a single one, and it looks like he will actually not go for MKB instantly. He'll go for Nullifier instead. And I think this is a better choice overall.
Like you mentioned, this is a really good game for Nullifier. So it certainly makes sense if he opted for that. It's not that far away from having the gold for it either. And IG, they're going to smoke up now. They feel finally strong enough to fight. Unfortunately, the only thing they're going to find down bottom is a Tempest double. Might not even be worth revealing themselves to go for it. Narosha is not available either, so they can't even go and sneak the big man.
Rather smoke?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This time around, last time we saw Chalice not able to connect onto Emo. We'll see what he can attain here. While all this is happening, a random tower ended up being taken in the bottom side of the map.
Chalice, his smoke, bro.
They are.
Yeah.
His smoke did break, but he doesn't have a viable target just yet. He sees this Terrorblade, but he knows that this Oracle is behind him, so jumping him first, not a good idea.
Yeah, if you can get on top of Oracle, that would be the perfect initiation. Storm, his smoke broke.
Yeah, they also smoked underneath a Hawk. They were scouted doing this. Smoke pops immediately. Somna's positioned perfectly to try and break this. And looks like our fight is actually not going to end up happening here, at least not just yet. Everybody a bit too skittish. They know that everybody knows that everyone else knows that they're here. So he's going to be the one to make the jump though. Looking for QIQX. He pops the BKB. He really wants the Oracle. The Reign of Destiny will be dropped down, buying space and time. In the meantime, Oracle still gets off the false promise onto this Wind Ranger. And now they throw the Primal Roar onto Somnus. There is going to be the Rod of Atos with Shackle Shot. And they kill him off. Storm down for the count. Tianming might be chasing him as well. Falling very, very low to the damage of this Timbersaw. Dust will finish him off and claim a double kill for his efforts. And they're not done just yet. Emo would love to find somebody for a Shackle Shot, but he doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so he can't close the gap. Nonetheless, though, IG, successful fight here, Liz.
Yeah, successful fight, but Azure Ray, they make a rare mistake. They start fighting just before that Nullifier was completed on Arc Warden. So he actually didn't have it on his clone during the fight. Usually with Arc Warden, what do you do at this point? You send the clone in first and then you join the fight afterwards. Well, the clone only had Helm of Iron Will. So the fight was unfortunately started a little bit too soon, as well as Storm just not being able to take down Oracle, right? Like, that was the biggest issue. Like, he went too damn deep.
Dude, right? And then their QIQX is like, thank God I got the Aghanim Shard, baby. Reign of Destiny not only kept me alive, but it allowed me to save Emo with the false promise. And we see what we see in a lot of these games, Liz. The inability to kill Oracle early on creates massive problems for your team fight prospects later.
Oh, if they go through the Twin Gate.
Oh, no,
look at
Terrorblade
this.
came first. Terrorblade came first. Terrorblade is dead. Somnus pops BKB to dive deeper into the fight. Emo just going to be forced to run away. At least Zhang Yu will be able to bring down Tianming. And the rest of the heroes from Dire side are streaming into this fight. Emo on the north, he really needs to escape away from FY. FY chases him, FY gets the damage, and Somnus gets the cleanup, turning it into a double for the Storm. The two big cores on IG brought down, and all because of a twin gate. 10 more seconds in either direction. They'd probably be safe there, Liz, but they come in at the exact wrong time for that fight.
Oh, and Roshan obviously respawns or spawns. He's there. He never left. Comes back. They can take him down in a second. That Aegis goes to Lu, and now you actually have that sieging machine as well. Arc, he feels very squishy, even with all the items that he's got right now. But with the Aegis, he can just stand and hit the high ground. Oh man. And you know what was really interesting about that fight? Like, any team that uses the Twin Gate loses, right? The first team that uses Twin Gate pops on the other side loses because they are popping out one after another. Unfortunately, TB poked his head out first. It was like, anyone there?
Yes, we're all here.
Everyone, yeah, everyone is there.
Now you not only lose the Roche, you're losing a Tormentor. Just having the map close in on you. Who got the shot? Gave it to Skywrath?
Yeah.
Meh.
The Shield of the Scion. Very interesting.
It's such a cool name for such a blasé ability.
Yeah. When I saw it, I thought it was really good on a core Skywrath. Like if you're mid and you're in these fights and fights are prolonged, you're gonna become really, really strong. But yeah, it just doesn't feel good.
Right now, Azure Ray, a commanding gold lead of 17k in their favor. They're taking over the map, and they have the Dota Plus endorsement as well. Long
Storm?
slip coming in from Somnus. He really wanted Emo, but doesn't have the mana to catch up to him.
Yeah, with that double damage, he was thinking maybe there's enough speed, but definitely not. He's actually buying a Mjolnir, by the way, on Storm Spirit. So
I've been seeing more Storms do this lately, actually.
Yeah?
This has become like the fourth, fifth item.
Do you like
More
it?
common than not. I actually kind of do. More farm for the hero. I know it also feels like Hex isn't as game-breaking for the hero as it used to be, you know, where by Hex the game is over, as all the stuns are just worse overall.
Yeah. It gives you a nice proc as well, right? Like versus the versus Windrun versus Butterfly on Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely see it working. MKB should be completed by Lu, by the way. Yeah, it is. So, yep, he's pretty much 6-slotted now. When the Aegis gets reclaimed, he can replace that Midas later down the line, but he is absolutely ready to start pushing. But a safer option would obviously be to get a pick off first.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So I also don't like the fact that I understand what Emo had to do with this itemization, but it feels really hard for them to start fights because all they have is still Blink Telekinesis. There's no like Blink Shackle Shot or anything like that, and they're wholly reliant on these Atoses and like the eternal change of the Gleipnir.
Yeah, but that's the problem of the draft, right? Like, that's an issue that Timber brings. Usually.
Well, right now Timber's not bringing them that much in defending the space. He's throwing in as many chakrams as he can. They've done a decent enough job. The fight will break off as Somnus getting jumped onto Emo. Emo is still going to be alive. Everybody just jumping away though. BKB was popped by Somnus. Windrun used by the Wind Ranger. And they take care of the Terrorblade illusions that almost killed Tianming. QIQ is forced to use the Reign of Destiny. And they pop the Roar as well. Oracle false promised the TB to keep him alive. Okay, so far no real hero dead. They might be able to take out the Tempest double, but even that feels quite difficult to do. As Lu with the magnetic field will buy as much time as possible. Will it survive?
Almost. Almost lives, but yeah, not quite tanky enough. Then again, it doesn't really care. Meta has been used, right? It's running out, so you don't have to go back if you're Azure. You can just stay here, use the next clone to take down the Raxes. You don't have Roar, but it will be up in 20 seconds.
You don't have roll, but you know that they don't have many tools either to stop you from making this push. Lu with the magnetic field and the clones, and this Mantis style will be able to take away the top melee racks. And IG just not strong enough to stop this just yet. The question is, Liz, do they ever get strong enough
Timber.
to deal with this?
Holy
Lu,
hell.
Lu, oh my god, almost straight up killed Timbersaw.
That's the
You don't
magic.
expect to see that every day.
Yeah, that's the magic damage. That's the magnetic field magic damage. That's why. It wasn't the right clicks. He has way too much armor for those right clicks to hurt as much as they did.
Bonus damage is good damage. And the Azra Ray still have this Aegis for another 3 seconds. It will pop, but Lu is very, very far
Even
back on his
Dust,
off-quarter.
oh my god, he just
And
dropped it.
Dust, half HP. Just a Tempest double.
Yeah, it's basically just this. Lu creates a Tempest double. He, Ancient Thunderhide uses Frenzy on it. Just, yeah, IG, they need to, eventually they'll have to make a move. They'll have to jump them because they'll lose Raxes this way.
Looks like AR don't really have any ambition of leaving this area. We're gonna stay here and get a second lane of Rax come hell or high water. Timbersaw trying his best to defend this, but already down to half HP. Tier 3 tower is gone. On the next double, they're certainly gonna start sieging onto the Rax.
Yeah. The question is like he's buying Skadi next on Arc. It's really good. Another option would be a BKB. I think that would be very solid too. Like you get the BKB, suddenly your Tempest can't be destroyed that easily. You can sit on that high ground. But
Dire's bottom tower.
Skadi is also a fairly good option.
Speaking of items, I'm looking at Somnus right now, and I just realized another good thing about having this Mjolnir. If you have Mjolnir, you actually have ways to clear out creep waves that don't use up your mana pool. So you're technically always ready to jump back in for a fight. Feels
Yeah,
nice.
Even the active, right? Like another thing that you can put on Lu as his Tempest double goes in.
So let's see, his Tempest double will have static charge, it'll have a Pervise charge up on it, potentially a Glimmer Cape, Crimson Guard from the Beastmaster. Good luck killing it. On the bright side for IG though, they have left through this mid lane, so it's gonna buy them some time before the next push comes. I imagine AR is waiting for the subsequent Roche before they come up the hill to end the game.
Yeah, the more disciplined, the more safer approach would be. Wait out that Roshan, fight around there, but it just feels really good the way they're playing. Like, you see, this is basically Dota 1-on-1 right now. Stay on this triangle, cut mid, cut bottom. Top lane can be pushed a little bit. Timber, oof.
Not just cut middle and cut. Oh, Timbersaw lives. Gets kept alive by the false promise of QIQX.
Is he gonna
We'll
survive?
see how much damage he takes after this. That's what I'm curious about.
Okay.
He's fine.
Yeah. It's a Timber after all. He gets a lot of regen, plus the Oracle, plus the Sunder there. But the Raxes, bye-bye.
Dire's middle barracks.
Yeah. If you can force back the Timber, you open up the space for this push. And they've already put some damage onto the range racks as well. On the high ground, Chalice, they go down. Okay, lift back. The Echo Shell. Almost,
Emo.
that was actually a very confusing interaction. Emo should be okay. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
No, he just wind ran on the low ground and then moved back. I wasn't sure what the plan was, but another tier 3. This one will be saved by the glyph a little bit. How do you do, like, what do you do here? That's the question for IG. Like, how do you approach these fights? Like, you really want to be jumping the Arc Warden somehow. You need to smoke out of your base, but there's vision on you. There's Venowards, there's Hawks. I feel like you need the
This is-
MKBs as well, but you're not gonna get them fast enough.
It's just so rough for them. And whilst they're playing around here with IG, the top lane of Rax has been taken, and they take away the life of the Timbersaw right now. He buys back.
Oh, the TB
But
as
they
well.
need to buy back on TB because TB also got eviscerated.
GG.
Oracle dies as well. Can't get off the false promise. And yes, these heroes have buyback, but honestly, even if they do, what can they realistically accomplish against AR? So they throw in the towel. GG, well played is called, and AR make game number 1, especially the back end of it, Lizard, look almost impossible for IG to play.
Yeah, QYQX, he was on his game throughout the match. These last 2 deaths might have been on him. Like, you can't say that they were on him, but these heroes just died. They popped so fast. He couldn't really do a lot. He couldn't even react on time. Nicely done by Azure. Like, I'm very impressed with the way and the discipline that they've shown around this Arc Warden. He had a good lane. He got his sub 7-minute Midas, which is really good. So he got all of the farm that's needed. Overall, they didn't really make a ton of mistakes. One of the biggest fights that has happened for them in this game was probably the one around the bottom twin gate. But one of the biggest pickoffs that they got was probably the one on Emo when he was in the Radiant jungle, when they singled him out. I feel like that one was very important to slow down his item progression and his moves on the map.
Yeah, that absolutely did make some pretty big changes. Emo was doing quite well prior to that happening, but after that, very difficult to keep up the same degree of tempo. Dust really struggled in this opening game as well as the TB. Not only was he struggling with his survivability in terms of where he's being targeted in the fights, but his damage outlay, very lackluster out of this TB. Lowest of all the cores of his team. You don't expect that out of a Terrorblade, right? That's normally the guy that dishes out the most damage.
Yeah, you expect him to be dishing out that damage, but not necessarily versus Arc Warden. Like, Arc Warden is one of those heroes that counters him a bit. Like, you aren't able to dish out that damage because you're missing a lot. You need that MKB. Even if you approach the fight, you just get blasted down, as you could see in that last fight by an Arc. So he was playing it a little bit more passively. But maybe the biggest issue that they had was approaching these fights properly. Like, with the Windrunner, with the Rubik that went for Atos, they just felt that they didn't have enough control by the draft itself. Maybe that's what hurt them. But I completely agree, maybe the TB could have joined the fights a little bit earlier with not as many items. Let's say just the Dragonlance and the Manta, and you start fighting. Maybe that would have been a better approach, but it's easy to talk about it in hindsight.
Hindsight is indeed 2020, and I'm sure IG will have their hindsight glasses on right now as they try to examine what went wrong in game 1. For Azure Array, they'll just be very happy with those results. Who were we giving the MVP to, though? That's an interesting question, because it did feel like a very team-oriented victory. It didn't feel like anybody had to pop off massively for them to get this dub. But I will say Chalice did find a couple of really good primal rolls throughout this game. What do you think? Can we give it to the Beastmaster, or do you want to give it to Somnus?
What about Lou? He did his Arc Warden things. He farmed up. Give it to Arc Warden. Let's go.
I will die before I ever give an MVP vote to an Arc Warden.
Okay, then I'm not sure. Like, Somnus had a good game. Chalice was on top of the networks charts. He got all of the pickoffs with FY. He killed off TB a couple of times. I think he deserves it perhaps a bit more. Like, the lane wasn't that perfect for Somnus. He didn't do that great. In comparison to his other games, that is. You expect, the expectations are really high for him. Expectations are really high for Chalice as well, but he lived up to them. He got his farm, he pressured top, he moved mid. Like, he got all of these items, like the Hex later on as well. Just a really solid Beastmaster performance, but the hero is completely busted. That's how I feel about it. The way you feel about Arc is the way I feel about Beast.
No, I don't think Arc is busted. I agree Beast is busted. I just think Arc is stupid. But you've been saying literally every single game we've cast that you think Beastmaster is the hero, especially within this region. Chalice giving us a firm demonstration of why that is the case. And with game 1 in the books, he knows he can deal with the laning phase. Now, if you are on the side of IG, you have to ask interesting questions of yourself, Liz. It looked like they were angling towards a Timbersaw pick on Azure Array, but they were just debating. They knew they were going to give up the Timber and they snag away the Beastmaster. Something tells me, though, that they probably would have been okay if it was vice versa, giving up the Beastmaster and getting Timber for themselves. So that makes the banning phase in game 2 very hard for IG to conceptualize right now.
I feel like Timber is still good. He's good of a hero and he's good of an answer to the Beast. It's just that he requires a little bit of a different draft around him. Like, he has some issues that you need to compensate for, especially if you're picking him on the offlane. If you're picking him on the mid, I think it's kind of better because offlaners usually bring a lot of utility and control. But if picking him for the offlane, then you have to compensate for the utility and for the control on your position 4 and 2. I feel like those two have to bring a little bit more. You can't have some Rubik that's building ATOS because you don't have control. You can, but it's not the best. Let's put it that way.
Let's see what IG has in their back pocket, though, to bring us some strats that might be conceptualized or conceived of as being the best. We'll see if they have what it takes after a very small break. So don't go anywhere. Chinese Dota will resume in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all, to some Chinese Dota action as we are witnessing an incredible series between Azure Array and Invictus Gaming. This is a matchup that all of us knew would be important because this could determine who slaps up that final slot all the way towards the Bali Major. And so far, Azure Array looking like the more considered, the more solid team. But IG could very easily turn this all around. And then, of course, we'll start in the banning and the drafting phase. So Liz, hit me with it for IG. Do they get Timbersaw again? And if they do, you were mentioning that you have to compensate from your 2 and your 4 to make up from his lack of initiation, his lack of utility buying. Is this a risk worth taking if you're IG, given how important this game is right now?
I think it doesn't have to be from the 2 and 4, but it's kind of the easiest. Or I think the best way is what other teams are doing, like Tundra. They put the Timber on the mid lane. And then you have this normal offlaner like Underlord, Beast, these kind of guys that actually bring a lot of control. I think maybe that's an option. There was a similar game like to this one in which Tundra had 0 stuns recently, and they were playing 9 Timber. He was beyond godlike, but they couldn't do like enough on the map. They couldn't close the game out for a long time because eventually getting these skills became really difficult. Like just catching people. Maybe that's something that IG can think about. And instantly it's a switch up, right? Like more than enough stuns. Just this one hero, that's it. You need nothing more.
By himself has matched up the degree of disable they had throughout the entirety of the first game. Does mean that they have left the Timbersaw within the pool, banning out Beastmaster and Veno. Azure Array stuck to the same bans from the prior game, removing this Techies and the Monkey King. So now they have the option to go towards the Timbersaw if they want to. And not only is it really good from the off lane for them, but you were just talking about how good this hero is in the mid lane. And the last time we saw them dominate with this hero, it was Somnus on the Timber.
Yeah. They get the Timber and they get the Bat together with him. A hero that could be decent into the Timber overall. They snatched up for themselves. This is like, we've seen the Bat today already played on position 4, so that could be an option. Timbersaw could be offlane, could be mid. Somnus played it. So, yeah, like you mentioned, very versatile. Now I'm looking at IG. The thing about Timber as well, when you pick it up this early on, and the Bat on top of that, Visage just becomes, not really an option. I feel like it's not good versus these two.
Yeah. Jeff, that you don't want to be picking up the Visage in the offlane. They get themselves a Silencer here. Interesting. We've seen the Silencer do some pretty good work recently. We've seen some strong lanes out of him as well. Maybe that's what they're trying to think to themselves, that guys, we have to just be able to dominate the laning phase first and foremost. If we get into the mid game when the game is even, Azure Array probably will beat us in that stage. So let's overwhelm the lanes and try and win as early as possible.
Yeah, okay, so what's the idea behind Silencer? You have this global versus Bat, right? He goes in, he catches one of you, you can global to prevent the bonus follow-up damage to come through. He used to be really strong versus Bat, and I'm afraid that some teams are stuck to that idea, that Silencer is great versus Bat, just as we saw Slarks versus Bat, right? Like we've seen a lot of Starks being picked up in the first couple of days of the DPC into the Bat, but it just doesn't work, man. He doesn't play around Sticky Napalm anymore. Doesn't need it early on. He just plays Flame Break and Firefly, and that's it. Like, you die as Slark, you die to the amount of damage. And same can be said for Silencer. Silencer used to be good versus Bat because you use Arcane Curse on him, and then he can't Sticky Napalm you, right? Well, he doesn't need, once again, the Sticky Napalm anymore. He just plays around Firefly.
I also love that you're talking about Flame Break as a spell because it's also effective against Spirit Breaker. So it makes life a little bit more difficult for the Spirit Cow. And despite the fact that they already have Timber and Batrider, Azure Array still choose to ban out the Visage.
Yeah, I guess they still respect the amount of work that a Visage can do. I'm fine with that. Like, the hero still can take your objectives, can be a problem. The build, like Phylactery and Solar Crest, is still good. Like, even if Timbersaw doesn't die to him, like, the sheer amount of control that birds bring against Timbersaw is pretty annoying as well. Just one stun after another, resummon 2 more stuns. As a Timber, you don't buy a BKB, you just get very annoyed by it. Anti-mage ban.
You're just like, seriously? Yeah. I'm trying to think what carry they want for emo with banning, because they're clearly covering for it, right? Is it... Initially, when I saw the first 2 heroes, I thought they were maybe going to be picking up either Alchemist or Morphling. Morphling feels terrible. I hope they don't. Alchemist, maybe. It's possible for them. Or Deucer.
Oh, wait, Timbersaw is universal, right?
Timbersaw, yes, indeed. Yes.
So there was actually a game in which Morphling played versus Timber. He bought Aghanims. When he uses it on Timbersaw, he takes away like 1,000 HP from him. So he makes him very vulnerable. And he's a decent hero against the bat as well. So maybe it's an option. Let's see. I feel like Azure are just getting a normal standard little lich, you know, something that Liquid likes to play on position 5 as well. You get that solid laner, you can combo it with an Ursa or something like that, a hero that deals well with the Spirit Breaker in the lane. I like it. If you're IG,
I also
you
love
can...
Frost Shield on Timber. Makes him so hard to kill.
Yeah, Pavis, Frost Shield, Timber. Good luck. And that Aghanims of his. Good luck, have fun.
Let's see what IG have in store for us here in the second phase. We know what the Silencer is playing. We have to reveal where Spirit Breaker goes. Is he a 3 or a 4 in this game? I don't think Xiangyu has played the hero just yet. I'll have to go check. We get the Primal Beast though. He certainly has played this hero. And this could also be a mid hero for them as well, as we've often seen being deployed in the Chinese region. And then Luna. You know, this used to be, you know, you pick some Timber, Tidehunter in the offlane, the enemy team used to just first pick Luna to deal with this. Is that still the way things go, Liz?
I think she's still good, but like you mentioned, Timbersaw can be... Like what they could do right now, they could put Bat on the offlane, Timber mid. They could put Timber mid, Bat 4, and pick something that's good against Luna on the offlane. They have options, right? Like it's not... It's not that straightforward when it comes to these heroes where they're gonna go.
Let's see what AR are gonna do here. Are we gonna get a Chalice hero? No, we're gonna get a Lu hero. This hero has been banned game in, game out. The region always terrified about playing into him. It's only gonna be his 5th game right now, but he's only won 1 game before this, despite the fact that he's been picked up those 4 times. Hasn't been that successful for the Void, and one of the reasons is that people have struggled to find reliable damage into the bubble. In this game, what do they have? They have Chakram, I guess? Unless if there's multiple heroes, you have Chain Frost. Yeah. But you need to, if you have Shard on Lich, then it becomes a lot better, I guess.
Yeah, it's good, I guess, but overall, I think Faceless Void here can struggle against Spirit Breaker and Silencer. Like you have that charge followed up by Global Silence, like it can be a little bit rough for him to deal with that until he gets like a first item to like get rid of the silence, like a Manta or a BKB. I think a Linken's eventually in this game is really high value for Azure because they're playing versus Spirit Breaker. Overall, I don't mind what IG has got. I'm not a big fan of Luna right now, not because I dislike the hero, I just don't have enough info. I don't see her picked very often. I think it got picked like an answer to the Timbersaw, but we'll see if that works. What I do like about Luna is it will force a little bit of a faster tempo from IG. So they'll be playing the game a bit faster. Do you think this Primal Beast is mid, by the way?
I think so.
Yeah?
I'd be kind of surprised if it isn't. Oh, well, I'm surprised it isn't. It's going to be mid-Wind Ranger then.
Okay, they get the Wind Ranger. Like with that Atos build, she's also good versus Faceless Void, right? So you get that additional value. Primal Beast will be the offlane together with Spirit Breaker.
It's also some pierce damage once you buy like the javelins and stuff. It can actually help you kill Timbersaw.
Yeah.
I actually do kind of like this Wind Ranger, but I really like this Void Spirit for Somnus here. Yes, there are some stuns available on the side of IG. There's some Shackle Shots, there's Pulverize, there's Low Wall, there's Spirit Breaker doing Spirit Breaker things, but if Somnus can get off into a hot enough start, he can sort of bridge the gap before Lu has damage. I mean, we pretty much just saw him do that in the previous game, right? When Lu was still farming up on the Arc Warden, he's going around wreaking havoc on the Storm Spirit, and you get your damage output on Void Spirit even faster than you do on the Void Spirit, on the Storm Spirit rather nowadays.
Yeah. Okay, so it will be Chalice on the Timber, so FY bat, position 4 bat together with a Lich. I'm not sure, like overall, in my opinion, I feel that IG's draft is much better right now than in the first game. Is it better than Azure Rays? The only question mark I have is the Luna. Like overall, I do prefer their draft. I just have questions about Dust and how well he'll perform on the Luna. That's it.
I also have questions about the Primal. I want to see how this hero is going to perform from the offlane. That being said, Shangyu has demonstrated he can make this hero work from that position, but I definitely don't want to see him stuck in the same position we saw him in game 1, where I feel very tanky, but I'm not doing stuff on the map. I guess one of the great things about Primal Beast is that when you play this hero, you feel forced to do stuff all the time. And like you said, you're playing Luna, you also feel forced to do stuff all the time. So IG, if they get off to a decent start here, Liz, well, even if they don't want to, they're going to have to play quickly and aggressively to end out this game.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit different than the Timber. Like the Timber is that guy that you send on a dead lane. He just stands there in front of the tower, or he's always a menace, but not a menace that you're really worried about. You're just ignoring him moving around. You can't do that to a Primal. Like he sets his target on someone and he tries to eliminate them with his ulti. So it is a little bit different. I do like what IG have switched up a little bit.
Let us find out if these switch-ups are going to be enough to get us a deciding game 3, or if Azure Array are just still too good right now and make this a 2-0 affair. We find out in the second game. It was, to IG's credit, yes, they did end up losing the first game and it went to hell in like the last 10-15 minutes. But the first 15 minutes, the game was literally dead even. Like there was practically nothing in between them and Azure Array. So that gives them glimmers of hope going into the next game, knowing that we're not completely outclassed. There's just a few different decisions and or different drafting decisions we could make that could still get us the victory here.
Yeah, I would say that they were even feeling like they were leading in that first game at times, right? Emo had a really good start.
Game 2, I really want IG to win. I do think they can win though. These heroes that they've got for themselves, like unlike in the previous game, there's so many additional ways to follow up. Like once a charge hits, there's an onslaught coming in, this Wind Ranger is gonna show up, global silence to help cover it all. And we're gonna have a very small skirmish here over a bounty rune. It ends up being successful for the side of IG. They onslaught up onto the high ground now, looking for Tian Ming, and they should be able to find the first blood, drawn by Emo with the power shot. So 3 bounty runes. Is it 3 or 2 that they got? They got 2 bounty runes, but they did get a D ward for Silencer and the first blood. So this is an amazing way to start game 2.
Yeah, probably the best hero to get it as well. You get it on that Wind Ranger on the mid lane. That should be, I believe, like a bottle coming out in a second or 2. You could opt to go for a crown or a bracer as well, but better safe than sorry. Just get that bottle as soon as possible. More power shot to spam out. Look, overall, that's a really good start for IG. Already looking better than that game 1. I'm just very curious about the Luna Silencer lane. Like I've seen Saksa do extremely well with the Bat 4, but he also had a much easier lane. Like Luna and Silencer, that can be really hard. You know, all the Lucent Beam spam together with Arcane Curse spam.
I think it could be a very good time for IG. And so far, Dust just wants to get his CS. That's his priority in the game right now. But like you say, not only is it super possible for them to get some big pressure out, it used to be the case that you pick Timber, we pick Luna, and QIQX almost died, but should still be okay. He'll be fine.
He's got a lot of regen. And almost is the key word, right? Like if you go on him, you use all your spells. Luna is a bit freer under the tower. QIQX though, once again, is there a Lucent Beam to save him?
Actually gonna make the full dive. The Lucent Beam will be there, but it's not gonna save. You still will end up dead.
Okay, FY.
And FY, what a boss.
Relax, relax. Top lane Lich.
They're gonna be able to get a quick kill onto Tianming. So second death on the Lich. Primal Beast will end up dead as well. Brought down by Lu. They got the kill first on the side of IG, and I'm not sure if Primal was able to spend his gold on the way out.
Yeah, probably not, because he's buying a ring anyway, right? So there isn't really anything that he can buy. Lich TP's mid, refills the bottle, or brings the bottle actually.
They're putting pressure onto Dust here. And if they had one more level on Chalice, they might have thought about getting the dive, but they don't have Timber Chain. So Dust will still end up living down bottom.
Yeah, even on level 3, I'm not sure. Maybe he'll get Timber Chain. Maybe he goes 2 levels of reactive armor. We'll see. Yeah, so far kind of even lanes. Even though after the first blood, like, all things considered, I think it's maybe a little bit better for Azure because they got to kill on Primal Beast and on the Silencer down bottom.
Yeah. Very big kills for them to be able to find, just in general. I'm also very curious to see what the rest of this game has to bring to us with the first movements from the mid lane. Because right now, Somnus and Emo, yet again, very, very even, like what we saw in game 1. But still some very dangerous heroes to start moving around the map with. And they have some people that can combo these moves with, right? Radiant side has Pulverize to go with, or an Eclipse. And Dire side has Chrono. It's quite big spells to make use of a little bit down the stretch.
Of course, even earlier than those ultis come, you have heroes that can rotate in and out. Like the Spirit Breaker can rotate mid easily, secure the minute 4 runes, and that's what he's doing. He's charging actually Somnus.
Yeah, gets in onto Somnus. No bash just yet. Shackle Shot doesn't latch either. Emo goes forward with the wind run, but Somnus should be A-okay. Even has Tianming coming in just in case.
Yeah.
Let's see. Water Runes should be picked up by the Void Spirit and the Wind Ranger, but Void Spirit might have to go back to kill off Wind Ranger because she's in trouble right now. Sinister Gaze trying to drag her back into the river. They don't get far enough. And FY trying to chase down this Wind Ranger. Can't get there in time. Instead gets shackled to Tianming. And FY, will he get Emo? No, he will not. Emo gets the kill. He might even survive this. Emo, 20 HP. But he does end up losing his life. Tianming, though, almost certainly will not escape with his own life from this.
Top play.
As QIQX shows up. Should be able to find this kill. And becomes a 2-for-1 affair.
Yeah, while that was happening and while Silencer was busy stealing his Zint, top lane Lu almost died. Like, he was literally on 1 HP. Windrunner, by the way, Wind Ranger Emo, he had that wind run as the projectile was flying from Lich. He just didn't manage. Like, it was that close, just a millisecond away from him surviving.
Would have been, if he survived that, that would have been so huge. But
even like this,
still though,
yeah, still it's not too bad, right? Still he gets a kill before dying. It's okay. When it comes to net worth, 5 minutes in, he's still on top.
Mid lane, there's a charge going in onto Somnus. Emo has Shackle Shot at the ready, throws it out. Power Shot will be there as well. But Somnus will have access.
Here comes FY.
To some support as they come in. FY, he's the one making the first rotation. We'll just tank up some of the damage. Power Shot will not connect to him from Emo, so FY should live here.
Yeah, there's a Silencer rotating in as well. They're just really making sure that Emo has a good game. Meanwhile, that does free up Chalice to, be a free man on this bottom lane. Dust is alone, can't zone him out by himself.
Mid lane, we're not done just yet with all these heroes fighting in this area. Somnus was getting charged into. Tianming breaks it up with the Sinister Gaze. FY steals away the shield rune. If only he had a closer angle onto Emo to knock him back with the flame break. But it looks like we should expect to see this every single game, Liz, because we're seeing this every series. 6 heroes mid, pre-10 minutes, all of them fighting and vying around the primary rune spawns.
Yeah, that's mostly because the offlaners are very self-sustainable, right? On one side you have Timber, who's like the master of self-sustaining. On the other, Primal as well, not really easy to zone out. So those two supports can freely rotate mid. And then answer, if those two supports are rotating, your two supports have to rotate too, so... Yeah, just we're having a party down the mid lane every single game. I think Luna...
The one thing that this party has led to, though, is that Emo is 1 full level behind Somnus, who does have level 6 at the moment.
Radiant are scanning.
FY chasing down PYW, and I think PYW barely gets away from the Lich, so no Sinister Gaze to hold him in position.
Yep. Charge pretty much nowhere. I think maybe this Luna is a kill for Azure. once Chalice hits 6, which should be after this Carti, I think they are very free to make a rotation on top of her. And both Bat and Lich have rotated in. Let's see, Dust. Is there a flame break?
God.
Oh.
There is not. There's a slowdown from the Frost Shield. In the meantime, they do kill Lu on the other side of the map. And Dust is still alive. There's no level 6 for Chalice. It just arrives. He has Chakram. Do they have what it takes to kill Dust? They should indeed. With FY coming in with the flame break. So both safe laners end up dead right now on both sides of the map.
Yeah, I love how these two teams are just mirroring one another. Arcane Rune.
Mid lane, they're actually going on to Somnus as well. They didn't get the full latch with the Shackle Shot, but they still might feel they have what it
He's
takes.
dead.
They almost killed him. Arcane Curse, will it kill him off? Yes, it will. The Curse of QIQX ticks through and secures them the life of this Void Spirit.
Yeah, that sad moment in which you have to choose whether to use your ulti and maybe live or, you know, Arcane Curse still kills you. I love how they're mirroring one another though. Like bottom lane Luna dies, top lane Void dies. They all rotate around mid lane at the same time, more or less.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Then you see both of them making the same push onto the tier 1 with multiple heroes. It's perfect, man. You love to see it. Right now though, which game state feels more preferable to be a part of?
I'm not sure really. I think they're very even. Both of these sides, like look at the map even. It's just
has fallen.
maybe the stacks on the Radiant side are a bit more significant for the Luna. Like she really needs to get those stacks and roll off of that. Meanwhile on Dire, who takes those stacks? Is it the Bat? Will FY be snatching them?
Speaking of this Luna in the top lane, she's in danger here. Surrounded by Somnus and Tianming.
Okay, can I
And there's
now
no way
answer
for
the
them to get
question?
her out. No, it's too late, it's too late. It's too late. The answer has been given. Azure Ray, though, that was a pretty massive punish because you were talking about these stacks. We see Shangyi is taking out the hard camp. QIQX wanted to stack up the Ancient. So there was pretty much nobody next to the Luna. I think there was some miscommunication about where Dust should be at that moment.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like usually she should be where the Primal Beast was and Primal Beast should be where she was. Well, it doesn't happen. Silencer goes in on the Lich.
Lich should end up dead here. The Trample doing quite a bit of work on top of him. Somnus looked at the fray and said, actually, I don't want to be
They have
involved in
Chrono
this.
and they have DD. Will they use it? Yeah, Primal Beast with Vanguard. Probably not the best idea. But because of them killing Lich, they didn't go on Somnus, so... I think Somnus is happy with the fact that Lich died.
Yeah, definitely. And they do want to try and utilize the Siege Dragon to take down this tier 1 tower with this double damage rune as well. But IG, looking like they want to try and fight this. They're charging in with the Spirit Breaker, charging on through to multiple heroes. Shackle Shot will not last. The Pulverize will be there. Do they have the damage to kill Lu? Yes, they do. Love the Global Silence to cover it all. The Onslaught does get cancelled out, so Somnus feels free to jump back in. Doesn't find a target though. Kaka, or FY rather, finds a very good lasso onto QIQX. Chalice thinking about taking the fight further forward though onto Emo. But they'll run back with the few heroes that remain middle.
Yeah, look at that crazy 11-minute mark. 10 heroes mid. Chalice, just a tanky beast right now. Can actually tank the tower as well. Someone's going in.
Somnus goes in yet again, can't find the further latch, and Chalice is falling low. Nether Strike pushes him towards the tier 1 tower. He barely gets away. Lucent Beam will be there from Dust, and a couple more right clicks will finish him off. PYW will die from this as Somnus gets revenge, but now Somnus has no way out. Somnus is gonna end up dead. Oh no, the tower is still defended, but more importantly, IG strike back hard and kill off 2 big cores on Azure Ray.
Yeah, Silencer is being a really big problem in these fights. Like the silences that he's bringing, the Arcane Curse as well. Everyone wants to keep on spamming spells. They're just taking a ton of damage from him, plus getting silenced. But it did feel like Azure were maybe pushing their boundaries, their limits there. They didn't have the Faceless Void who died earlier, but they wanted to fight because Global Silence was out. So I respect their decision, but they still got punished really hard.
Pretty hard punish in that situation. The big thing for IG is that Dust was also involved in that fight. So that's gonna beef up his net worth numbers. Still gonna just be farming for quite some time, so we don't anticipate seeing him in all of these fights. Down bottom, we could see them going on to FY. As FY got charged into right now, he did throw out the lasso, so no Pulverize to follow this up. And now suddenly Shangyu, he's the one in danger. Pulverize cancelled by the Sinister Gaze, and he is just easily killed off. PYW does escape here. But what a trap laid out by Azure Array. They dangle FY, and as soon as they jump him, they draws clap shuts and they kill off this Primal Beast.
Yeah, Lich didn't even have ulti to work with over there, but it isn't even the most important part of his skill set. I feel like the Sinister's Gaze has been massive this game. Like, he's breaking down charges, he's breaking down Primal Beast's ulti, onslaught as well. He's just making Lich work.
Tianming demonstrating the prowess of this hero. We also see PYW trying to just get farmed towards the Shadow Blade. Because he's playing position 4, one of the things you mentioned in the previous game was just how much better it feels to play Spirit Breaker when you're also getting items and experience. When you're having a slower game like this, where you at the offlaner, you're playing support, it does mean that some of your big items, your Shadow Blades, your Halberd later, get massively delayed on this hero.
Yeah, they do. Then again, you just have to know what the expectations are from you, because they're a little bit different. Just to get a couple of good charges in the fight, maybe a good ulti, and that's it. You don't get to stick around and hit. The hero is still strong, it's just played a little bit differently.
Azure Array, we'll see how they play around this mid lane as a tier 1 tower will get taken down by Dust. Emo searching for somebody. The Observer will drop down by Tianming. They see this fight coming. Rod of Atos though goes out onto Chalice with a shackle shot. I don't think they have the damage for this just yet. Sinister Gaze onto Tianming. Or out of Tianming onto Shangyu, and yet again cancelling out an Onslaught and keeping the Timber alive as a result.
Yeah, they have global on IG, so they could always use that in these fights. But they don't even need it, because Azure, they're dodging for now. They're just not ready to take these fights. Faceless Void does have a chrono, but absolutely nothing to combo with it. Only a Javelin, it just isn't enough.
He doesn't have damage, but Void Spirit does. And Void Spirit will choose to deploy it somewhere on the map by smoking up, heading off on a 3-hero adventure. Sadly, though, we've been seeing this more and more, that sometimes these smoke gangs very hard to pull off. They don't have the adequate vision. They see Shangyu down bottom, but they are not in this area to punish him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I love the Manta, by the way, on Somnus that he's building into. It's an amazing item overall on Universal Heroes, and then it's amazing on Void Spirit because of the amount of damage that he dishes out. And the silence, obviously.
Yeah. Should be a very quick kill onto the Silencer, speaking of him. But that being said, they want to avenge him. Shackle shot from Emo will lash out. Here comes Xiangyu as well. Do they have the Pulverize necessary? But there's a Chrono on the back edge. On the 2. Somnus is still alive. The Chain Frost was bouncing around as well. Somehow, though, the only hero that has died just yet is PYW. Xiangyu, though, very sadly will follow him into the grave as Emo needs to escape this. Somnus, he's nearby. Somnus looking for the jump. Astral step out. The Aether Remnant will connect, and that should lead to a death onto Emo. Sinister Gaze holds him in position, but the global silence, just as the respawn happens for QIQX, will bail Emo out of trouble. It's an expensive bail, but it will still keep the Wind Ranger alive.
That global silence came in super clutch. It's kind of sad that it's used that defensively. Like, you really want to be using this global to counterplay, but look at this. They kill off the silencer, that was good. However, the way they played the rest of the fight from Azure was amazing. Lu, my god, goes in, uses the chrono on both the Windrunner, I believe, and the Luna, preventing them from catching up to Somnus. So Somnus is able to just stay alive, kill off both the Spirit Breaker and Primal Beast. They get a lot of control. The two of them are bringing control, but not damage, so really, really nicely done by Azure.
Yep. I thought he was dead for sure on Somnus. But Lu showing so far that the Chronosphere doesn't necessarily have to net kills. All it has to do is secure the team fight, even if the heroes within the bubble aren't the damage targets. And now middle, you see a run of Atos onto Chalice. They go in with the trample on the onslaught. Pulverize will be there as well, but where's the follow-up damage? Dust is not here. A lasso comes out from FY. just to buy more space and time. And Luna
Emo.
jumping back in onto Emo. The Chain Frost being thrown in by Tianming finishes off the Wind Ranger, and PYW forced the TP away, lest he suffer a similar fate. That's a big pickup they found here. They didn't bring enough heroes, Liz, and they got mega punished for it in the mid
They
lane.
brought everyone. What do you mean not enough heroes? They didn't bring enough heroes for Lich. Like, this Timber Saw is a beast. When you get Pavis on, you get Frost Shield on. There's just not enough damage to take him down.
So speaking of Lich, in the top lane, he sets up for yet another kill. Dust was almost able to TP out, but you said it earlier, the most important spell is not the Chain Frost, it's Sinister Gaze that has been doing so much work this
I
game.
mean, it's been doing as much work as Frost Shield. Like, this guy, first, the spells, the usages have been on point, but his positioning has been amazing as well. Like, so much work from a singular position 5 Lich. I've seen some before, like I've seen Chinese teams really liking the Lich as a counter to big ultis, like even a Magnus. He jumps in, you Sinister Gaze him before he even manages to RP, right? Like, but this is on a different level. He's really playing well.
If Lizard is praising your Lich, then you know you're doing a good job.
Oh, don't remind me.
If there's one man who knows Lich in and out, it's you, bro.
Dude, when I was playing Lich, this hero had one spell that you use. Frost Shield was a spell that you used every minute because it lasted forever. All you did was you ate creeps and did nothing.
But I'll still sacrifice Lich.
Void?
Bottom lane, we're about to have the Faceless Void potentially killed off here, but barely dies. IG, though, yet again, tempting fate by only building the bare minimum necessary to get that kill.
Yeah.
If he survived there and got the time walk off, I would have just called GG if I was there. Be like, I'm done.
Yeah, but they did use global, right? That's a huge thing. They used global to kill him off. And Faceless Void isn't really tanky until he gets Manta. Even with Manta, he's not super tanky, but at least he can get rid of Arcane Curse global as well. And Lich, by the way, almost saves him again. He was there, he used Pavis on Void.
What a player. Tianming and the boys, they were hoping to try and catch a hero here, but Emo's already vacated the area. But they will not be deterred. They'll still smoke up. They're even going to take a twin gate. And there's an observer ward that's going to spot QIQX up on top. He should be able to find the initial D ward. The question is, does he escape with his life? They do not have a blink on the Batrider, but they do have a Void Spirit here. But QIQX will still
Luna,
be
Dust.
okay. Dust? Oh no, Luna! Wait, what? Why is Luna the one caught? Oh no, she's alive. There's no global to bail her out of this
BKB?
one. BKB just arrived off the courier. And they turn around with the Eclipse, putting in some damage towards FY. On hopefully killing off the Batrider. No, he is still alive. Chain Frost bouncing back onto Emo, killing off the Wind Ranger. And Shang Yu also gonna be just able to barely escape away from this area.
Wait, so they didn't lose anyone in the end, right? On the side
For
of...
Azure Rain,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Yeah, that was really lucky for Luna. Like, Dust had that BKB flying out. And I was thinking that that might happen. I saw him finishing off the Ancients. He was very close to the BKB. And honestly, I thought this was going to go much better for IG because of that surprise effect, right? Like, you surprise them, you get the BKB, you get the ulti, but he was too low to actually do a lot after PYW.
UI Dub, how much danger is he in? Not as much as we think, as he can charge away, but always feels bad as Spirit Breaker. You're charging in the opposite direction, always away from your enemies rather than towards them.
Yeah, now they have Chrono to work with as well. 500 gold, no, 400 gold away from Manta. What's Lich? What's Batrider? Batrider has a Yule, so he has a way of dealing with it. They're basically getting Yules on almost every hero. Like Yules, Timber, Yules, Bat. Well, 2 heroes. They're getting something to deal with global on everyone. That's what I meant.
Yeah. They'll have some kind of option. Right now, IG, they have a charge going into FY. It does go all the way. PYW will never strike him or think about it. Will force the Yules out, but the Onslaught comes in from Shangye. They should be able to bring down FY without too much difficulty. The question is, what else can they get? They find Tianming, who throws out a Chain Frost as well before taking a tumble here. So that spell will be down when he respawns.
He got some creeps, some ancients he stole. Well, he didn't stole, he secured some of the ancients that probably he stacked anyway. Once he respawns, yeah, he's not gonna have the ulti, but only for 30 seconds, so it's not that big of a loss. Nice move, by the way, from IG, going into that triangle, catching two. Both supports, but still.
Middle tower is under attack.
They've also now managed to get Dust into the top farming position. You know, you were talking earlier about this Faceless Void becoming more difficult to kill with the Manta. Does feel like it takes a few more items for Luna. Surely feels a bit frail no matter what.
Yeah, Luna should be in front, right? And now with the BKB Mask of Madness, she also has a crit. You should be able to take a couple of fights, and yeah, that's why they're smoking up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see what they can find on the map. Chalice is going to be the one charged up first. His Timber Chain was also interrupted by that charge. So he has no escape tools and no more life. Dead without buyback as well. So this should enable them to finally put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane.
Maybe go for the pit. Let's see what they decide to do.
Can they? Do they have any way to deal with the armor? I don't think they have armor reduction, right?
They don't have armor reduction, they just hit hard. Like you have Luna, but I guess they decide not to. There's still Chronosphere on the other side, right? Like he just has Manta completed as well. By the way, this is one time the Timber dies without Lich being there. Like we've been praising him for so long. Charge. On to Somnus.
We'll go out onto Somnus. Nether Strike will be there as well. Can they follow this up? They have Pulverize if needed, and they will deploy it, and they kill off Somnus. And yet again, the reason that happens, where was Lich? Tianming, where were you, bro?
But seriously.
You had the Solar Crest, the Frost Shield, the Pavis. It's not even jokes. I see what you mean, bro.
Like, he's kind of a semi-save. And the Azure, they just lost a big timing because they 100% wanted smoke. They had smoke on Lich, they were converging on the same place, but first the Timber dies, now the Void Spirit. Invictus Gaming striking back.
Still a lot of work for them to do. Some towers to bring down, but definitely looking better than in game 1. Still though, the game is in such a shockingly even state. 15 kills. Not even 1,000 gold in it in either direction, and practically 50-50 from Dota Plus in terms of win probability.
Yeah, it's all about these next couple of big team fights, because you'll have a Chrono on one side, you'll have Global on the other. Roshan will move top. Chalice,
Top
though.
lane, they're also going to make a move onto Chalice. Chalice, Pulverize will be there. They have Global for this if they want to. Shackle Shot does come out
that's a
too.
good Chrono.
3 heroes inside the Chronosphere. One of them being Silencer, the other being Luna and Wind Ranger. And now there's no Global, there's no Luna, there's no Wind Ranger or Silencer. Every one of them is dead. Only Shangyu is alive. FY has Lasso though, gonna hold him in position, keep him in place for the rest of the lineup, using him so he can't onslaught away. So Shangyu will just be killed off, turning this into a full 5-hero wipe. They don't lose a single person, and they get the Roshan out of it, because they definitely have some armor reduction.
Yeah, they lost Timber, they lost Faceless Void, and then they set up a trap on the Timber. Look at this, it was just perfect. He's baiting here, they go on him. There is the armor, the Solar Crest, Lu goes back, he catches, most importantly, he catches the Silencer here. So that all the spells can go through. Lich's ulti as well. They kill off. Yeah, they wipe them and they take Rosh. Like this is rough now for IG. That fight just brought Azure in a very commanding position once again. But there is global silence on IG. So they didn't use their big spells. Maybe they can smoke up and fight even into the Aegis.
I mean, they know that there's no Chronosphere for the moment.
Emo.
So that could be a potential path for them. Emo. In some danger here, dragged in by the Sinister Gaze, Wind Run. Will it get him out? No, it will not. The Shackle Shot was nice, but unfortunately, the Chakram was even nicer. Well, I guess you can't smoke if your Wind Ranger's dead, though. You're just going to have to lose more map control.
Yeah, this is probably your tier 2 as well.
Tower is under attack.
I don't think that you're like progressing with your items that well to mitigate all of these pick-offs that have just happened. Well, one team fight and a pick-off on Emo. Mid lane.
They might find a pickup here onto QIQX as well. Somnus joins the fray to ensure that they can bring down the silencer.
Yeah.
Very easy kill.
There's a massive item coming, by the way. A massive one. Obviously, Mjolnir is good on Faceless Void, but the Nullifier... Nulli, yeah. Nulli on Void Spirit. Like, that's gonna be really, really damn big.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
By the way, the item of the game definitely Yule's Scepter. Like, not only is it good versus Global, it's amazing against Spirit Breaker and Primal Beast. Like, you get to interrupt their charges. And speaking of Primal Mid...
He's in a very dangerous place. He does not have access to a BKB. He gets used up, as you were just mentioning, how good this item is into Primal. FY is like, in case the viewers at home don't understand, let me just show you a small demonstration.
Yeah.
Well, this is now a very awkward place to be because you've just started to bleed heroes. You're starting to lose access to your own Wisdom Runes, so you're going to fall behind on experience. And unfortunately, Dust, one of the reasons we don't see Luna anymore, Liz, is even when you have obscene amounts of net worth on this hero, she is not Terrorblade. She can't like 1v9 a game. She kind of needs everybody to be doing well for her to dominate these fights.
Yeah, most of the time she's that hero that wants to be in front and actually snowball with the team, right? She's not a hero that just wins the game on her own. There are some games in which she can do that, but I don't think this is one of those. She doesn't counter
To me
anyone.
right now-
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I was going to say, I sort of feel like she's a win more hero. So when you're winning hard and you have Luna in your team, you can win really, really hard.
Yeah.
But
I didn't hear that one before, but yeah, that's one good way of putting it. Basically a snowbally hero, right?
yeah. And right now, sure, what a time to TP out. Had this TP not come right now,
Dire's top
could
tower
have
is under
found a connection with the smoke gank.
They
FY now has a Blink Dagger as well.
Yeah. So they have no wards on top, but they clipped her by the Watcher. Like they saw a little bit of Luna on the Watcher. She moved through it. That's why the smoke. That's why they went up to try and chase her down, maybe find her. What's the Aegis timer? Still a minute and a half.
Such a long time to still have this.
Oh,
And
Somnus
Luna's just chilling. Somnus, let's see.
He's afraid.
He's right now walking around PYW.
He's afraid. He thinks that PYW isn't alone. He saw the charge and he instantly dissimulated.
Rather safe than sorry, but now he has his own backup here. So they can bring in the reinforcements and play more aggressively. At least, you know, PYW does seem like he might be able to steal away a Wisdom Rune. So he's going to make sure that his team still gets access to some experience.
Yeah, gets that nice little level 15 talent. I'm surprised he didn't go for the night vision. Like I see that very often. I love it as well. Like on level 10.
It's so good.
Yeah.
There was a game I played into a Spirit Breaker. They went this talent because it was this and Slock. And let me tell you, my friend, a Spirit Breaker with bonus night vision and a Slock is not fun to play into. So annoying.
Yeah, and Azure Ray, they want to be very annoying on this high ground. They still have 20 seconds to work with on that Aegis. And after that, they should be a bit careful. Still not that easy to take down all of these heroes if you don't have the Aegis. Like
Radiant's middle
Void could be picked off and killed very easily.
Right after claiming the tier 3, they just back off. This is also really frustrating for IG because them jumping in, when the entire idea of teamfight is contingent on the ability of Global to be effective, but almost everybody on the enemy team has a way to get past it. It's pretty much only
Charge.
Tianming that'll get reliably silenced. Charge goes through, it does stun Tianming. FY throws back the Yule Scepter onto PYW, and there's the Global Silence. Nullifier, though, goes out onto him, and Somnus also pops the Manta so he can pop his spells. They're going deeper into this fray. IG now just trying to run away. Lincoln Sphere blocks the Shackle Shot from Emo. But they get the Sinister Gaze out onto the Wind Ranger. She is almost certainly dead. Dragged in by the Aether Remnant and brought down by the real carrier of this game, Tianming on his Lich. FY now going for another target. Flame Break back onto QIQX. Will set up for a kill onto the support. Both heroes do have buyback, but would be very loath to use it. But they might have to because Azure Ray want the mid lane of Rax.
Yeah, if they want to defend this, they'll have to buy back. Maybe they buy back on another set of barracks. And also, they can't be mega as top lane still has a tier 2. So maybe they don't even buy back. They just play with one lane.
Oof. Well, we're going to lose at least another tier 3 tower. We'll see if Azure Ray want to stick around for more. But they have all their ultimates now. So I don't see why you would leave in this area, honestly.
Let's see. They have all their ultis, but IG does not. Like, they don't have global. One thing that one huge difference in that last fight was demonstrated, like how fast IG is to use their big ults and how reluctant Azure Ray is to use theirs. Like, they never even chronoed. Faceless Void got global, he never even manted.
Yeah. They don't have to do any of that. Chalice now. Coming in right on top of this Primal Beast who's been dragged in by FY's Lasso. Jump in by PYW, but the ultimate from Lu even better, stalling Dust in his tracks. They need the Luna's damage, and she's not going to be able to provide it. She dies, forced to buy back almost instantly, but the fight's not over as they go on to Emo and kill off this Wind Ranger too. Chalice sets up for another easy kill onto the Silencer. And they've already bought back on 3. They might have to buy back on all 5 here.
Why is Dust on the outpost? Okay, he TP'd on the outpost after buying back. In any case, it doesn't matter. It's a GG. I feel that Azure, they just demonstrated a different level of gameplay. When it comes to like all of these gangs, these small little skirmishes, these team fights, they're looking way better.
Yep, certainly looking like a team right now, at the very least, a cut above what has been demonstrated from the Invictus Gaming lineup. When we spoke to, who was it that we spoke to? I think it was Monet, right? When we asked him about what we thought was going to happen in this matchup. And he was very confident about thinking Azure Ray was going to take the W. And we get to see why he was feeling so confident, Liz. They felt so clean. To be fair, the game was in a very even state for a long time. But I think the differentiating factor between teams of like very high skill caliber is what do you do with these 1% margins? How much of an advantage do you get out of it? And how do you transition that advantage into dominating most of the map? Several times we see IG, even if they take a good fight, can't necessarily turn it into a game-winning position. But Azure Ray, you give them anything, Liz, and they'll probably take the game off of you for that.
Yeah, and they gave them that one fight on the Timbersaw on the top lane. When they committed everything on him, Lich with Pavis, with, what was it, Solar Crest? He saves the Timbersaw. Yeah, he saves the Timbersaw, and then they just turn the full fight and the game. That was a team wipe into the Aegis, the turning point of the game, and literally the only good fight that Azure needed. After that, it was stroll in the park, and see Lich here as well. Sinister Gaze, Frost Shield, Solar Crest. Like, the Timbersaw is surrounded by 5 heroes and he's not dying. Like, Luna gave up, she even went back.
Oh, so frustrating, you know. Dust really had a frustrating game. And Lich contributed a lot to making that happen. Another thing that didn't help, though, was I did feel that Dust positioning in the second game, I wasn't that impressed by it in the first game, but in the second one, it was a little bit unforgivable. This was a great time to pick up the BKB. Bro, if he died here, I think the game could have ended 10 minutes earlier. This would have been devastating if he lost his life in the situation.
Yep, it definitely would have. But this is the fight, right? Like, the perfect chrono from Lu. And the Frost Blast as well. Chain Frost, that is. They kill off the Emo, they kill off everyone, they catch the Primal Beast in the end. Really, I wouldn't talk that much about the Luna and Dust and the way he played. I think it was okay. It wasn't anything like stellar. I didn't really feel huge of an impact of his. He had the net worth, but it was about the way a team played. I think Azure, just as a team, played much better. And they weren't as quick to waste their big ultis. They would wait and bait you out. You know, they would just bait you out a little bit, get you a little bit too deep, and then pounce back. And that's something that S-tier teams can do. They can not really be too hasty with their spells. Just wait a little bit, you know. They know what they have, they're confident in it, they know how they can turn, how the team fight is supposed to happen for them. There is no like massive, I don't know, there are no quick fingers and responding or anything like that. They just wait up, get the perfect position, and then use the chrono.
Speaking of positioning, I think that the only fair MVP to give in our second game here has to be Tianming on his Lich. not only for his positioning, but the amount of genuine deaths that he prevented just by being in the right place at the right time. Some good 4-star fuses throughout the game. But importantly enough, when I'm looking at this lineup on Azure Ray, don't have that many easy stuns. Apparently, though, Sinister Gaze is just a point-click disable because how this man used it made it seem a bit busted in game number 2.
100%. Like, it would be a disgrace to give it to anyone else when a Lich plays a game such as good as this one. 90% kill participation. I really think he... Like, look, how many times do you see a Lich MVP? Not too many times, right? And this is probably one of those games where he 100% deserved it. Like,
it's a Lord's work.
He should get a medal. He should get a medal. 1 MVP while playing Lich. Perfect.
Pretty much never happens, right? It's rare nowadays that the Pulse 5 players get the MVP at all, let alone on a hero like Lich. But Tianming certainly making a very strong case for that hero. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing more of him from the side here of Azure Ray as time goes on, if he can deliver performances like this. Great stuff from Azure Ray. I also like that across both games, they played their drafts together, right? Clearly, you require team execution to make everything work out for them. And they get the dub, make it a 2-0 affair. I'll be honest, I thought this might be 2-1, but watching the games itself, it's very clear that Azure Ray is maybe not a full tier, but at least half a tier ahead of IG right now.
Yeah, I definitely also had a feeling that it will be a 3-game series or that at least it will be more competitive, but man, this wasn't even that competitive. IG still had their chances. In game 1, I think more so than in game 2. Game 2 was a little bit of a disaster. Like the beginning of the game and everything looked okay-ish, but then 1-2 ganks on the Timbersaw that failed, and that trap on the top lane was all Azure Ray needed. Really well done by them.
Yeah. Very well done by Azure Ray. They have now put themselves higher in the leaderboard and come closer towards claiming a slot of going to the major. To find out more about how they feel, though, we should have a quick conversation with them. And who better to join us than our MVP from Game 2, Tianming, Lich extraordinaire himself. What a legend, what a boss. Tianming, congratulations on the victory, first and foremost. But another thing I want to ask, what's it like playing with such legends like Somnus, FY, Chalice? Did you ever dream and imagine that you would be on the same team with these guys? And what's the experience been like for you so far, being on a side with some legends?
首先感谢你接受我们的采访，恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，之前有没有想到自己会跟很多这个传说级的职业选手一起来打比赛，像 FY、maybe 查理斯这样的选手？然后你自己的话，现在在这个队伍里打了这些比赛之后，自己的感觉是什么样的？
没有想过会跟他们组队吧。然后 FY 的话，就在辅助位置上吧。FY 说实话一直是，就我感觉是中国辅助位置偶像吧，就可能他以前一直是我的偶像，所以我觉得他真的很厉害，就一直保持自己的状态。然后至于其他的，现在做队友的话，就是没什么太大的区别吧，还就是因为当队友的话，你不能太就是还是要把自己放在同一个级别的上来打吧，就不能太那个没有自我。
Yeah, for me especially, when I grew up as a player, I always look up to FY. I think he is still the best support players, one of the best support players in China, and he has kept all his skills, all his understanding of the game throughout such a long career. And but I think I never thought I would be being in the same team with them, but as a teammate, I think you should always keep yourself in the same level. You cannot treat him as an idol. I think you have to input your own idea of the game. So I feel really happy to play with him.
That definitely makes sense. You look like you're having a very good time. Of course, you have made the switch from playing POS 4 to now playing POS 5 purely. Before you joined the team, right, was that to make space for FY? Did you already plan to move into playing POS 5? And so far, how are you finding the new role relative to playing position 4?
那你的话其实也是完成了一个4到5的一个转变嘛？那这个转变的话，当时是加入队伍之后就是决定好的吗？是给 FY 可能要多一些的空间？这方面的话是怎么来决定的？然后你觉得现在你的话已经习惯这个转变了吗？
因为其实我打5就是好几年前就转5的想法了，因为我打4号位的话可能有点太穷了，不太适合当一个核心位置来打。然后我觉得可能5号位的话就是适合一些辅助和大局观的想法比较适合我。然后一直有这个想法嘛，然后不知道为什么就是在 DEC 的时候，然后包括后面 YBB 就让我打4打了一段时间，然后现在也是在就是国土他们的就那种帮助下吧，慢慢找到一些打5的感觉。
Yeah, I have the idea make transition to position 5 for a couple years because I feel like as a player I don't get too much farm. Like I just not good at playing a support carry ish type, so I always have that idea in my mind. But for some reason, my former team DEC and YBPZ they want to keep me playing as a position 4. So I have the idea transition to position 5 for a long time. So right now in my current team, I'm glad that all the players and Coach Lanham has been helping me to make that transition more smooth.
Okay. Brother Liz, what do you got for him?
Congrats on the win. Once again, I'm wondering, like you said that all of your ideas should be equal. When it comes to the drafting, are your ideas as equal as everyone else? Is Lanham the one with the whip just telling you what to play and that's it? Or can you actually ask for heroes to play?
那之前你也说过，就是当队友大家都要在同一个水平上嘛。但是 BP 的时候，我想问一下，是不是这样的情况？还是说国土的话，可能会执掌这个教鞭会抓的比较紧一点？会有这种你会想要的英雄，但是他不给你选啊这样的情况吗？就是你们 BP 的时候，谁的话语权会比较重？
现在的话应该是没有吧，但是 BP 的话还是一个教练的想法嘛，然后他会问我们每个位置就是玩什么样的英雄，他会给一些英雄让我们选择，然后他想一个什么效果，如果我们能做到的话，就是说这个英雄可以；做不到就换一些其他的英雄。
Yeah, I think for drafting, it's still coach should take more responsibility. And as for us right now, usually what happened is Lanham will provide several choices, and he will ask us what do we want to play, and if we pick a certain hero, he will then continue to ask if we can achieve certain goal with that hero. If we can, and if the player said we can do that, then he will pick the hero for us. If the player think, well, it's not achievable or it's hard to achieve in that game, then we will try another options.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, like giving you options regarding to the objectives that you want to take. And just one more question, and I'll let you go. If you guys were at the major right now, like, what do you think your chances would be like? Would you be contesting the first 3 slots, maybe somewhere middle of the pack? What do you think? What is your form like right now?
那还想问一下，就是如果现在把 AR 甩到这个 Major 里面去的话，你觉得你们几个小伙子能够达到一个什么样的成绩？你觉得你们是前3名的有力争夺者呢，还是说你们会是一个比较中流的水平呢？你是怎么想？
现在的话，中流吧，中流，看着能不能往上进步吧，因为还有时间嘛 ，Major 还有好久。
I think for now we are in the middle, and luckily for us, we still have time. So we definitely gonna try to grow up, get better.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Makes sense. I have one more question for you, Tianming. Of course, right now, earlier on, you were mentioning some of the reasons why you made the move to POS 5 in terms of your playstyle as a former POS 4 player. People know how good Lou is, or people are starting to realize more and more. Obviously, Somnus, FY, Chalice are very known entities within the region. Can you talk to us about what do you think it is that you personally bring to the team? What makes Tianming a special position 5 player right now in China?
那其实之前的话你也说到了这个4到5转变的一个过程嘛，那我想问一下，就是你的队友们的话，其实蝼蚁大家也比较认可，然后三个老选手的话，大家也是就是成名已久的呢。想问一下天命，你觉得作为你自己的话，能为这支队伍，就是你觉得，你作为选手的话，最特别的能为这支队伍带来的是什么？
没什么能带来的，我就是运气比较好，就是进的这个队伍而已。
I don't think I can bring anything to my team. I feel like I'm just a lucky guy. It happened to be the team with those people.
Nah. You were our MVP for the second game. Trust, you're bringing quite a lot to the squad. So I would say we certainly have some belief in you, and we can't wait to see what more you have to bring to the table. So thank you for your time today, Tianming, and good luck. Have fun for the rest of your games.
好，谢谢。
That is, of course, Tianming, POS 5 player right now for Azure Array, beating a much too humble figure there, Lizard. I don't know what I'm doing for this team. B-time, I'm carrying the game. Come on, bro. He knows what he's doing, but he's being humble about it.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I think it's nice to be humble every now and then. It's also nice to bring some spice, but from some region, you can expect it a little bit more than from others, right? We don't get enough spice anywhere, but yeah, it is what it is.
Sadly, though, all the spice that happens in China mostly comes from the field of play, and today's spice has led into a victory right now for Azure Array, preceded by a victory, of course, that we saw from the side of Extreme Gaming, and then before them, PSG LGD earlier on in the day. We aren't done with this week of Dota, though, nor are we done with the DPC. Before we get into our final day of the week, let's take a look at which games we can anticipate. A lot of very fun ones. We start the day with IG versus Aster Aries. After today's performances, IG need a win. Aster Aries also need a win. But honestly, I think Aster Aries was a little bit closer to not completely giving up the ghost. I think that series could be a lot more entertaining. I hope it's a 2-1. I don't want another 2-0, but I think IG need to pick up their pants. If they showed up the way they did in game 2, especially against Aster Aries, I actually don't know which way the series would go.
Yeah, this first one is going to be extremely interesting, but look at the second one, man. Oh, that's interesting. Like that one, obviously it doesn't have to go 3 games, but I really wouldn't be surprised if it happened. And the last one as well, Team Aster versus Extreme. All 3 series extremely competitive. Like today we had all 2-0s. I wouldn't be surprised if we get all 3 game series tomorrow.
Yep, Azure Array and PSG LGD, both of them competing for a major slot. Aster and Extreme in the same position. Even IG, not a very far outside shot from getting themselves involved in the mix if they beat Aster Aries. So tomorrow, only exciting games coming to us. Especially exciting mid lanes, dude. The mid, Somnus in one game, taking on NTS. The next series, I see Sumail versus Papa. Oh my god, it's just hype.
I love your excitement, but mid lanes, bruh. Can't.
Definitely make sure that you are with us tomorrow to hear me exclaiming more about the quality of Dota we'll have to witness, and of course to hear Lizard tell us more about his love for anime and all things weeb connected. Before we go out, Lizard, one final question for you. What's your takeaway on what this patch has been looking like in China relative to the rest of the world? What are we doing in this region that others aren't doing just yet that you like?
Is anything really that different? I don't think so. I think the regions are closely following each other and copying each other's strats. I think Tundra perhaps is setting up innovation and everyone else is following at the moment. That's how it looks like. I think maybe Chinese region figured out the strength of Timbersaw a little bit sooner. But I haven't really seen anything special here. We're more or less, everyone is on the same level. There are some niche picks here and there, like some Lone Druid, Witch Doctor here and there, right? But in different regions, that is. We've seen some attempts of different heroes here, like Luna today, Lifestealer today. It obviously didn't work out. So, I like the patch. I think it's still not completely explored, but more or less we're getting to that common ground on what is really broken, what is really strong throughout all of the regions.
One thing we love to see is when the entirety of the Dota world starts to reach agreement and parity in terms of what we believe is good within the game that we all love so much. Thank you for joining us so much to enjoy and engage this game that we love so much. And of course, we're not done for the week. We will be back tomorrow to round out the second week, heading on into our third and decisive one of the final DPC tour of 2023. Thanks for joining us for today. From myself, Snare, my brother Lizard. We had B-Cup and Kizu on the mic earlier today. Of course, homie Patrick was on the cameras, and we had Marshall giving us the translation. Thank you for giving us your time, your attention, and your energy. Join us tomorrow to do the same. Remember to hydrate, remember to love yourself, and remember to show your love of yourself and of the game with us tomorrow. Until then, we're out. Peace. Drink water.